Futures a little change here this morning, trying to hold on to positive territory. We just got the final August PPI numbers here, year over year. First off, 8.8 expected, comes out a little bit better, 8.7 versus 8.8 there. The final month over month number, negative 0.1 expected. That was in line. When you take out food and energy, then 7.3 to the upside versus 7.1 expected. Again, that's final August PPI numbers coming through. Yesterday we get the CPI. Today the producer prices. So the amount producers are paying to create the goods and services that you and I pay for. So here we go. Futures, back to the upside ever so slightly here after fading an initial gap to the upside that we saw this morning, coming off the worst day since June of 2020. Yesterday for stocks, what a rout it was to the downside all day long, following a hotter than expected reading on August inflation. Does the selling continue today? That's going to be the big question. We'll have a look at some of the weaker names yesterday came from the big tech group, if you want to call it that. Meta was among that. Netflix as well had a big day to the downside. Both are trying to hold on to some significant levels this morning. PayPal, an interesting one from yesterday, along with some of the blockchain names as well. Bitcoin as well, moving back to the downside. So a ton to look at once again this morning. Should be an interesting one. It is Wednesday, September 14th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. Look at where we're at right now. A little bit better even. 0.25% for the S&P. The NASDAQ exactly the same. Back to positive for the Dow as well. We didn't move as much as expected there off of that number. We were wondering whether it was going to be an influence or not. We'll see how the day pans out here. But a bit of a wait and see kind of a board heading into the day after what happened yesterday. Obviously, even Bitcoin down here, we're positive, but only 0.3, about the same to the downside then for Ethereum. Where do we go from here, guys? Good morning. It is, going to be a bit of a wait and see kind of approach, I guess, even in the pre-market here. I mean, a lot of people writing, a lot of analysts writing this morning, I noticed about, is it going to be just a straight line to the June lows, or are we going to chop around here a little bit before we figure out a direction? Yeah, do we take some,
I was just about to pull up the cues because we were exactly flat on the cue, like when you made that comment sideways, and I had my chart up. I'm like, oh, look at that! It was actually at 0.0. But look, obviously we just headed back down. Right, that's the question. Now, obviously we haven't really gone through some of the recent bottoms. If you look at the cue, whether you're looking at the actual NASDAQ 12,000 or the triple Qs like I have here, like 291, there's some room for a potential that you could maybe have low enough volume and so much selling happened yesterday that you're not necessarily breaking through those lows today. I think you're going to eventually, whether it's today, tomorrow, next week, sometime in the short future. So really the only question is, does any of the support that's sitting there come into play? And there's a lot of it that I'm already looking at in terms of big support levels. Meta's got one that we talked about yesterday, and Nvidia's got a big one at 150. Intel already broke it, so below that I'm going to be short that stock when it broke that 30. And that's going to be that question. The other thing we have to contend with here, of course, core PPI wasn't nearly as bad as the number yesterday. Certainly that's not going to be helping things. There were kernels of strength in the EV space, in Starbucks. I thought PayPal held up pretty well. Square, relative to PayPal and Coin, Square looks awful. It's down, it was like 5% last I checked. That's going to be another one that's going to be on watch here today. So there is lots of individual names to watch, to be sure. And then we still get the imbalancing. It's the third Friday of the month, so you have options expiration and quarterly rebalancing coming on Friday. There is a heck of a lot to contend with. A lot of people are saying that full point hike is going to be in play. I can't see any way that's, if we get that at the meeting next week, then of course we're headed back to those June lows. I just can't see any way around that. The question becomes, can the support that's right here hold today? That's what we're dealing with, and that's what we have to find out. I can't say that I have a great idea which. I just like to short weakness, short resistance, and try to take some longs on relative strength, and that's about it. If it's not relatively strong, I don't want to try it long today.
Yeah, no, I mean, we had that Starbucks. We had Starbucks for almost a $3 winner yesterday off that 86 bottom there. So, I mean, yeah, I think there is opportunities to find some strength. And welcome, guys, to Trader TV Live. You've now logged in and find the best trading show on YouTube and I think even worldwide. I think that's a comment to make. But here's the NASDAQ. You're still bouncing against these lows again of 12,000. I feel like we are going to test that. So I'm only going to look short today. I don't even have... I have SoFi written down for long, and we'll talk about that because of Bank of America. But honestly, I just feel like yesterday, it was so easy to make that money back at the end of the day just by shorting Meta when it broke that 154 or whatever it broke there at the end of the day. Was it 154? I think it was 154. Hold on a second. Let me just double check this. And the stock just fell. It fell. It just completely kept falling, going, gone. It was right here. It was right at the end of the day. We shorted Meta twice yesterday. So we shorted it at 160 and it just fell down and we took $1 and thought that was pretty good, or $1.50. Yeah, right. Went to 155, basically stalled at 155 to 156 all afternoon, and then we tried to battle, and this was the part that really was like mind opening to me, was that we were long here at 154, 154.50, and it couldn't go up. We waited for it for about 20 something minutes. I turned it off, Randy. 20 something minutes, and then eventually when it broke, it just tanked all the way down $1 and kept going. And I think if the market would have stayed open, we could have even kept going even more. So it was just like instant breakage there. So I think we're going to try to look short, continue to look short as we go here on the market today. So that's something that I'm going to be looking at. I have the NASDAQ shorts. We have a bunch of stuff looking at it. But we're still up today, 0.19. So it's a little different than yesterday. Yesterday at this time, we were obviously falling off the face of the earth. Let's see if that happens again today. I'm not more bullish today than I obviously was yesterday. Everything has changed, but I think if they do a point, I almost think that that's what they should do. We're going to see Fed speak. I think it's coming up, right? They're the meeting, and then the rate is next week. So we'll hear a little bit of talk before then, I would imagine, but not much. So we'll wait to see what happens. But either way, I don't think the rate announcement matters overly. We got to test that 12,000 here on the NASDAQ, and if it holds, then giddy up. But you still have that 3,600 on the S&P as well that we have to look at. I don't know, a couple good names today on the watch list. Definitely make sure you check it out. watchlist.tradertv.live.
Yeah, a ton of relative weakness yesterday. There was just no bid whatsoever on a lot of those big tech names as we head through the afternoon. It was becoming more and more apparent the more you fought that move back to the upside, or tried to catch a move back to the upside. It just wasn't there. Here's the headline that caught my attention when I sat down this morning. Yeah, we were higher, but it was immediate that we were back to the downside after what happened yesterday. Upon this writing, it was at 37% for the 100 basis point coming next week. The Dow, S&P, and NASDAQ all pretty flat to start things off. Right now, 36 versus 64 for the 100, full 100 basis point hike coming Wednesday, 21st. Next week, we'll get the interest rate decision from the Fed, guys. So is it going to be a wait and see kind of approach, I guess, until then? But who knows, I guess, as we head towards the open today.
Yeah, also watch out because, as yields creep up too, right? Like you hit you get close to that 4% mark on the 2-year. Like that's obviously in rarefied air, and you got to keep an eye on that, of course. And as that goes up, stock prices tend to come down. I just actually saw, maybe it means something, maybe it doesn't mean anything. This kind of happened, I think, in the morning. Yes, well, I think it was Tesla, like right in front of the number, was sort of bouncing to the upside. But anyway, so Tesla just caught a little bit of a bid off of 290. Some of the things that'll come into play here today is when you get a liquidity vacuum, which there was a lot of selling yesterday, to be sure, but a lot of that, like there was a lot of bottoms where you didn't have a lot of bids. So when the bids started to show up, that kind of told you where there was price acceptance. So you're going to see a lot of names that might have these, battles out at yesterday's lows. Tesla just broke its low, 290, which I was watching pretty closely here, and then broke back to the upside. So it held the 290 and it's actually coming right back in. So there's going to be a few names like this where you're supporting some of these bottoms. I'm going to love Tesla if it gets, if I see 95, 96 again from yesterday, that short, I'm definitely going to like it. But yeah, here's a name that's trying to go back green, bouncing off that 290 level. I tend to think with you, Well, I mean, I think we all sort of think that we can go that 1% and that it's probably the right decision. It does also matter where the market wants to go ultimately with that. And I tend to believe there's no possible way. We've seen before where you get this, you get the actual rate hike come through, and then we get a bit of a relief for a little bit, and then reality sets in. So there's always the chance, like on the day, you could have a little bit of, okay, the medicine's in, let's bounce a bit. But overall, I just can't see anywhere we're not threatening those lows. But as Sean said, like that 12,000, it felt like we were going to see, at one point yesterday, it felt inevitable we were seeing 12,000. That has not happened yet, and it's just there's a few names that are sitting on support that once those start to go down, some of the big ones out there, it's inevitable you're going to test that level. And some of the shorts to pop, we get a few hundred points up there around 12.3. We hit these levels from the afternoon where we rolled over a second time, or at lunch when we rolled over a second time. We hit some of those, and anything sitting on resistance I want to put shorts on, or things like Affirms of the world or Pelotons of the world if we hit levels like that. So there's a heck of a lot to watch here. Like I said, I don't have a lot of things I like long. There's like one small cap that I kind of liked, and even that just rolled over ADTX. Yeah, I mean, PayPal and S-Bucks have some relative strength, but that's more or less it. And even SoFi, the last time, I was saying this to Brendan, Sean, last time I came in, I was like, yo, I like SoFi at these levels. I remember that day, and it was like, it did not work. And then the day after, the same prices we were looking at for SoFi that didn't work were fantastic. So I'm a little bit cautious with SoFi, and I don't want to trade it in the pre-market because the last time I did, I just remember being burnt and then looking back at it later and saying, well, if you just waited around, you could have been fine. So I'm not going to be rushing into that, although it is one of the few stocks that's up today.
Yeah. Look, man, I mean, I love our chat and everything, and it's fantastic, but it's like, I finally turn. I mean, I've been bearish. I mean, you guys know this for anyone that's watching. I've been bearish for 3 or 4 weeks. I mean, people have even mentioned to me like, "Hey, why have you turned so bearish?" And I've talked about that for weeks and weeks. You know, we sold Netflix, didn't sell any Meta. Should have done that. Have been buying Google though. Have been selling some of my other positions, as you guys know, some Nucor up there in the steel side of things. Did sell some JP Morgan around that 120 mark, which is right where it is now. But like now that I'm trying to figure out, you know, going short. Now I'm reading, what's up, Shakib? I'm reading some of you guys in the, no, I didn't sell Microsoft. I didn't sell Apple, Microsoft, Google, anything like that. The only big cap, I mean, the only major name that I sold was Netflix, and that was at 228. We talked about that. And now that's only down to 217. It's not like that was a major buy, but I bought it at 178 or 172. So I think that was worth taking some profit on. That's the only reason why we did it, and then to raise some capital. And I think I should be buying after the rate hike. I want to buy. That's when I'm going to start buying again. But we'll talk about that when that happens. Costco also, yeah. Some people talk about that. I like that name. I actually haven't gone into that yet, which I should. But I finally decided to switch over into like bearish right off the bat today. Yesterday, we were trying to catch some longs as it kept dripping down. You guys know that. And now I'm reading something about, you know, everyone out there thinking that this could be a bear trap. And I'm thinking that you might be right a little bit here. But that's why I'm not shorting instantly into this market. It's a beautiful move back to the upside. We get that PPI number, and then it doesn't really do anything. It goes down to 12,100, not even, and then bounces right back up another 70 points, right? But that 70-point bump, if it went the other way, then you're at that 12,000 mark that we kept talking about, right? So I still think that 12,000 gets looked at. So if we're going to do anything today, I believe it's going to be a short. I actually didn't write down AMD. I mean, I think on our sticky note today, it's Meta, Rivian, Neo as well. You know, paying for Rivian and SoFi. Paying for Rivian shorts, I think, might pay off at some point here. That $39.50 to $40 range is definitely a shorting opportunity. I'm already sitting there with a pending offer to go short up there. I still think growth names are in trouble. As we talked about, more raising of rates. We're not talking about 50 basis points anymore. We're talking about 1. So when that happens, that's not great for growth names that need to sit there and accumulate value as cost of capital goes higher. That's not a great point there. They're spending cash, not raising cash. So that's not a great idea for these guys. So I like that short. That's one of my #1 short ideas. And then we just talked about Meta. talk about burning through cash, and they have a hell of a lot of it. And I mean, the revenues and the PE and everything that these guys have is absolutely incredible. But the fact that you've changed your name over to Meta, and Meta is probably never going to be a thing. I say never, but it will be at some point. But the amount of burn that they're going through is quite unbelievable. So you have that 157 top right there, 156. Some of these levels is where I want to be short. So although I do agree, Shakib and everybody out there, that we could have a little bit of a bear trap, I think that there's enough levels that we can get away from them if there's a problem and if we're caught short. So, let's let this market play itself out. But it is a nice move to the upside right here as the NASDAQ goes back to 12,174 there, Brendo.
Point in that we had such a huge move obviously yesterday. We might need to wait and see a little bit. Here's a few other interesting notes this morning. Altimmune, one that we've traded on this show very often, down big time. They had a liver disease trial. Some data came out that wasn't as good as expected. So it was still positive and met end goals, but down big time. 54% at one point for ALT. Then this, EV charging stocks higher as well. There's Blink, there's EVGO, there's ChargePoint, all to the upside this morning. President Biden set to approve the first $900 million in funding for charging stations. That's set to happen at some point today, apparently. And then this we talked about, I think it was yesterday actually on the show. Pan W, 3 for 1 for Pan W. Not going to look like much here, but Pan W off of its split today.
Yeah, I had almost forgotten that was coming this week, the Pan W with that split. But Altimmune's going to be interesting because the float's about 48 million. Just checking float checker here for you guys. 47, 48 million. Small float, 10 to 13% on the short interest, depending on where you want to look here. I always love that resource. Just a quick look, because that way if there's like a big discrepancy, like somebody's got it dead wrong, you can be able to see. But decent short interest, and when you see that happen, even when it's really bad news, and obviously the stock's getting punished for it. Anytime you have that in this sector, it's going to be down 50%. Was a heck of a lot more. It's already bounced $3 back to the upside. I think you could see a potential squeeze up on a name like this. And I sort of go by the rule I always have when I see a situation like this. Okay, we've come back and now have a bottom channel. It's about $10 to $10.50, all the way to $7.50. It's a big channel there, $7.50 to $10. If it can't take out that bottom of that channel, then there's the risk of it breaking these highs and then sort of giving you a little mini squeeze. That just favors the risk to reward if you want to have a little bit of a look at the long. I don't want to be jumping into it right now, but the higher low here at about $9. That could be a first look for $9.30. If it starts to hold that gives you a better risk to reward in case it breaks this $10.50 here. So it's difficult to want to short something that's that far to the downside because you're either trying to take it to the low or it needs to break the low to follow through. But that short interest is what piques my interest. If it had no short interest at all or a larger float, maybe I wouldn't be thinking about how to structure a long off some of these lows. But because of that short interest and because of that low float, it does fall into that category. Shorts have to cover too. I mean, if you've been sitting short this stock as it's been rising on the daily chart, 10 to 13% short interest, this stock has been only going up the back half of the year and has gone 4x. At this point, there's going to be people that want to take some profit on this, and I expect to see that happen somewhere at the open.
Altimmune. The NASDAQ is coming down a little bit here. Nothing really to worry about, of course, as we're still up 0.3. But damn it, Shakib and company. Now I just was like, I don't want to look long at all. But look at this AMD chart right here. If you can zoom in maybe on the chart or just get rid of my face there, Fahad. Let's do something for the viewers here that they don't want to see my face. But right there, 78. Fahad, the chart, my man. Get rid of this here. There we go. Okay, now I got to move it over. Just what's up, True Trading Group? There, hit that QR code. But right there, I just think if you're going to look for the long, I like this 78 break to the upside there on AMD. Again, I think it can get, and I marked down 79. I think that it can get to 79 easily. That's only $1. This is kind of, obviously in that drop yesterday, there were so many key levels that we should have looked at. And I mean, that was a good one for AMD there, breaking through 78. So I just think that if you are going to get a little bit of a rally back to the upside, remember, we were at 85, 86 before the CPI, right? And then it came out and absolutely cranked everything to the downside. So the momentum pushing this down to 77, and that's where it stopped. So, you know, you do have some bid opportunities here at 77 for AMD, and then you do have that 78 bottom right there that, you know, was resist or was support, broken real early, and then bang, well, I mean, whatever, it broken not early, it was holding all day and then broke late to make that move down to 77. But that 78, if you're looking for a level there on the AMD here for a long, that's probably the best long, because the way I was looking at CFDI here, apparently that Andrew Tate did not take payment even though he moved over. $78 there as a bottom. So I think that if, you know, everybody, I keep saying Shakib because he's the first one that mentioned it on the chat that I could see. If you do think that there is going to be a run here, I think AMD buying it through 78 definitely gets you to 79, like for sure. And then if it's a really great rally, maybe into this 81, you know, area up there. So I think there's a big possibility here for AMD to go today, especially if you do get that upside move, and if you think that that's a possibility. So that's something that could trigger real early, and I just want to talk about that because although I don't have any longs other than SoFi written on here, I feel like AMD could go if we take that 78. I mean, it's also a great shorting spot too. I mean, that's why we draw the line. So, you know, pick your poison here. I'm still on the sidelines. I did come in with blood in my eyes thinking that we were going to go short today, but at the same time, I do believe that there could be a little bit of a squeeze upside here before people decide to short it one more time. So we're going to have to watch out for that 78 level there, Brendo. But at the big desk, we are at the big desk, at the big screen. What am I saying? We have a couple upgrades and downgrades to look at. Neil's already talked about one, and I like it. But it says square.
Nicola? No, just kidding.
Is it block or is it square?
Well,
Brendan.
It's a great question. There it is, Evercore with a downgrade on take your pick, block or square. Motorola on here, CSX match group to the downside. Nicola to the upside today. It's actually doing a decent amount of volume on this. BTIG with an upgrade on Nicola today, talking about the hydrocarbon side of things. PayPal, Corteva, and Core and Main also.
We were just having this discussion. Oh, this is a bad picture.
CSX.
This is a bad picture.
I mean, can you make it bigger? Yeah, that's.
I can make it bigger, but like the new block logo, like it's not a cube. Like it's kind of.
It's like a deformed.
It's like a deformed cube, but you're called block, which. I get it. It's block for blockchain. It's not literally a block. It's a weird one. Again. But look, they're relatively weak. PayPal's up 2% on that upgrade. Square or Block down that 4.5%. PayPal was the name, or at least one of the names that I definitely liked. Look, if CPI had come a different way yesterday, I like the PayPal breakout, whether it was just taking 99.40 or if you missed that, like if it would have gone through 100, double top, good look on the daily chart above the 50 and sort of holding support and trying to break back out into this level. And then you had 103 as well that it could have gotten through, and then there's room to the 200. There's so much about this that set up well. It actually held up, relatively speaking. I know, look, $5 down doesn't sound very good, but when you had other names that were down over 5%, 10% to the downside, it held up relatively well is the best I will say. And now you're looking at up 2% and challenging afternoon resistance about 97.5. So this is one that does set up. The market wants to somehow jailbreak. I mean, it's got levels that it can take out. I also am going to respect yesterday's bottoms a heck of a lot more in a name that has a positive catalyst or that has had some relative strength like a PayPal here. And when I say Square is weak, I mean, down 5% when you're actually getting the market try to rally or bounce a little bit here. The only downside to Block is quite obviously I came in, left yesterday thinking, okay, well, look at how obvious his double bottom at 69 is going to be for a bit of a gap fill to 65. And we've already filled that gap. So you're pretty much on the lows. You pop to the daily, see how big a deal it is if 65 breaks. I think that's a huge level on Square. If that goes, there's room down to get to that 55 June low. $10 away, but you're diddling in the middle here at that 66. It's too close to the 65 for me to like the short in front. This might have to pop before I like Square short, unfortunately, and either it could break through 65 or it has to get up back into this sort of 69 to 70 area before I'd be interested in it. It doesn't mean I'm going long into that level. It just means I don't want to be short here. I want to see it breaking that support to the downside or testing resistance. No need to force things. I had a lot of shorts in the morning yesterday, and the only reason it wasn't monstrous because I should have taken out the ones that were relatively strong or just been more patient with them and then just double down on the ones that were working well, like Tesla, because Rivian and NIO, both those names, I like Rivian again today, but yesterday Rivian was a gong show trying to be short that one. Initially it was great at 8:30, but it was a gong show on the way back up because the market was just dying and all of the EVs were running. And eventually they came down, but you had to weather that storm. So Square could do that today, and if it does, I want to be patient about waiting to 70.
Yo, what's up, Randy? Randy over here painting the desk, and we made a joke that Prad's going to walk in, and I would absolutely love a coffee, to be honest with you.
Yeah?
Thank you, Randy.
Thanks,
on that one, I was just about to crack open the Yeti here, and put in the chat if you know who this is, of course, and hopefully these stupid cheeseheads can do better this week. I don't know. Let's take a sip here quickly.
Can't do worse.
The thing about Minnesota is
You got to catch the ball, Christian Watson.
you
gotta catch the ball. You gotta catch the ball.
He drops a touchdown, and then it's like, oh man, where's Devontae Adams?
You see Rogers' face?
Of course I saw Rogers' face. You should see my face. Yeah, you know what? I mean, Alan Lazard, honestly, he's not the solution to anything, but at least he's going to be coming back this week, and we can at least have somebody that has more than one game of NFL experience playing wide receiver. Oh, we do have Old Man Cobb as well, but I can't disrespect Randall Cobb. No, I can't disrespect. I'm just saying he's old.
Y'all got Sammy Watkins, too.
Yeah, but I don't even know, like, whether or not that guy's healthy or not, I can never tell. Like,
oh, he's healthy right now.
That guy's anyways, you know what? It's not horrible. Let's move on and see what our running game. A.J. Dillon and Andrew Jones are nice.
That's a great duo. That's a great duo.
It doesn't remind me of what was it with the Giants? Thunder and Lightning.
Tiki Barber and Jacobs.
The big guy, yeah, Jacobs. Yeah, so that was really fun there with those guys. But they're sort of similar. A.J. Dillon, I think, is a little more. Can catch the ball as well. But okay, so Nikola there on the upgrade today, up 3%. The funny thing is it kind of saved it here because, you have a $5 level right now for Nikola that, was about to break, I would think, and would be something on people's radars today for a break. Yesterday on Nikola, obviously, it was all the way up here. I mean, every stock was all the way up and then all the way down. It was the worst day since September of 2020 yesterday. So you're going to get some big movements to the downside. And then today, Nikola gets bumped back up and goes right back into the middle of the range. I think it's a short, but again, I don't want to short anything that's been upgraded because if we do get that rally today, and by the way, the NASDAQ is now, shout out to Shakib and everybody that said that we possibly going to have a little bit of a melt up here early. That looks like it's trying to do that. We were red when we started the show. I remember Neil was like, oh, the NASDAQ just turned red or it was bouncing or just turned green like it was bouncing, and now you're up 0.5%. So that's not horrible. I mean, it's not down, what were we down, 5.5 yesterday or whatever? So it's trying to get some back. But Nikola today, I think it's worth a long test, and I say this, not tongue-in-cheek, but, really, it's been down here to $5 before. I think you could take that risk. You've seen some wicks when we've been down here. It's basically never broken through 5 in the last couple weeks right there, but I feel like if it does come down and test it, because it has a lot of these wicks here, that means that it does have a capability of doing that move and then getting right back to the upside again. So I feel like if you do test that $5 area there on Nikola, that you're going to have to give yourself, like yesterday's bottom was 502. I think you got to give yourself at least a 490, something like that, just in case it does do that little dance down and then someone buys it back up through $5 again. So if you're going to play upgrades and downgrades, I like Nikola today in the EV space for a long because I feel like we finally found some support. It's low, it's $5, but nice upgrade on support. Worth the risk if you're looking for a long here in the EV space. I would say Nikola for reasons.
All right, first segment of the show, guys, as always, brought to you by True Trading Group. Always happy to have True Trading Group on as a sponsor. Shout out to them. Make sure you check them out. QR code on screen, as you can see. Let's get you caught up on how things in Europe are shaping up on a bit of a choppy day over there as well. It's worth noting there was CPI in England, or the UK, that came out this morning on a surprise downtick to a mere 9.9% for their CPI. So still pretty red here, right across the board for Europe. Germany down a full percent. France as well, the only one. Italy hanging on to a slight gain there, but pretty ugly once again, 2 days in a row here for European markets. Let's jump over and grab the social sentiment board here. We'll have a look at how things are faring today. That was actually yesterday. Let me move this over and then we'll get you caught up on what people are talking about so far. There we go. ADTX, the big one jumping off the board there to the upside, very green. So far, yeah, a 1 for 50 stock split on ADTX, so that's the wrong way if you're wondering. It's rallying anyways off of that, so we'll talk about ADTX coming up here. But obviously the market still in focus. Here's the Qs, here's the SPY, both still, yep, downside. Tesla, ABCT, a whole bunch of little ones over here, including Apple. Altimmune we talked about, Mullen we talked about a few times yesterday. AMC back on the board on the red side as well, guys. Yeah, not much in the way of big names to the upside so far anyways.
No, I mean, not at all. Like that ADTX, I mean.
Thank you, Randy.
Randy with the, oh, by the way, I should say this, because yesterday Randy said Lucid, and we were just like, why does Randy like Lucid today?
We were the wrong way.
No, it was the other way. He actually thought Lucid was a short, saying they have some supplier issues. So that makes a heck of a lot more sense, although the EVs did show some
We're wearing the
strength.
same shirt other than colors.
No, but yeah, but it's, but.
If anyone wants to sponsor us, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And there's a checkered shirt just hanging over there that looks exactly
That's
like
Prad's
mine.
shirt.
Oh, that's Prad's shirt? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah,
yesterday we had, this is why we need a shirt sponsor.
I'm gonna wear the same, look, I got the same like 2-week rotation. If you guys go back, you can see it. Because I'm way too cheap and too lazy. Like my wife's like, yo, you need some new shirts? I'm like, well, you pick some up because I don't care. And we do need a sponsor, but.
That's what I was gonna say, because
like,
yesterday, Sharif forgot his shirt, and then I have a spare one there, and he put it on. And
I should have a spare one,
yeah, so anyways, if anyone has any apparel company out there, I think that'd be good. Here we are peddling ourselves out for free shirts.
I'm just, I'm too lazy to shop. That's my, like, I just don't.
I mean, I feel like you can't, I feel like it's hard to shop for shirts online because like you need to try it on.
To know,
how does it look?
Right,
and the fit.
And then
the
so what
fit
happens?
is not a big of a deal if there's a brand. Like,
Well,
for example, I don't know.
Like if you have a brand that you're comfortable with, that you know what the fit is like,
what
and
is
then
this
you just
brand?
end up with the same. It's like, wow, this one fits, so I can always buy it online because I know how it's going to fit.
That's what
me.
I'm saying.
And
You
then you end up wearing all the same crap all the time. Which,
Right.
if
Hopefully
it's
it's
good,
not
it doesn't
crap,
really matter.
but,
Well,
yeah.
I meant crap, not crap literally.
But just crap as in shirts.
Metaphor, I don't know, whatever.
Meta? Are you thinking that Meta's going to be crap today? Because so do I. I think Meta does have a chance to.
If it breaks 153, like for the love of, like, that's such a big
here
level.
comes the market
But
rate
they want to
back
say
down.
ADTX, by the way, like you reverse split and it's up 51%. So it goes 50 to 1, runs in the aftermarket, and then is now up here and actually tried to break out again. And we had to pay for shorts on this, but they were, again, a little cheaper than I would have expected. It failed $30. That's the level I'll be watching at the open. Like if it tries to pop and fails at 30, I'll probably try a short on this. I tried this at 30 yesterday on that other running stock, and then didn't come back to it the second time. First time it was like a 30-cent hit. The second time it actually ended up dropping like $3 or $4. So I'll probably look at this level a couple of times at the open. But a reverse split's the news here, and trading higher. And this is, our charts now split adjust on the percentage basis. So the equivalent close yesterday, it closed at 37.5 cents. 18.50 is the equivalent after the 50 to 1. So it is legitimately up 50% as it stands right now.
All right. Yeah, just, I mean, I haven't really been looking at too many other names here. I'm just still watching the market, still trying to figure out what's going on here as far as that is concerned. But we do have our watch list. I don't think we've really gone through that yet. So let's go over to Brendan and start running through some of the names. It's going to be, you know, there's lots to trade every single day, and I think today is just another one that has oil right now trying to break, as you can see right here, oil trying to break through 88 again right now, up that 0.65. I'll talk about oil quickly actually before we go to the sticky note. Like XLE's back to $80, man. I mean, these are some levels here. Forget about, you know, the oil. The equities have been holding up much better than oil itself, right? I mean, we talked about, I can't. Like part of the reason why the portfolio is not struggling as bad as it has been, as the market has been, despite being well overweight tech, which still means it's struggling, is the fact that we've been talking about buying XLE over and over again. And then when it dipped down here to 68, I remember we even got a super chat about, was it time to buy? And I was just like, yeah, because you're back into these lows right there. I mean, sure, you could drop on any stock or any ETF as low as it can go. It can go to zero, right? But I feel like energy, even though oil's still here at $87, $88, and I said that bottom of 85 seems like it's holding, some of these names in the equity, like XOM, CVX, things like that, XLE is another example here today, that have held up better than the actual physical crude itself, right? And so, the high of crude was what, 130, 120, 450, something like that. So you're down to $88. So that's not chopped in half, but you're down 30% from that high at least. And if you're looking at XLE here, sure, the high, I mean, you're going to take that absolute blowout high like I did on oil. So that's $93 down to 80. That's not too bad, right? That's about 13 or 14% to the downside. So some of these ETFs and things like that are holding up much better. The name that I chose, I'm actually not in XLE. I'm in ZEO, which is very, very similar. I don't think it's been performing as well as XLE. Hopefully our day charts go, but yeah, there it is. So it goes down to 57, 58 there and back to 64. So there still is, it's actually okay. Again, the high of 74 back down to 64, that's $10. Yeah, so that's about the same thing. So I really like these names here to go. So ZEO, things like that in the oil space, doing a little bit better. Look at CVX though, they're still rocking. I mean, you want to get a good dividend with a big dividend buy program on it. CVX is a good one, so is XOM, but again, our charts sometimes take a little second here if we haven't called them up in a while, which we haven't done, or I haven't anyways, on CVX. You can see the same kind of a bottom there, right? 135, 140, right into that support of February, and then a nice move up. I feel like a lot of these names, we trade Oxy a lot just because it moves and it tends to have the best headlines as far as trade is concerned. But look at CVX right here. It looks like it wants to take out 165. You still have a way to go for that, but this looks like a nice little area building up here as well. A nice little channel on this name for the oil patch. So I really like Chevron in this space, and I do like some of these ETFs holding up good. And heading into the winter, I feel like energy names is where you want to be because you have the buyback and you have the yield. So I like all these names.
More negative news. Twilio with some layoffs apparently just announced. So there was a spike there, downside for TWLO, again announcing some workforce reduction, I guess is how they actually phrased it. All right, let's get into, sorry, my bad, guys. Can I try it again? Wait, there it is. Now we'll go. All right, let's get into everything else you need to know heading towards the open this morning. Grab that every single day. We're sending out more than 30,000 every single day right to your inbox. Make sure you sign up for that. Use a QR code. Absolutely free to you every day. Then you come join us at 8:30. We get you set for the open. Let's talk about Meta. Did its absolute best yesterday, late in the day, to save that 52-week low level. I mean, it was kind of there or thereabouts, guys. But what do we do with Meta here today?
Well, the good thing about Meta is you don't have to worry about where you're looking at on the chart, right? Like you kind of know that June bottom was 150. It might have been like 152.90 something, but 153 is close enough. So we'll just sort of talk about that on the daily. Outperforming everything in big tech to the downside, down that 10%. And there was a break of that low. So it did break 153. It got to 152.60 something. And then you actually have broken 153 again. So you are looking at those lows. And if we breach those, that turns into like a line in the sand where there's room to, obviously the even 150 comes into play, and then some of those pre-name change prices to the downside. And look, if you're making a bull case, I talked about there being support levels, and the NASDAQ 12,000 comes into it. But if you don't break a bottom like this on a stock that was down 10%, and that ends up holding at the open, it's not as if you can like it short all you want, but if it's not going to hold below 153, there's not a lot you can do with it outside of say, okay, well maybe there's a structured long in there somewhere. And I'm leaning toward the short in this name. If I go long, I'd prefer it to be in like PayPal, to be honest with you. But below that price, I think it's pretty sort of clear. If you hold below 153 at the open, you'd have a bottom break of yesterday's low, which could come into play, and then you could have a stop maybe 50 cents higher, room to 150 to the downside. And I was thinking about this kind of another way as to why another reason Meta could have been one of the worst ones yesterday. And this will weigh on Intel as well. Like in a raising rate environment, where you're going to get punished for growth, trying to transition your company while your core business is under threat and having to spend to do so is not exactly the best look in the entire world. Actually selling things, and I think I think there'd be a slower fall, I think, and that's why maybe you would see it for names like Microsoft relative to something like a Meta, and maybe that goes without saying, but I think it's worth sort of saying here that I don't like anybody that's trying to make a transition in their business here and having to spend to do so in this environment the next year and a half, especially when they might not be done raising rates for a little bit longer than we had expected, and rates coming back down. Some people were saying that would be at some time in 2023. Now you're seeing analysts talk about 2024. So, that's not great when you're trying to make a transition at all, and God knows how long that's going to take for the metaverse.
Yeah, I wrote down on the sticky note that, we were going to short this name if it did ever get up to 156, that level right here. Like we've talked about that a couple times. And that's what I started the show with, right, was the fact that Meta is spending billions on the metaverse, and Facebook. There's actually, their actual product, Facebook, WhatsApp, all that, Instagram, that is pumping on all cylinders. I mean, if they hadn't made this decision, you wouldn't be where it is right now. But again, it is a gamble into the future for Meta, so it just doesn't seem to be working out. But their sales, their ads, you just have to look at their quarters. The numbers that these guys are putting up as far as revenues is unbelievable, but it's the spend on the metaverse side that continues to be a problem and get questioned at every turn, right? And so I don't know when they're going to show some profitability in that space. It may never be profitable, but they're still going to go for it. I'm still looking at this short. You could see here, although the NASDAQ is now up 0.37 and actually holding some levels, Metaverse is doing the complete opposite as it's coming back down in here. I still looking short. I still think that this 152.25 break that I wrote down on the sticky note right here today, you can find it at Trader TV, Sean, that's going to break. I feel like it's just a matter of how far down does it go after that break. So when it does, I think you got to hold it at least for a buck or two and see if these bottoms are the real deal, because you're going to get whipsawed out of these trades, and that's really the biggest problem. Yesterday when we shorted this off that break right here of 154, I had no choice but to take profits because it just kept going down. It didn't even, there might have been a little bit of a whip up to, 10s, 20s, something like that. Obviously 20, 30 cents, you're not gonna get out of your Meta on that kind of a move, but it just kept on going to the downside. So I'm gonna try to see if there's any continuation on what was it, what I thought it wanted to do here into the close. We did get those imbalances. Look, there's a big buy imbalance there that prints at the end of the day. That it's green because it was an up print there. So that sort of helps steady Meta. But coming back in, man, 152.25, like that's, again, it's this morning's bottom. The real bottom is right here, right now, 152.75. So that's yesterday's bottom. We can see that crack here, and it already has. So I'm short Meta. I'm not short right now, but I'm definitely biased to the short side. I don't have any offers right now, but definitely want to be into this name if we ever get near this 155, 155.50 area. That's going to be the start of a short for me. We could go up $2 and crash, so I'm going to put an offer there. It might be pipe dreaming, but I still think there's a good chance here to get that 155.50 short if we do rally. And so Meta definitely a short for me today. I don't see a path here for them to go up unless this market absolutely screams.
All right, one that held up a little bit better than most yesterday was PayPal, down about 2.75% on the day versus obviously 5% for the overall NASDAQ. Here we are up 2% today, trying to get back above some levels from midday yesterday. Raymond James going to outperform for PayPal with $123 price target. So a really positive note here from Raymond James this morning on PayPal.
Yeah, and look, obviously, it held up pretty well. It's nowhere near, you forget about, they don't even talk about like June, July lows with PayPal, because this is a stock that's at least 25%, more than that actually, away from those lows and still holding some good support on the 50. It's just a much more bullish stock, relatively speaking, and that's why I like it if I'm going to have a long today. There's a couple of ways I want to play this. I don't think the breakouts I was looking for yesterday are going to come into play. Potentially 97.50 does look interesting because that was like the 10 a.m. resistance. The break I really liked was up here into the 100. I don't know if we see that today. don't think the market can be that strong. But I do want to defend yesterday's bottoms as well. So we closed at 95. That's the first level I want to defend. The afternoon 94.5, and then these bottoms. The last week you had this on the 8th. On I think it was on Wednesday. 93.5. That ended up being the bottom in yesterday's trade. That'd be the second level I'd be playing off of. So I'll buy the dip on PayPal specifically today. I do like some breakouts here as well. If the market wants to have enough giddy up, I'd like to see us get through even, the overnight resistance hasn't even gotten through on the NASDAQ. That'd be the first thing first. But, PayPal, I like it to the long side. It's a matter of relative strength. I think that's the best way to try to play some longs here. Either it's some kind of a squeeze name, small cap, or a relative strength name. Otherwise, favor the shorts until it's pretty clear they're wrong.
Yeah, you just talked about PayPal there. I talked about PayPal last week at that 90 level that it was looking real nice. So until that breaks lower, I still think that's a long there for PayPal, obviously, and then today with the upgrade. So that's nice. That's a nice story. For AMD, though, again, just trying to find some names that I do like for the longs. We still have this in here, 78. It looks better on a 20-minute chart. We've talked about this over and over again, taking down that 78 level, which was the bottom until we broke yesterday at about 2 o'clock, and then just kept on tanking. And I think we would have continued, like I said, if the market hadn't closed. This name does close on its low down here near 77. So in what is a market that is still pretty undecided for me anyways here today, and I think it's undecided for itself as right now we're bouncing around. AMD right there could be a name that we want to take to the short side if it does get going. But and what I mean by that is like up into here, 81, 82. I just think if you do get an early pop, that 78 is going to be interesting. But again, it's also there for a short. If you think that the market is going to pop and then drop, AMD 78, then 78.50 up to 79 is a very, very good trade. You could see in here where we sort of struggled to get through 78 and 79 bucks back up to 80, right? And so that 80 level can also be a key one for a short. So we'll wait to see. I get caught in this all the time. Like, if you want to see this move, you want to talk about no liquidity and how it can evaporate. It can evaporate to the vacuum to the upside the same way, but not as much. Look at this, 86 bucks. Then the CPI comes out and it just falls. And then, here is 930 right into here. So it fell $5 in a straight line, $5-6 straight to the downside. So can it go up and then eventually goes down 10, down to 77, 9, 10 bucks? So yeah, it can retrace $3 or $4 up to 79.80. So watch out for AMD, as I think that's the name that I'd like to the long side there, if there was anything. And then also, don't sleep on Apple. I know it's 916 right now. Apple is near these bottoms again. There's that 153. It coincides with 12,000 on the NASDAQ. So if the NASDAQ comes down to 12K, then yeah, this will break that 152.50. That is the bottom for Apple. So you got to watch out for a lot of these bottom breaks. But at the same time, this is what I said yesterday. We've made bottoms here yesterday. And when you come in today and see the market up, this is playing out, honestly, exactly the way that I thought it would. And I said this yesterday at 4 o'clock. I said, you got to try to think about swinging something long. But if we go up tomorrow, then these bottoms from yesterday could be levels to smash short and or protect your current longs against. So I still think there's a lot of opportunity here today. I hope it's not a middle day, because if we don't move too much today, that might be what happens until we finally get that number from the Fed. So I'm hoping we move a little bit today, one way or the other. I'd prefer longs for my portfolio, but for a day trade, man, those shorts were just so good yesterday that I wouldn't mind the market falling down a little bit. We can make some money here again on the short side.
All right, let's go on to EV stocks. We had, it was pretty obvious right out of the gate yesterday. A lot of these were relatively strong versus the overall market. NIO specifically, remember, this ended the day positive on the session overall after, what happened to the overall market. So yeah, we're down here for NIO, but more positive talk. We're right at the top end of the range though on the daily chart.
Yeah, look, there was two stocks I liked at levels, and NIO was one of them at 8:30. The breakdown shorts pretty much worked everywhere. Rivian broke a floor at 38, and then at 37 again. NIO broke this at 21.50. It was a great short initially, and then once it broke back out, you couldn't retake that same short. It was just entirely too strong. It ended up breaking out, rejecting 22.25, and now you have this, a bit of a head and shoulders forming, right? Like 22. 22 and a quarter. This is the channel that I want to be short in front of, but NIO's already rolling away from that now, 21 and a half. And the problem I made yesterday was I was shorting this level and then not holding it into that high because that's simply too far. Like 75 cents on a $21 stock, like that's not a chump move. Like that's a pretty solid move. So you have to be waiting for a little bit of a pop if I want to play the resistance. And in Rivian's different because it's actually at the same prices. Like this rolled over on a 39 resistance, the top here, double top, and then the same sort of head and shoulders notion that you would have got with NIO, and then you're working right back at that 39. So if anything, Rivian showing like it's a little bit stronger than NIO, which was I don't want to say it was a reverse. They both put in just an unreal recovery. When these bounced off the lows, the market held the bottom of the channel, and both these got back up to those highs. So if they break these highs today, like there is no I'm holding through it. You know, one of the things that allows you to sort of survive when you're wrong is to admit that you're wrong and sort of just get out if it takes out those tops. So that's what I'd be looking for in NIO and Rivian. Pretty clear those channels. Double top there, 39 and a half. I think that's what you're shorting into on Rivian. 22 to 22 and a quarter on NIO. And then just to give you the contrast, this is the difference. Like Tesla, same drop that everything else did, but holding the bottom of the channel and showing relative weakness. So this was why Tesla was the one to sort of stick with and just get the heck out of Dodge when you're breaking resistance levels elsewhere. But this price here, about 295 half to 297, maybe closer to 296 and a half. You know, that was a pretty much gold level to the short side on Tesla. If we see it again today, it's got some room. Bit of a moving target for support down here, but it's been trying to hold 290. I'm more inclined to short a pop into Tesla into that 95, 96 area than try longs off that 290 as much as it's been holding here today. I'm still looking short on the EVs. I'll just be a little bit quicker on the trigger to get out of them when it comes to the likes of NIO and Rivian. And Randy seems to think that we should be shorting Lucid, so I'll have a quick look at that a little bit later on. I haven't looked at that chart just yet, but it was NIO and Rivian that I've been paying attention to as Randy's right behind me. Giving the glare, because apparently Lucid is the jam short.
Yeah, I think so for afternoon show. There you go. Okay, just writing a note here. So yeah, I don't know if Neil talked about Rivian or not, but I think this is the one that I want to short for sure. I've already paid for shorts on this name up to that 39.50 level. Let's just see it break. I mean, if you're going to break something, it's going to have to break 40, obviously, but into 39.50, I want to average into this position. I don't think it's very far off right now from that level, so a little bit of a bump up. We've seen a monster move yesterday or the day before in Rivian. There's $40 again, ticking up if you go back to the beginning of August here for Rivian. So there it is right there. The highest we got was 40.75. But I've been caught short Rivian and long Rivian, and sometimes when you get caught in this, there's that big move there, 34 up to 38. That was a Mercedes day. So that sort of got this name going. I don't want to be short if it breaks through 40, so I'm just not going to play that game. You're going to give it a couple pennies up to 40, but not up to $41. Like if it wants to go, it wants to go. I'd rather just save the dollar, get out, and then reassess on a bigger trade if it does stop around this $41 mark. But that's what it looks like on a daily chart. Definitely strong off that news. If Mercedes didn't come in and save these guys, who knows where they would be right now. But still, nice little move. And you wouldn't even think that we had CPI yesterday on Rivian because there it is right here. It's just chilling out at the top. So let's see if we did get that little hammer put in right there. That's going to be a doji star on the daily chart because, again, you have that little turn. Normally they are that green, so you want to look for that one. But another move down here off of 40. I think Rivian's a good short right now. And if you don't like the market, this could be one that, hey, you could write calls against or whatever if you have the position, because I think it's going to be a minute before it breaks above this 41. So if it goes today, it goes today. But if this market fails and people are talking about going back down to 3,600, so on and so forth, that there's no way that Rivian doesn't come back in here and test some of these 30 bottoms or something like that. So I feel like Rivian is a downside mover here, and I want to be short if it gets near that 40. Specifically, I already have the offers out, 39.40. We'll see if that can fill.
All right, let's talk about Starbucks here. We'll maybe jump down to SoFi as well. Get through a couple more. Starbucks higher again here pre-market. Nice move up throughout the midday yesterday, even with what was happening with the market overall. A 3-year profit sales outlook update to the upside. They also came out talking about store openings, 45,000 stores by the end of 2025, including 9,000 additional in China for Starbucks. And then over here, SoFi, up about 4.5. On this, B of A with an upgrade today, raising to buy for SoFi.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot of volumes pre-market for a lot of names here today. Starbucks doesn't usually do a ton. 150, it seems low, but it's actually not that bad for Starbucks, especially given the environment that we're in. But I see that, look, the channel that we're now sort of sitting back into after what looks like, you had the wipeout bottom, now you're trying to hold higher, and there's this 90 to like maybe 90, 50 or so. That's been a resistance for the back end of last week and then in the morning yesterday when disaster hit. If it breaks out from there, it's a pretty clean break on the daily as well. Like you sort of look at it as rounding, sort of gliding to the upside, holding resistance, now double testing 90 even. It's just, this looks like PayPal did yesterday for me, where you're actually getting the breakout and you're at it. I think PayPal has a ways to go, but Starbucks is pretty much at that level. And unlike Rivian or Neo, I wouldn't want to short this level just because of the relative strength it has overall. I think just from a fundamental standpoint, like the EVs in this type of environment made some sense that you'd get some selling going into them, given where they're priced in terms of fundamentally. But Starbucks, I'm not sure you can make that same sort of claim. I'd be looking more likely a break at that 90. It's about 90.40 that sits at that high of the day in the pre-market here. So that looks like a breakout to me on Starbucks. And just like PayPal, if we do get a flush, defending some of yesterday's lows makes some sense to me. SoFi, I don't know. Like if SoFi dips, I'll defend yesterday's close price, I think, on SoFi. But I got burned the last time I liked it long on day one. So I want to be very patient with that stock. Like maybe let it open up and then make a decision what I want to do with it.
Okay, so look at Starbucks down here. This was, probably just a smooth trade. Yesterday, we let Starbucks fall the way back down. It builds a base at 86. Volume comes in here. We were actually long before the volume came in, but it comes back down here, respects at 86 level. We've been talking about Starbucks now for a little while, and there it is, the move to the upside. And here's me getting out of the last 10% at 88.62. So there's that $2.60 whatever cent win there that we had on Starbucks. We did hit it all the way to the top. I mean, it made a big move there. That's 87 right there as a top, and then there's another out at 87.25, which was this little pre-market jumble, and then we took off into the close for sure. Not into the close, but into the afternoon, making a high of 89.20 before falling all the way back down here at the close. And then now today, if we zoom over, you're seeing you're right back to that same level again. I'm going to stay away from Starbucks. The volume will be good there. I hit that yesterday. That was a pretty hero trade down there. I'll wait for it to happen again. I don't want to be breaking out any tops today, that's for sure. So I think it is going to be interesting at 90 when it gets there, and it probably gets there today. So let's just quickly look to see at these imbalances before we go over to the screen here. The TQQ is a sell, so that's the same thing we shorted yesterday. That's the NASDAQ triple ETF to the short side. This T is long, but they have it to the short side right there with a sell. Neo a sell as well. I've talked about this as a name that's on my sticky note as well to go short, but you can't go short early. You got to let this thing settle down. Neo yesterday, definitely as the whole market was getting destroyed, Neo does this. So you got to be patient with that name. There's SoFi on the buy as well. We're talking about 620 break maybe for a long there on SoFi. I'm probably going to miss that trade because I don't really want to be here for that. I want to look for some shorts, and I just saw Amazon on here as well as a small short. But either way, it doesn't seem like anything's that exciting. The TQQs can do 100 million shares. I think that's probably did more than that yesterday. Already done 7 million right there. So 800,000 is not a big one. Let's go over to Brendan. There's time's running out now. So with 3 minutes to go, it's Brendan at the big board.
A little one to discuss. BIAF, one of these recent additions that came out going back a couple of weeks ago. This thing ran all the way up to $16 and then tested $3.50 on the way back down. Anyways, positive news today for one of their health, it's a health equipment maker. So we're back to this gap level, which is kind of interesting, 575 and then 6 above that. It's struggling right now. Again, 575, 6. So if we do start to hold these levels, a ton of room to go to the upside. Low float, a lot of attention online for this one as well. So 575, 6 for BIAF, guys.
Yeah, don't forget Altimmune there as well, going to be in play after getting crushed to the downside. I want to throw one out there. I forgot all about this one, but I don't want to forget about it at $10. CCL bounced and and had a good, strong day after it held $10 at the open, got to $10.50, and then actually closed above that. So higher lows at $10.10. I want to support this one in front of $10. Nice little round number there. And obviously, anything that held support and held up pretty well yesterday, you want to look for those support levels to maybe give them a chance, and above the 50 period on CCL as well. I mentioned ALT. That did not decide to wait till the open for a little bit of a bounce. There was that break. I would look when I want to put that play on stocks down too far, and I'm thinking, okay, it's more of a squeeze play than anything else. I'm not looking to take it in the pre-market. You usually want that at 9:30. It has broken. I was saying in the chat, I looked at about $13 as a bit of a level. 13 to 15, you're going to likely find some resistance here, but 10% short on ALT. If it does hold that 9 even, I think there's another chance for a bit of a dead cat bounce or squeeze play to the upside, but it's already made half of that move here in the pre-market.
I might, oh man, do we really want to do this? I was thinking short, and I might be thinking long here off the open, as the NASDAQ is right now trying to take out some of these pre-market high. I mean, the pre-market high is up here, 12,220, but it's trying to take out this little, area that we've made here off that PPI. Move down, move up, stop. Now you're hovering around the top again, and it just brings me to Apple, because Apple's right here at 155, which isn't a horrible level. I actually like this level for a long. So here I am, deciding what am I going to do here? Break the long and see if it just continues to go upside all day. Maybe we're up that 1% today or something like that, and Apple can hold that. So I'm really debating taking that long here on Apple off the open. Only back to 154.50 though if it fails.
Tony's on the bell. It's already time in 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's ring it.
All right. Yeah, futures not doing much here. We'll wait for this open to happen and sort of just settle down a little bit. So it looks like the futures just dancing, not doing much. I am going to take that 155 break just back to 154.50. If it doesn't last, it doesn't last. That's fine. And if we don't get punched long, then we don't, then we're not worried about the long, right? So that's that. Let's go over to Meta quickly to see what that's doing. That does have that 152. What did I write down there? 152.25. So I'm going to get my order ready to go to break that level to the short side on Meta.
Yeah, I want to go over quickly to NVIDIA here, because I forgot about this 130 monster level on NVIDIA. If it gets down there, I think it can be supported before looking at a breakdown. But NVIDIA, another name that has a pretty defined bottom. Bit of a break starting to happen there on S-Bucks. They just got through that 90. And Tesla did break higher. Yep, it's starting to head to the upside here. 295, 296. Well, it's trying to head to the upside. 295, 296. That's the area I'm looking for that short if it does come into that price.
Okay, so we have Meta right now, and there it goes, man. Big time movement to the downside for Meta. So, yeah, we're just cashing out already on that short. It broke that 152.50. We just got a couple outs there at 151.70. So let's see if that can come back down. Oh, so we only got one out, not two outs. I do have another bid down there in the 70s again. Let's see if Meta wants to go to the short side here today. I'm not out of that many of the shares. If it does come down a little bit more, we will get out of some more here on Meta. But yeah, let's see where this one wants to go. It's just dancing. Yeah, there it goes, right back to the upside. So it's just dancing now. We don't want to celebrate too much. We did take a piece out. Let's just let it settle down again here for Meta. But there's the short. There's the short break. I mean, that's what we wanted. So we do take a piece out. But we do have to respect this upside move that could come here, especially if this market does hold this 50 period right now, which it's trying to do. So we're short Meta. It's a name that we wanted. There we go. We take out a couple pieces there again at the bottom for Meta. So, so far so good here on this short.
Yeah, and we'll do this one. Starbucks breaking 90, breaking 90.50, just touched $90.99. So on the verge of breaking out at 91 to the upside, goes S-Bucks on the long. Pretty much, I mean, the market's coming down here, so I'm going to have to think about an exit strategy, because at some point it's going to head southbound, I do think, with the rest of the market. PayPal coming down into that defense of that 95 area. We'll get that long if it does come in there. But Starbucks, yeah, this just feels like that situation. It just got to 91.5 and is trying to reverse here. Take the money and run, man. I think we're going to dip, and I think we're going to get 90 again. That was essentially free money on a relatively strong name. Tesla got right into 294, right into that pocket where I wanted to grab the short. Look at Tesla starting to boom, starting to turn around a little bit. I think we're going to see a chance at a reverse. This market trying to bring us back up to that resistance level from yesterday where I want to put the short on there. And NIO was the other name that we're looking at. Well, that and Rivian. Bit of a spike. It didn't get to 22, got to 21.95. That should have been close enough. But be patient. Yesterday was not patient enough in terms of getting the shorts into NIO. Unfortunately, here, if I had rushed, I'd already be in the money. But I'm not going to do that just yet. We're only 3 minutes in.
Yeah, we actually took I mean, Apple did break that 155 there, unfortunately for us, because it took us into the long. But like I said, this is not like, I'm into the short here for Meta, which, made me get out. As soon as I got ticked long in Apple, I did take some Metas out there at 152, and here comes the crash back down for Meta. So Meta is crashing down, but so is Apple. So this might not work out here as a hedge. Obviously, I did not intend this to be a hedge, as the market is right now just collapsing down. We will give up some of our Meta profits because we're long here on Apple, but there goes Meta. I mean, for me, this is really happy with this trade, man. We finally switched it up. We talked about that yesterday. We're in the money on Meta here, 70 cents. So all is well on this trade, and we just get another piece out there on Meta as you continue to crack down. Oh man, what a big day this would be if I did not have this Apple trade. But that's bottom's going to come out right now on Apple. So we're going to respect that 154.25 area and just get a piece out. I'll take another piece out here at 49 if we can. But so far so good here not really for Apple, but so far so good for Meta, where we put a little bit more risk into that trade, obviously. We tried that Apple long through 154. That didn't work. And we just got a little piece out there for 50-cent hit. Through 155. But it looks like it's going to come out here at the bottom, which sucks because we'll give back some of what we did there. But all is well anyways because of the dollar win right now on Meta. AMD also going to the downside. I haven't even looked at SoFi yet.
Rivian missed by about 15 cents. I did get ticked into NEO for the short side of the trade, being patient and waiting for it to come in, but I did not get Rivian. That's now at 38, already starting to come down. CCL just took out the low of the day, so I went long, same price we did yesterday. It does not, trades were here a second ago, now they're not. It breaks that low, so I'm in, and then I'm out when it breaks a low. No holding on, not going to average in. The trend is clearly to the downside. Tesla is now all the way back. It went right to 294.5. This is me trying to catch that offer. Now you're right back at 292. I still think there's a chance I can catch that fill. But NEO, at least, we were able to catch here on that last little pop. It did get, it legit went up to 95s here. But that was, I'm talking light volume. The open is crazy when it comes to liquidity. I was only able to get 78. It's already back at 2150. Knowing how strong NEO was, I will take some out here, short the pops if we can get them. But the market wants to go red, and that means I'm always adding this name to my list. Firm, down already 3.5%. It doesn't wait for anybody. This stock is only going to go down. I'm shorting every pop in this.
Firm don't wait.
Never does.
All right, so no, it does not. We're cashing out some more here. We did go back into the long, and we just took some out for, again, like a measly 15, 20 cents. We lose 75 cents on the short and can't even make it back on the long. But look what's happening to Meta right now, man. That's down to $51. Like, I'm just going to put a bid at 51 and then just see if somehow by, I don't know, who knows? I can make my own decisions, but hopefully I can try to hold this through 151. But I am still watching out for Apple here, just trying to make a little bit back here. It's not going to be like, trying to absolutely destroy this name. But I do like Apple here down to 154. It's been really sick today. So we'll see if we can make a little bit back here on a bump in the market in case that 12,100 is something that wants to hold. We were down here earlier and we're just going to try to do that. But we still have 12,000 on our mind, of course, with that. And here comes Meta down to 151. But also here comes Apple to the downside. And also here comes Brendan.
Great move for Starbucks so far. Not a red candle on this 3-minute chart so far. 4.8% right now. One of the volume scanners that I watch, just streaming Starbucks at this point, guys. What a move for S-Bucks.
This is like the second time this happened to me because I took out, the market goes the other direction, and then you're just like, the long can't possibly work that well. Like, just take the scalp and run. And now, of course, it's at 92. That does lead me to the other stock I like the long side. I mean, Starbucks out 5%. You want a relative strength, you got it. But the other name that I did like for the long is still supporting some of these bottoms. And maybe I won't get 95.20 here, but I'm looking at PayPal, still up 1%, still trying to hold this 95 area. I want to be patient because it is coming down. It's coming the other direction here. So I don't want to force things into that long. Be patient, wait for it to come to me. All I have is Neil. Neil's now down at 21.20, so that could test 21 even. But Rivian, on the other hand, that just broke 38, and started to come back into the upside. So there might be a little bit of a pop here that could get me into Rivian. I just got Tesla on the first little pop back toward that 94, so I'm now also into the Tesla short. Brendan again?
I mentioned this briefly earlier. EV charging names were trying to move higher in the pre-market ahead of this apparent $900 million in funding coming from President Biden today. CHPT, however, just popping up at day lows there on volume. Downside we go for all of these.
That was
Yeah, good little win here back for charge. I mean, as Biden talks, there goes the market, right, one way or the other. Anyways, Apple finally. I mean, we took that long there. We did not average in. We got out when it broke through 50. We talked about that. 25 there we got out, and then we just went right back into the same long. Got a little bit of a better price. Let's see if this one wants to go back to the upside here in case this market does continue to blast off, which it's exactly doing right now. So that was a good move for us. We are pretty light here on Meta. Let's just take another piece out. There it is. That's pretty easy to get out more on Meta. Honestly, I have 10% left of Meta now. So good outs. We did take a little bit out there down at that 151, but we definitely making a little bit of money back here on Apple, and we'll take another 67 print as there it is. So long back at 17, out again at 70 as that name, or 67, now at 70, starting to go back up. This is a 60-cent winner right now on Apple, but we did lose 75 cents already. So just trying to make back what we lost here as there it goes back up to the upside. We're green on the day, which is nice, obviously, as Meta definitely paid us off. We hit that Meta short early, and we hit the long on Apple early. So one works, one doesn't. Now we have the long in Apple back again here. Now 50 cents in the money on that one, and Meta just kind of cruising around. But there's the move up. You know, quick flush down. Now a move back up to the upside. Let's try to hold on to a little bit of this Apple.
I just saw someone in the chat say Lucid. Wow, Lucid super strong. Lucid up now 0.6%. Actually just broke out that high from the pre-market and yesterday's trade as well. I did just get into PayPal for the first time. As the market bounced to the upside, it just held 96 even after bouncing off of 95. Lucid, I don't know if I love this thing. I think I'd be leaning into shorting at 50 to 60 cents from here, but I don't want the long in Lucid. I was just looking to see if it would be at least a little bit interesting. I want a firm to the south side. I don't need that many offers. Yeah, there we go. Cancel there. But it's stalling at 23.50. So it's actually stalling out near those lows. I might just have to play this off of the 50-cent ranges and not even wait for that 24 even. Firm definitely relatively weak. On that market pop, it's still holding below the pre-market lows. That's a decent sign of strength. But if I short it down here, I can only give it to about 23.60. I'm not holding it all the way back to 24. That would have to be 2 or 3 separate trades.
Wow, Meta is an absolute gong show, down to 151.20. I mean, this is the number one. This is the number one name today on the sticky note, man. I talked about this. I had dreams and nightmares about Meta last night. So there it is right there. Shout out to Meek Mill as well. But there's 156 short, 152.25 short. In your face, Meta, as it just continues to make that move to the downside right now. In the money now, $1.20. We crushed this name yesterday. This was my number one name yesterday on the shorts, and there it goes again to the downside for Meta. In the money now, $1.20. As maybe we just made that bottom there as we talk about Meek Mill. 150.70. Let's put another bid there. See, I mean, I don't know. What's this market want to do? This name doesn't even want to go up anyways. But I'm going to put a bid down there, see if we get that on Meta. So I'm pretty happy with that. And then there goes, another beloved name over here, Apple, as that continues to make a move to the upside. So we did, you know what though? Let me take another piece off of Apple right there. I was waiting in the 80s. Why not take another 70? We're just sort of topping out right now. I still am pretty negative on the market. So let's just sort of clean out on some of these trades, but that's the sticky note for you. That's why I need to check it out every day at Trader TV Sean, and then our watch list as well, now free and being mailed to you, emailed to you. We don't want to send it via normal mail. You might not get it that quick. There's Apple right there back to 155 and stopping. Let's see if we can break that out. And here comes Meta. Come on, give me that bid right there. Did we get it? We did not. We're at 150.78. There it is. Yes, sir. Spin it. Money. Let's go, Sharif. Let's go in the background. This is what we're talking about today. A nice short there on Meta, and it just pays dividends there. $1.50 now in the money.
Yeah, I mean, shorts are definitely paying out here. Tesla is working back into the downside, but that 130 on Nvidia. It looks like I missed the break on 130 Nvidia. I'll see if I can't catch it on the way back to the upside. But 130 just got taken out there on Nvidia, still heading to the downside. I'm going to look to play reloads if I can up there in Tesla, that 95 area. Just going to get on the offer as it gets close to that. But here comes churning in. I mean, the chips are definitely weak here. I'm going to get an offer somewhere close to that 130, just in case we get a pop. A lot of times on a breakdown, you can revisit that price and then try to work it. Intel 30 yesterday. Just watch when it broke that level. PayPal for now is actually holding up pretty decently. So instead of waiting for 95, I ended up taking this break at 96, and it's holding the bottom end of the channel for now. But if it takes out this low, I'm not going to hold on for dear life forever. I don't want to be stubborn about any longs here. Starbucks, I was probably not holding it long enough. PayPal didn't go up initially. PayPal did come to the downside with the rest of the market. So I want to be cautious with it. Just got to reload on Tesla. Just got to reload, or an entry, I should say, into a firm for the first time. But remember, shorting it down here, I want to give a relatively tight stop because it's a much better short at 94. I will definitely acknowledge that. And don't want to ignore Brendan at the big desk.
Just saw this note on Ocugen. It's not really doing anything, though. There was a journal, a peer-reviewed journal, highlighting their COVID vaccine efficacy once again for Ocugen, but it's actually downside with the overall market here, but decent volume so far for OCGN.
No.
All right, let's just drop it again. Money. Drop it. There it is. A nice little $1.17 right there on Apple. As there it goes, taking out that 155. All I had to do was be more patient, but that was tough because of what happened yesterday. Didn't want to hold the long on Apple initially, so we did take the hit on that drop down. And then what an out on Meta down there. Like I have literally 5% left on this name. Might have to run this name to the long side right now on Meta, as it's just possibly bottom. Look at this name, Go Meta. Like whatever. This market screaming up is better for me.
Screaming.
Yeah, I have more shares, double the shares on Apple than obviously I do on Meta right now. So the market's screaming to the upside. Let's go market, baby.
Yeah, I mean, I only have the one long. Tesla just came out. That went to the upside, so it's looking pretty strong. NVIDIA just reclaimed 130. I like PayPal and Starbucks to the long side, so I might have to go to Starbucks. But I wanted to quickly say, SoFi, back above $6, so this is starting to go. It did a wick bottom. Now it's trying to hold 6. I said I wanted to wait for this to open up and then make a play on SoFi. I didn't want to jump into it right away. But reclaiming the pre-market lows, that'll get me into SoFi here. I suppose I could have just sort of sat on the bit on the way down, but now I like SoFi here. Brendo?
BTC, not really doing anything here, guys, but here's a note on Coinbase from JP Morgan, going to 78 from 64 today. So just saw a coin pop up there on a volume scanner back to the upside as well.
Ooh la la. Look at the market. Pop City right now. Look, I just took another short quickly on Amazon, Meta there, and there it is. It's out. So see you later. You were well traded there, Meta, as now it's blowing to the upside. We now have almost $2 in the money on Apple. There it is. A nice little trade there for me on Apple. I do like the Amazon long breaking through 128. That's about to happen right now as well. So let's see if that can come in. But yeah, baby, we've got the back-to-back jacks right now, man. It's a chicken dinner winner all over the place. It's two chicken dinner winners. We had wings last night on the Barbie, and there it goes. Look at Apple right now, 156. Which one is going to be the trade of the day? Is it going to be Meta? Is it going to be Apple? Is it going to be something else? These names really starting to run to the upside right now, and there goes Amazon as well. Wow, what a difference a day makes.
It's definitely a different day. I'm going to find myself, whoops, that's asking not PayPal. There we go. I'm going to get some out of PayPal, 95.60 there. As it heads to 96.50, as it heads to the upside. I'll show you Tesla, not like yesterday. However, I'm not holding. We break resistance, I'm out. Not averaging into it, not getting stubborn about it. I'm just going to get out. That's how I preserved, stayed up yesterday. That's how I'm going to do it again here today. When it comes, same thing happened over in NVIDIA. NEO is still working in the money, but I'm not going to add to this at these lows. NEO, it has to be up here in front of 22. It's exactly what was the mistake for me yesterday, was liking the short in NEO and then getting into it too early. I don't mind holding on to it while it's in the money, but I'm definitely not going to be jumping and adding to this thing at bad prices. We just put a wick top through resistance on the NASDAQ. So this is that 12.2 or whatever you want to call it. We just put a bit of a wick top through. Until we churn through that, it's not all systems go. I'm only long in the two names. SoFi, I wanted after the market, PayPal and Starbucks to the long side. But unless we take out some resistance here, then I want to back off on getting all in on any kind of a tech rally because we still haven't churned through that. ES, same story.
Yeah, it's been a big one today. It's been the money again for us here, man. Some big time trades happening. Amazon though looks like we just got out of half of our Amazon. Our best out was 09. Like it didn't even really go up there at all, and then it falls right back down in now. So yeah, 127.75 there. Amazon now falling back down on that rally. We might have just ticked out to the top. top side there, we did go to that pre-market high. So just watch out, man. We're still $1.70 in the money on Apple, though. And as long as that's cruising, we good to go, baby. What's up, Brendo?
Oil back to day highs, the market back to day highs, but here goes MRO just popping up on volume as well. 2760 was that last pivot on the daily chart, so almost 5% right back up for MRO.
MRO. Yeah, well, I mean, oil is rocking up to $90 today.
I know, I'm going to kick myself for oil.
That's another one, guys. Yeah, oil, nice little move there. $85 was a great bottom, now up to 90. I mean, it could come back down. It's not like, you know, oil's been pretty volatile, needless
I meant to
say.
look at HUSA, one of the small, I didn't even have a look at it, so I can't really talk about it, but it's just HUSA, one of the small caps when oil was strong, and sometimes those can really go. I didn't get, like, that 153 breakdown at the open. It happened pretty quick on Meta, but it does come back. Remember I said the NASDAQ had that wick top and testing resistance? So there's your test of resistance. I got short on the way up. It fails that high. Add to it on the way down. Now I'm going to get some out at the previous pre-market low. 152s as well, but you're not breaking that resistance, which means I'm not really giving up on those shorts. I have to get over to Rivian here because, you know, I'm going to cancel that 39 offer, at least for now, because if I were to get filled up here, you're double breaking this opening range, and then it looks an awful lot like what was a painful trade yesterday. So either short it off of these highs at like 60s and 70s, or maybe even 50s, and just get out down here 38.75, or just stay away from it altogether. The two longs we have on here, SoFi, starting to come back in here, retesting 6 even. Hard out, 590. I'm not holding it through. If it breaks 590, I'm just out of this. I don't want to get too cute when it comes to that name. And then PayPal, at least I was able to quickly take some profit when it spiked up to 96.5. It's right back into the pocket to the downside. I'll only add to this if it retests those lows. And if it breaks the lows, I'm gone.
Guys, I guess that short on Meta was cash money as well, up there to 153. You know, we tried the short there. It did break. We got out. It ripped all the way to 153.50 right there into that pre-market level. So something definitely to look out for there if it does take it back up. But look at that fade right there. I got filled on a bid that I had. So I was actually short there at 90 and I had a bid at 30. So just to show you, like, that was going to be trying to make 50 cents, and we wind up losing instead 17 cents. So that was my risk to reward sort of plan there for Meta. But yeah, it is now coming back in. I'm going to keep those Rivian trades, but it doesn't really matter. It's not going to get up to 39, I don't think. Well, if it does, that's great. We'll be there for that short, but mine's a little higher than 39. Amazon, just looking to hold 127, right? I mean, if it doesn't, I'm going to take one more average in down here near these levels here, 127.30-ish. If it holds, it holds. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Apple, our best out is right here. We didn't get anything out when it spiked up there on that move. So I still like the Apple long, as it's obviously aggressive today, up that 1.1%. So back down to 155. I think we'll average into it and then get out if it breaks much lower than that off of 155 here for Apple, maybe 154.80 or so. But I'm going to be here for the average in on Apple. So far, so good here today, man. Let's just see if Amazon can get back to that 128 level and we'll spin that money thing again. What's up, Brendo?
All right, BIAF halted upside here, guys, on a volatility halt. Took out that 6 level I was talking about in the pre-market. Halted on volatility, obviously. Upside, remember, 1.2 million share float. So heads up on BIAF. ADTX also was halted, just resumed. Absolutely falling apart at $20 now.
Okay, I was going to mention BA. I'm glad you got to that BIAF on the halt. I'm going to go see if I have to pay for shorts on that. If it gets completely out of hand to the upside, I would look over at this. But it's a market moving. You want to look at the big cap stocks, at least when they're moving, and they are today. You're testing VWAP on Meta. If it holds VWAP here, decent chance it retests that high. If it gets through that pre-market top, that opening range top, I want to be out of this one. PayPal starting to come to the downside. If it breaks 95.50, I'm out of it. Starbucks is starting to round off here. So I thought when the market pulled back, there'd be a dip in Starbucks and maybe it would be actionable. Haven't really seen that happen, so I gave up on Starbucks way too early. But for now, Starbucks looking relatively strong, it does seem. And like I said, PayPal just took out that low, and there we go. I actually had to adjust, because I added shares here, but it just took out that low, so I just had to get out of the rest of them. Looks like we have to give up PayPal. It's still green. The stock is still green on the session, but just like the market, it did wick top, rejection. That is not a place where I want to be adding. Got to be working into some of these shorts here, and I still have a small piece of it. We'll get out of the last of those, pretty much at the same price. SoFi is also going to challenge the bottom, but it's holding 6 even for now. So SoFi, so far so good, but if this market hits the lows, I can't imagine this holds up. It needs to break out at this point. I might have picked the wrong small cap. That BIAF looks pretty interesting. That ATDX, which did the split, well, if it had gone to 30, I would have shorted 30. I mean, as you can see, it's trading at $20 right now. So it dropped $10. This could be, I don't want to say it's done for the day, but when it reverse splits, you think that should be bad for the stock. Yet it was up 50%. Now it's not. So that might be done for the day.
I was just looking at Microsoft for another name here as Amazon's starting to rip back up to the upside, as is Apple. Wow, what a great trade there for Meta. It's back down to 151.60 right now. Oh man, I got wicked out. I didn't get wicked out. It took 153 and I got out. Microsoft, one of those names again here. 250 right there. The bottom, that little wick could be something. So I think I'm going to be looking at that for Microsoft. Microsoft again up today, about the same as the market. It's kind of why I was like trying to choose Apple over everything. Although Apple just made a nice little move to the upside here into 60s again. Let's just offer this out at 64 if we can get it. There it is, as it rips right through us. We will hold out for the ultimate high, but again, in there, got out, took it back. Apple to the upside. So Microsoft, just a little talk here. If we come back down, that little bottom wick there of 50, I think we want to try to respect that a little bit. So I'm going to start to buy. I mean, we need a dip in, right? I'll start to buy something here in the 20s as we're a little high up there. And then back at 53, I think we could take another spot here for Softy, and then we'll just see where it goes. Maybe, yeah, I was going to say, shoot. I was going to say maybe the 20s is a little too early, but we already just got the fill. So the fill I just got there is about a quarter of what and I made less than that, about 20% of what I'd want here on Microsoft. We're going to take some more at this 53 level, and then we're going to watch out for that 52.50 break. If it breaks that, we'll get out of it, but that's, to me, a level to watch there. 52.50, sorry, on Microsoft. What's up, Brendo?
All right, a few notable share buybacks announced today, or increase to current share buybacks. Here's one, J&J and or two, Comcast as well. Comcast actually down with some of the other streamers, but J&J having a nice day so far, up 2% on, once again, an increased share buyback.
Ooh, J&J worth a look. Bristol Myers got a downgrade. They're under a little bit of pressure. PayPal here, I might have got wicked out. If the market tries to break back up, this is a long I will try to get back into around this channel, 95.50. I'm just zooming out to my 15-minute chart because sometimes, you look at what you did on like the 3-minute, it's like, nah, you're kind of still holding these bottoms here, the higher low. But I did want to investigate and also go long if it retested about $1 from here. So if we head down, there is another long I would put on in this name. Looks like we're headed down another leg here. I still haven't gotten Rivian. Neo still in that one. Rivian still hasn't been able to come back up to me at least. And then, of course, Meta's still working. But Rivian's now testing higher as the market just rolled a little bit to the downside. So here we are at that high. 39 is in play. This is where I'd look for the turn. If it breaks 39, you can look at that 39.50. I don't want this to be one trade all the way, shorting 38.85 into 39.50. Oh. That's just a bit too far. But Rivian showing signs of strength. It has to start failing here and then roll over. This is the level we wanted. Looks like we're going to get a chance at it right here. Rivian, once again, got to tread lightly here because Rivian's pretty strong.
What a difference today makes. Bang, right there as Microsoft, a nice little move again, man. We're long at 09s, and we just got them out in the 30s on that. I mean, we talked about going longer at 50 there, so that's at 53, sorry. And that's exactly what we did. It gave us an average price of 09. You're seeing me right now long 02. That's where we went long that last piece. And then, I mean, you know what? We're going to celebrate. We're going to try to scalp it out like Luca was saying the other day, man. Like, you got to sort of try to scalp some of these markets, although I think the dynamic changed a little bit with yesterday, and that is that if you're holding any shorts and you believe in the short, then you don't have to scalp anything because you can get some monster winners on those sides of things there for the long short equation. And here comes Microsoft. You see what I'm talking about? We just got some out there in the 30s, and here's the drop back down, right? So it's coming in a little bit as well as Amazon trying to come in right now. So we just sat there, took a fill against us right now. We just took that fill at, what was it, 20s, at 30s there on Amazon. So again, this was a bad break long. Like, if the market wanted to keep going, I wanted to be long Amazon. I mean, I think this has been a strong name. It's down to 127, and I'm just going to use that 127 marker as my out. So if we take down that 127, we'll get out of Amazon. But this could be a decent spot for them. It's pulled back a lot. You could see as this market tries to really figure out what it wants to do. I mean, you know, you have a lot lowered lows to go here. So I don't think it's wise to necessarily be holding on to any longs, you know, especially against yourself. So these are levels that you have to try to respect. If you really want to hold Amazon, then you do have that bottom down there at 127.50. But I'm going to take a little bit out. Here it goes. Here goes a nice little move. Wow, what a difference a day makes. There's a banger right there on Amazon. As that's starting to, yes, sir, as that's starting to go back up to the upside, I'll go it out, man. I put the offers out there, start to take some big winners, man. I'm here for the excitement, and today it's been pretty exciting as we're running some stocks upside now. Apple, $1.50 in the money. Microsoft, 30 cents in the money. Amazon, 30 cents in the money.
I just found a relatively strong name here. Marvell does not even test or break any of those lows. Like Nvidia, AMD, they're breaking big time lows. So watch out Tesla getting to 300 here. Not 299. I'm going to be on the offer in front of 300, but Marvell looks like it's primed for a bit of a breakout. I like this in the chip space. We'll see if it can't get that break,
man.
but I like 48 even. We're going to get on the bid here on this. But Tesla, 300 on Tesla already, so 299 on Tesla already. This is why you get out and don't average in, right? Market heading back to the upside. I just got a firm in front of 24 and 300 on Tesla. Boom. I'll be on the offer this one for sure. SoFi still trying to go to that upside. It's back in the money, but not exactly running or churning through those levels. Rivian just took 39. So I'm not fighting it. Not fighting Rivian today. If it wants to test 39.50, it'll do it without me. I shorted 38.80 and I got out at 39. So nothing like yesterday's trade. But Tesla, what a freight train this is. This is definitely one of the strongest names in the market. 300 incoming.
All aboard. Yeah, what is Tesla even up today? Couple
2%.
Percentage points. Okay, yeah. So Apple as well. I mean, both these names sort of leading the charge here. Obviously, up 2% is Tesla. Up 1.3%, almost triple the market rate now for Apple. And man, did we pick on that name as well today. Nice little move to the upside here. Like I said, the trade of the day is going to be a fun one. Look at Amazon back up. I mean, they just went to 70s there. I'm going to put another offer out. We can get that 75. We'll take that. Was not expecting this kind of a blow up here off that bottom. The market is just, like I said, this could be one of those days. We've tested the high. We tested the low. I mean, we came within a little bit of the high. We came pretty close to that low. And now we're kind of, I think we might be exactly in the middle without doing the math of this market. So let's see where we go. Did we get that Amazon? No, we did not. Here it's falling back down into the 50s, 60s. Let's go here for Amazon. I'm going to take another piece out. And again, you know, I have enough shares on board that I can start to do stuff like this, right? So that's the key for me. Take shares and then average them out because I'm still a little weary, obviously, of this market. But Apple, $1.70 in the money. Amazon, 30 cents in the money. Microsoft, 30 cents. Let's see if we can get more than that. Why not? Over to the big screen right now with Brendan.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock happening now, brought to you by scans.com, the all-in-one stock scanning news and alerts platform built for day traders. Effortlessly identify the best stocks to trade every single day. Check them out. QR code on screen right now, guys. Scans.com. Nice green board here outside of the Russell 2000, lagging so far. Still in negative territory, but good to see. Back to the upside. It is, in fact, the NASDAQ composite there. 0.6, 0.46 for the composite and the 100 back to the upside. S&P 0.46 as well, 0.3 there for the Dow so far. I mentioned the layoffs that were announced there for Twilio. If you caught that in the pre-market, was a spike to the downside, but right back up through 71. Trying to actually test the highs right now. Decent volume behind that move on Twilio. Yeah, I had Apple on here as well because exactly what Sean was saying there, trying to lead the overall market to the upside as it typically does, guys. Good to see things green so far. Back over to you.
Yeah, the market just got back up to that high. Well, the NASDAQ, the ES as well, just got back up to those highs, trying to put on a little bit of a reversal as it gets to 299, I don't know, 78, 79, something like that on Tesla. Looks like the high of the day. It's going to test that 300.
Go.
If it breaks 300, I'm going to get out of this. I'm going to try not to fight things too hard here. We're short in front. There it is. It just broke that 300. Going to stick with I only have SoFi to the long side because my hard and set rule for jumping longs is, realistically, we have not broken the resistance level. So I want to hold on. I mean, right now, Affirm, Meta, Neo, all safely in the money. The long I have is SoFi. That's one that we had on the watch list for a long. Unless we're breaking out from here, if I can find a way back into PayPal or Starbucks, that's one thing. But yeah, I just feel like we're overextended, but this is exactly what happened in the EVs, yesterday's trade. While that was going on, show you the loser first, then we can go back over to Affirm, which is still, you just saw the market bouncing. Affirm's still beneath pre-market lows and down 3%. Like, sometimes it's not that. I bet if I go to Peloton right now, yeah, Peloton. At the lows of the day, down 2%, still breaking down. This is a short in front of $10. The same way Affirm's working. Meta's down at 150, so it's still relatively weak. Neo, for whatever reason, Neo is not participating in the EV rally today. I'm not here to explain why that is. I'm just telling you that's what it is. I half expected when Tesla was blowing to the upside and getting me out that Neo would be doing the same thing. It's on the lows and about to take 21 even. That could be an ad if it takes 21 even. But I'm much more interested in looking at Peloton and saying, well, if Affirm is working and that company's under trouble and they can't get a bounce here in Peloton, let's see if we can't short Peloton into $10. Because if it's not going to go up when the market rallies, if the market comes down, Peloton's screwed.
All right. Yeah, I was looking at that Tesla there at 300. Nice little top wick. That can sometimes.
It might be a wick off.
That might be the case right there. So that's the thing, as the market is falling back down a little bit there. So that could be something to look at there on Tesla for sure. I'm not, I'm in the other names right now, but that could be something to look at for sure. Amazon, again, maybe it's not super strong today like we thought, which is completely fine, man. I mean, we just took another bid. This is why we're scalping. I mean, again, just to go back to it, like this is something that I think, you need to have in your toolbox is the ability to say, hey, you know what? When certain, like here it goes. Like if 127 is broken here on Amazon, then I'm going to get out of it. But I do have some layered offers as well in case we do start to rip back to the upside right now out of nowhere. We'll take a couple, there it is. We'll take a couple fills out here if we can get them as we've just averaged into this position, right? So a couple outs here layered up to the upside as there it goes. Nice little move back up now for us. There it is. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. Nice little move. Like honestly, this is what I'm doing. I'm taking more shares and trying to scalp them out. Like I said, dreams turn to nightmares and vice versa. And right now, we're just scalping the crap out of this one as it continues to make a nice little move to the upside. Microsoft as well just got lit up at the bottom there. I don't know what happened there, but Microsoft, a little bit of a tank move to the downside as that's looking like we're going to get out if this takes out 50, by the way. Microsoft, for some reason, just making that strong move down there for MSFT. So watch out for that trade. That kind of came out of nowhere. I was watching Amazon go up, and meanwhile, Microsoft's going the other way.
Yeah, Microsoft's starting to roll over. A couple of names getting to these tops. It was a wick top, like you said, on Tesla. Look, if I see a wick top, I said yesterday, I didn't get in when it made the wick top yesterday. I am doing it here today. I still haven't gotten Peloton, but watch out for SoFi also starting to come back in here. Did not participate with the rally. It looks like it wants to give it up a little bit. And Starbucks is still at the high of the day. If the market hits the lows, it's hard to imagine that Starbucks can hold up here with that 5%. But for now, if the market breaks those tops, Starbucks, grit your teeth and buy the high because this looks like it does want to take out some highs here. Starbucks is the strongest name I can find in the overall market. That BIAF, we talked about that Hall play. It opened back up. It's still challenging to the upside. Bouncing off $6. I think it's got some support at $6. That could be worth a long for a breakout. There's still plenty of room for this to get back to the upside, but watch out for 750.
Holy shit.
Big level there.
Ye of little faith. Bang right now on Microsoft. I mean, why didn't I hold more of this one? Like, we sit there, we take the right prices, it goes right down to our price, and then it just rips back up to the upside. Like I said, ye of little faith, man, trust that name, Softy. Hey, man, if I get back in the Softy chair now, I really like this name, and what I'm seeing right there, it just held that 250 like a champ. It came in, we loaded it up, man. I had too many shares. I was long Amazon and long Microsoft, so we get a little excited there as it worked out for us. I was not expecting that at all to have happen there on that play. So I was like, oh my God, we're dead on this. But Microsoft does hold out okay. And now we've pretty much cleaned out of our position now on that. So nicely in and out there on Softy as it goes right back to the upside. Didn't make nearly as much as we could have because we did get nervous on that play again. But long. Let's see if the market wants to rip. I don't know, man. These tanks, like, things are just dropping so easily. Like, well, it's so funny. Like, we're here, man. we got $2 in the money on Apple. Amazon's starting to work again, but there's Microsoft. Oh, to have held that, man, we would be like, wow, but we didn't, so we'll move on. But there goes Microsoft back to 25.50. Oh, I'm happy for it, but not as happy as I should be.
Well, I mean, Starbucks just broke the high of the day there. The volume not that big, however, on Starbucks. It just broke the high of the day. I want to see this thing maybe churn a little bit higher. Tesla took the wick top, didn't take it yesterday, took the wick top today. I'm going to have my stop at that recent high. If it takes it out, I'm going to give up this one. But I have to get into Starbucks at some point, and it looks like it's going to have to be on this break. If it reclaims that high, it's put a wick top now. If it reclaims the high, then I want to be into that long side because it is super strong. PayPal, this is 2 longs I like today, PayPal and Starbucks. And one of them made the bottom wick on, and now you're going to get the breakout on PayPal. Looks like it wants to take out the top. Relatively strong. Caught the upgrade as well. Brendan?
A couple things quickly. NVRIX, ENVX to the upside here this morning. Biotech making moves on decent volume. It was only a matter of time for these ones as well. Indo just popping up, INDO, that little tiny small cap energy name. Oil still, guys, chopping around at day highs.
Ooh, baby. We talked about XLE. We talked about all that stuff early. We talked about Microsoft. We talked about Apple. We talked about Meta. Like, everything has been well cooked today, man. Like, wow, what a difference a day makes here. Yesterday, we're fighting all these trades. And today, we've got the best of them. So that was good, man. I mean, like I said, you stick with what you're doing, and, the rest is history. I let my record speak for itself, man. And there it is, a nice little move to the upside right now. Again, you're right back into these levels of the highs, right? So that's why if you're seeing me hitting keys, it's because we're getting out. I mean, some of these plays were nicely done to the upside here. Like, we just took out another place. Oh, that's Meta, sorry. Wrong symbol. There's Microsoft. We just took another piece out here. Like, we're only long at 70, right? But that just ripped into the 40s, and we took a piece out there as well. So there it is right there. 54 we just got on that trade. So that was a good one there. And then we're trying to respect Amazon as well. And there's an out right there as well. 76 as an out there on Amazon as it just falls right back in. Look how easy, I'll just take another piece out at 40 right now on Amazon. Look how easy these names fall. Like, they're going up easily too. It's really surprising. Like, you blink and all of a sudden my net is like fluctuating like crazy because of said plays. So just be careful with all of this, man. We always want to make as much money as possible. That's obviously true, but you have to. A good point there from Raman there. It's talking about respect the markets because they respect you. I'm going to say they don't really respect you that much.
No, they don't.
But you definitely have to respect the market, man. And there we go, Hamster. That was exciting, man. And I'm glad you cracked a beer before 10 o'clock. I've cracked many of those. Bills Mafia.
There you go. Bills Mafia, look, man, we're gonna do some damage on Monday Night Football, to be sure. 2 primetime games for the Bills to start the year. Even the NFL thinks we're going to the Super Bowl. Fresh lows of
Vegas
the day.
odds, baby.
They are number 1, man.
Yep.
And MVP probably too. Affirm just hit that low of the day. I'm already in this one, but I just got into, for the first time, Peloton just broke the low. And of course, in my brain, I'm like, why, when I hit the bid, why didn't it fill? Yeah, because Peloton was down over 10%. I mean, obviously, a lot of stocks went SSR, but that just broke the low of the day. So I'm now into Peloton. Relative weakness, to be sure. If the market tries to come back here, I do want to try to get Starbucks on the dip. But once again, it's like, okay, if it reclaimed the high on Starbucks, missed the break. Starbucks, the spread's opening up a little bit every now and then when you break a level, so I keep on not being aggressive enough with stop orders. I'm going to have to rectify that. If it gets a dip in again, Starbucks has now gone entirely too far to not try to join this party. The market hasn't even broken resistance, and Starbucks is up 6%. I mean, that sort of goes without saying how strong this is. NEO, Affirm, those are still working, so yada, yada there. And I haven't gone back to NVIDIA. NVIDIA made a wick top, and then haven't jumped back over to NVIDIA. Like, it shorted off the 130, it broke out, and then is now holding that high. So as I'm sitting there getting in out of Tesla like 3 separate times, each taking a stop, NVIDIA is a more attractive play. Lower highs, still red, market green, and the market hasn't broken the top yet. So this actually makes a heck of a lot more sense. As far as I'm concerned, we have not broken that top. I'm still looking for reasonable short plays, and NVIDIA makes a heck of a lot more sense here than sort of fighting on Tesla, although at least I'm taking my stops on Tesla, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be disciplined on all these stocks, I feel like.
Now I'm in the Starbucks.
Here goes. I mean, yesterday we were long Starbucks 86, man, and we've been talking about that name for quite a while, and glad to see it moving again here today, up another 6%. I am a shareholder in Starbucks, but I'm a shareholder in many names. That's just one of them. I first bought that stock like at 50 bucks. Should have reloaded it when it went back down to 70 as well on Starbucks. But okay, so there's another one there. Apple right now. I mean, what else do you guys want to do, man? Let's just hit the bangs. Let's hit everything today. This is what we're feeling like today, as we're going to go perfect one more time here today. Hopefully not be read on any names after the day is done. I'm not sure, but we'll wait to see. Right here, Amazon. I just want to talk about that quickly. It's like I'm sitting here at this wick 75. I mean, I hope I'm at 75. I'm at 74, so yeah. Thinking that we could get one more push up here. But again, we're not trying to be foolish here to think that this market's going to run one way or the other. It's stuck in the middle. And like we say, you don't want to be diddling here, so I'm going to stay away. I'm not trying to put on like little feeler trades. Like I want something to happen, so we got to wait for one of the extremes to break here, one way, obviously, or the other. And right now, it looks like it's coming down for now anyways, as Microsoft, and again, here comes Microsoft. There you go, take it out. That's fine. We'll go Mamma Mia. Microsoft, a big trade for me today, as it's number 2 on my board, but it just dropped off there, so watch out for Softy coming back in one more time. What's up, Bren?
A couple of vaccine names, guys, moving around. Here's Moderna. An interesting note, Nikkei reporting that they're looking at building a factory to manufacture vaccines in Japan. The CEO then saying they're also open to discussing supplying China with vaccines as well. So here's Moderna up about 6%.
6% for Moderna. Good for you, Moderna. There is something that's stronger than Starbucks. I was wrong about this. Starbucks is not the strongest thing out there. But NVIDIA, we just talked about, like, play something that's relatively weak, right? Not breaking resistance, lower high, jumped in off that resistance, already gets down to 130. I'll take some out 129.50 in front of that low if we can get it, and then just go rinse and repeat off of these levels over there in NVIDIA. Gonna go back over to, I gotta show you SoFi because, you know what, forget about it. SoFi is still holding $6. So the longer the market keeps trying to pull back and SoFi doesn't break the low, it's at least giving me some sense of confidence in there. NIO is just popping back in. This looks like a bit of a reload spot here, but I want to see how we react to VWAP. I want us holding below, and then I'll jump back into the short. As I said, I finally got into Starbucks. I should say got back into Starbucks because I was long the 90 break on Starbucks and took it out way too early. Now I'm buying the dip, which is essentially the breakout of that high of the day that I should have had when it broke that high of the day at 92.50. I'll place on the 93, the current high, and then look at the daily chart. On that 90 break, you've got room to the upside. If the market wants to go up, Starbucks has 95 and 98 as possible targets if 93 does in fact get taken out. So super strong Starbucks. I'm hoping it continues, but I'm still overall working shorts off of this NASDAQ level. Brennan.
There's a spike down there on Tesla, guys. It's right back up, Randy, to 300. There was a report suggesting their German factory expansion will be postponed indefinitely. So that caused that red candle, but as I said, right back up through 300 for Tesla.
Minor bump in the road for them, according to Randy. So I think that I probably agree with that one. And there goes Amazon right back up to the upside. So we'll slap ourselves around a little bit. We should have got longer down there, but we didn't. We got scared. Not got scared. Our fill happened there on Microsoft, which was a good fill. That's not even back. But look how strong Amazon was off that bottom, so duly noted on that one as well, as we rip right back up to that high of the day again in the futures. We make a move down. We tested the 50 period 2 minutes ago, and then we go right back up to the high again. Like, it's just, this is a crazy market here today. So just be careful, man. We're going to go perfect here, despite taking some of those longs early. It's a good day for us, man, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. I'm going to be very, very patient with what I'm doing now. AMD, it's 10:16, so I've already done what I'm going to do. I think that if AMD could take 77.50, I kind of like that trade right there. It's actually 77.40, actually. I might have to switch my stop order there. If AMD eventually gets going, I like that name, but it's been weak, man. It was weak yesterday, and it's weak again today. So I just want to see some strength come into it, and then we'll see if it's there. If not, we can get away from it pretty easily. So that's a name that I like. I don't want to buy the dips in this name unless we get down here to 76. So that's sort of my plan of action here for AMD. Otherwise, we'll just wait for it. It doesn't, you know what? I'm actually going to, I think I could find better longs. I'm going to cancel that long at 77.50. If it does wind up hitting, I'll look back and be upset. But so far, so good here on that. We're not going to worry about it. 77.50 there on AMD is the level. I'm going to wait for this to fall back into 76 before we actually go long. Good out there on Amazon. And I feel like we want to hold this Apple, even though we're sort of fading back off this 156.50. We're long here at 154.20. So far, so good here today, as we're doing much better today than we were yesterday.
Yeah, I want to quickly show, well, I was showing the NASDAQ before, but I'll show you the ES. It's basically the same story. And I think the next shoe to drop is almost certainly going to have to be, do we take out these highs? We're in a channel now, about 10 points on the ES. Make sure you're on the Z contract. The front contract is one doing more volume. If we break out from here, I think your all systems go for any of these things to either hold your longs or you should be out of your shorts if that happens, I think, but that's just me. I'm in the shorts in front of these levels, and if they break, fantastic. If they break down to the lows, fantastic. But otherwise, you don't want to diddle too much. Like when we're in the middle here, this is where you're taking profit on names. It makes a heck of a lot more sense to take profit in the middle and then try to get more into your shorts if you're still short, or take profits at those highs. So that's what I want to do here. The one long, well, I still have SoFi, but Starbucks is now breaking 93. I took some out 93, now looking for 94 to that upside. NVIDIA still, remember what I was just talking about there, like in this barcode channel, so it's still barcoding in the range. And before, when I'm playing for a bigger move, short off those bottoms, stop out, well, it's not giving you a bigger move. It's going inside the channel, so I can't play for that move. I can hold on to some for that move, but the trade is in this $1 to $1.20 range right now on NVIDIA. And quite frankly, it has been for 30 minutes now. So you got to play inside of it. That's what it wants to show me. That's what I'm going to go ahead and do over in NVIDIA. NEO still working. Meta, by the way, Meta, it has not broken 150. It's now been 20 minutes or so, or maybe almost close to close to 20 minutes or even 30 minutes that Meta cannot break this 150. If we get through that, it is all systems go to the downside, but I can't say it's an inside day and not take profits in front of 150 the amount of times it's been bouncing here. I feel like I'm just sort of sitting here and not listening to myself when I'm talking about us being inside. I can get back into this if it breaks 150. Otherwise, let's just get out of Meta. If it breaks 150, that's a short on its own. Small cap recap time with Brendan. Hate ignoring them, but the market's moving today, so there's been lots to do.
Hey guys, brought to you by Chart Prime. Once again, top-notch indicators automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, anything you want, automatically check them out. Chart Prime, use a QR code. This ADTX is this is going to look ridiculous. I took a quick $1 and change there to the downside, but it looks like nothing now because it's down $10 at this point from where it started the day. It's at 18, about $10 to the downside for ADTX. There's barely a green candle. What a move for that one so far, if you had it. BIAF, I was mentioning just before the open here, $6, $5.75, and then $6 to the upside. So it gave you a couple opportunities to the short side initially, and then flip long above 6. Remember, 1.2 million share float. A ton of room to the upside for this, potentially because of the float. So $6 should hold it here as support, guys, on the long. Back to you.
Man, I still like that Meta break, man, that we wrote down early here. 152.20 was an absolute monster there. My number one stock profit-wise and the number one stock here on the show is going to be Meta. It's just amazing, that name here, as it continues to go. I'm trying to get short in it again, but I didn't think about it until later because I was just trying to get the longs, and then looked over and was like, let me just check my short idea at Meta. And there it is, $2 now in the money on that. Hopefully you guys still have it, as I do not. But there goes Meta right now, taking down that bottom. So yeah, see you later, Meta. This was kind of the targets of 150. I mean, if it takes that 150, that's another monumental area there. So the only problem is if you take that 150 out, it could whipsaw back up, right? So that's the one sort of problem there with sort of really hammering the short, is that you could get a move back to the upside quite fast for Meta there if it fails. But here it comes, right back down into 150. I'm going to try the short, I guess, but it is trying to fail right now down at this level. So we'll watch out for 150. I'm not like holding this against it. I mean, there are lots of stocks here that continue to make a march downside right now, including Amazon. You know, this could be a reload level. I mean, we could take some shares right now and just to see. Let's see if it holds. Darn it, we just missed it on Amazon. I was going to say, let's see if it holds here in the teens. Here it comes back down.
Here it comes.
Yeah, the market just broke a little lower there. So we're going to watch out for that one. And there goes Meta trying to test that 150. I mean, is there size there? Not really.
Not 100,000.
Yeah, we're going to wait to see it as now it's bouncing upside. Normally, I would say this would be a scalp long off this level, but it's so badly cooked to the downside right now that if you like your steaks well done, you might even send this one back because there we go. There we go. At least the guys behind us like that one. So there we go. Hopefully you guys like that as well. We have a little barbecue thing going on there. So Meta well cooked. I can't find my barbecue. We'll find that in a minute. But this name definitely getting barbecued up. And there it is breaking through 150 right now. So watch out for Meta.
Yeah, it's still maybe 130,000, but who cares? 130,000 shares in 11 million? That's nothing. I almost said that ain't ish. That ain't nothing, man. It'll chew through that like a hot knife through butter. I'm on the stock because it's potentially about to break. NVIDIA, I'll do this so I don't have to go away from Meta. NVIDIA is still working to the downside. It's about to test. It just broke 130. Could test 129. I want to hold NVIDIA through a break of these lows if it can do so. Market looks like it wants to put on that double top. The only long I got on, outside of SoFi, which is still doing absolutely bloody nothing, is Starbucks, which is still working above 93. That's still relatively strong. The 90 break, it's now up to $93. Could hit 95 if this market finds some strength, which it hasn't done. But right now, I think everyone's probably looking at Meta at that 150 if it does go. Popular day trade here, but it just keeps bouncing off it. I'm like Sean. I would be long this under some circumstances, just saying ones and twos long. This is not the time to do it. If it was 11:30, I'd probably have this on. Wow, didn't even get it. You get it?
Nope. No, not even close.
Not even close.
I didn't even come close to it. But there's the break, man. Let's just go Superman on that one, man. We called that Meta break. There it is. What a great break that was. Superman is in the building. Yeah, that's just a big move down, man. That's the move on Meta. You know, you couldn't, I don't know how far you want to cross to get that. Here comes a little bit of a bump back to the upside. I feel like it will retest that 150 anyways coming up right now because there it is. So it was a quick move down, obviously, down to 149.30. Here we go. People that are caught short that did not get out are now going to get barbecued a little bit here on that upside. Let's just see what happens now. I still feel like the short is in on this, but yeah, a little bit of a retracement back to the upside. Missed opportunity there for sure on Meta because we missed that long. That break did take us out of Amazon, which I don't know if it should have. We got out at 127.01 there. I don't even know where that broke, but there we go. Meta does break. We are now short Meta again at 86. So let's hold on to this a little bit. It did break lower through that 150, obviously. And again, if you're looking for trade ideas, please follow right here. It's the #1 idea on the list today. Short Meta, 152.25. Shorted, shorted, shorted. That's all that we're talking about. So hopefully you did make some money on that as down goes Meta and down goes the market one more time. Yes, Bears versus Bulls. It is Sticky Note Nation. Yeah, if you're part of that, then you part of me. So good on that one for that. Amazon, maybe you can buy it off that bottom wick, but it also is breaking lower right now, Amazon. So yeah, let's just continue to watch it. People getting excited behind us. That's good.
Exactly, definitely going to be good. Look, I crossed the 75 and didn't get that, just to give an indication of how big the gap was when it broke that level. So if it retakes 75, I'll scalp some out. On the way back up, sometimes it gives you the price. So I did get 95s on the way back in there. It's already heading back to the downside. Someone asked, why am I in SoFi? Well, I said I'd wait it out on SoFi at the open, see if it could hold the lows. It did. And now it wants to test low. So this entire time it's been holding around $6. I got 602 as a long. If it takes out the lows, I'm gone on this stock as everything headed to the downside. I said if we don't break the tops on that NASDAQ, shorts, shorts, shorts. Affirm, Meta, Neo, NVIDIA, Peloton, and of course I do have some Starbucks, and I just got back into PayPal. There were 3 stocks I liked long today. SoFi, well, I want SoFi after the open, Starbucks, and PayPal were the other two. PayPal, for now, it's giving you a couple of good legs off of these lows. I did get a wick bottom here, but it retested the highs. Relatively strong, but only up that 1%. It's Starbucks that's a heck of a lot stronger than PayPal here.
Wow, I mean, congratulations to the guys behind us there hitting that meta trade. That was a good one there for the boys, so that's good. Amazon breaks, we got out of that one, so we'll spin it for that as well. As you don't want to be in some of these names, man, because then you're going to get beat up into the downside if you hold things for too long. Apple's pulled back a little bit. Back into 155. I think this is a level that you might want to watch out for here. 155 holding. I don't know if it's going to 154.90. I think we can try it now. It's too bad because, okay, there it is. We just took an Apple long. So now we are long Apple. Let's see where this one goes here. Long Apple into this move. So I don't know, man. We just take a little position out there at 10s, at 12s. We're long at 05. It looks like it wants to break, but there goes Apple. Watch out for a 155 break here as the market's heading to the downside one more time.
Yeah, one more time, we head to the downside in the market. You might have guessed it, but a firm's about to hit $23. I don't see any size on the bid here. Incredibly weak name. If it breaks 23, 22 is a pretty big level. There was a wick bottom there at the beginning of the month where it did flush through and then hold 22s. I think that's where you terminate, but we are right down on the lows on the ES. This could be, if you catch a bounce on the ES here in the overall market, I'm going to quickly slide my black chart over. If you do bounce off this level, it's a good place to start taking some profit if you haven't already done so on some shorts there. So I will look for that. But 23 doesn't mean anything to me necessarily on a firm. I'm more concerned about Starbucks, which is finally showing some signs of pulling back into that downside. I'm not long up here at the top, right? So I did have the long at 90s, but now we have it at the top. I don't want us back below that 92.50. If we go back below that, I'll just get out of Starbucks. I don't think it can go up forever in the face of the market coming down, as strong as it might be. Ooh, it is 10:30. Let's see what's going on in the world of crypto. Should probably look at some Coinbase. Brendo.
Equity's trying to bounce, crypto trying to bounce as well, guys. Here's a look at a few interesting notes, at least, going into Thursday. Focus shifting to this, the merge coming up apparently on Thursday, according to this anyway. So major software update to come if you've been following along. For this one, Ethereum trying to lead the way right now. It's still down 1%, but well off the lows from the session. We let go of 1,600. Late in the day yesterday. Bitcoin, meanwhile, 20,100, down 5% again today. There's a little more positivity a little bit further down the board. Here's Cardano up 1.5%. Everything else, though, very, very red once again today. But Thursday, the day for ETH. Guys, back to you.
Yes, sir. I mean, everyone's talking the merge. Coin up 1%. So, look, it just made a wick top and is heading back to the downside. However, it respected some of these ranges here, looking at $78. I doubt we see that again, given what the market is doing. And this just feels like it's a rinse and repeat of what we saw in yesterday's trade. Like every single pop in the upside was like a test of the shorts, and then essentially going to try to run you back over. Like I said, Starbucks about to take it out. Nvidia is back down. Hasn't taken the low just yet, but it's back down to this 192 area into that bottom. I have a crazy wick on my chart. No. I apologize for that in advance, so it's going to make this really skewed. But it is bouncing or trying to bounce off these lows. We just said the ES was on those lows and trying to bounce. This could be a nice little bounce spot if you have some longs to grab some profit or to take some profit out in those shorts if you got them. I want to hold on to at least something through those lows, because if we break the lows, we could see a 1 or 2% day to the downside, which isn't like yesterday, but certainly would be enough. I like Marvell for relative strength, but if we're going to break the bottoms, I don't want to be grabbing anything long if we break the lows. I want to see us bounce off those lows. Still up on the day, Marvell, so I like it for relative strength, but I want to see us bounce a little bit, which we're doing now, and then get into it. So I'm getting some signs that this could be it. I'm going to jump into a long on Marvell. Relative strength is what it's about.
Wow. Damn it. We just got, we only have half of our position on because we just got taken out some there on Apple. We were holding that long against 155, 154.80 actually. And we just got taken out of half and we bought back more. But we did not need to take that the L down there on Apple. Oh, that sucks. Oh, darn it, that's okay. I mean, we have the long again. It's only 13 cents in the money. It's not like it's the end of the world. But we did lose that 13 cents. Like we went long there at 04 and out at 90, and that was the exact bottom. So I do this at least a couple times a day where I make these bottom or top wicks, and that's it right there again. People talk about stop hunting, and there it is. It's just an obvious, it's not an obvious level. Like I don't really see where it was. It was just a breakthrough 155, but not given enough room to breathe down there on that downside. So we'll wait to see what happens with Apple now. Hopefully it can make a move back up to the upside, and then we'll get out. I mean, I'm sitting here at 36. We just took a 30-30 bid there. We're at 36. Hopefully that'll make a move back up to the upside. But there's another win for us one more time here, hopefully. Anyways, did we get that 36? No, we did not. There, hits 36 and stops. But there we are. Yes, sir. One more time right there now. We're taking some profits today. Today's been definitely a great day, and I hope you're doing good over there too, Brendo. What's up?
There was a move down in oil on the inventory number there. 2.4 million build versus 1.3 expected. So much bigger build this week on the crude inventories than expected. So downside for oil.
Exactly. And someone was saying like you got a lot going on, Neil. But a couple of these positions, when you're at 150, when you're at 131 on Nvidia, then you have to worry about what am I doing next? Am I at a decision point? But once it rolls down, it's sort of just sitting in the money. You can throw a trail on it to have some profit targets. A firm is like the same thing. Like I got back into the short, and it's just been falling to the downside. I've already scalped out what I will, and now it just runs down in. And it's the same thing with NEO. Like I have not added to NEO. I'm just still holding on to that short as it continues to trend to the downside. So I'm kind of letting it work for me. Whereas the things that we're making decisions on, which is what I'm going to focus on, right? Like you guys can see, we've already talked about some of the thesis of some of the tech names. If its resistance is held and the NASDAQ is held, then I like those shorts. But things like Starbucks, where we've had to make a decision lately, and we're about to have to do another one here as it comes back in. Yeah, that's going to be top of the mind there. Marvell, which I just got into on a dip. I want to hold in front of 48 even if it wants to make that hold. And then PayPal as well to the long side, where we've tried to work PayPal long. I was not patient enough with it. I allow it to get to that wick bottom that it did last time, and now it's headed back into the upside. So relative strength in a couple of these names. That's why I like them to the long side. But if it's in the money short, then just hold on to it. And yes, Shakib, I see AMTD. We had to remove your chat because of a word in there, but AMTD, yes, on the move. Brendo?
I was just going to mention HKD halted upside back at 65.5 here on a volatility halt. So AMTD is starting to go as well.
Yeah, those old boys, like, you know, AMTD with like a million things they've taken public, but this one hasn't halted. It is up 15% in the midst of a breakout. So some of the old small cap low floaters are trying to make some power moves to the upside. Not trying to ignore them, but again, the market is moving today.
Yeah, no, I'm staying in my lane for sure here as Apple. I mean, why not? Look at Apple going back up to the upside right now. That sucks. Like we were waiting for this move and we did get stopped out there, but we did buy it back. So what really sucks is just giving up that 25 cents there on that stop out. So we'll see. I don't think well, that's only 65, so we probably did make that high. I'm sitting there now at 65 to see if we can get that fill. So there it is. Yes, sir. Wow. Are we on one today, baby? This is a good day so far here today as the market's starting to fly around. The only misstep was not taking Meta out down there at 149 flat. That was a mistake there, not getting a wick down there from Meta. So it's funny because I'm at 149.08. It went to 06 or 07 there. So I don't know why we didn't get filled, but we still didn't get filled. It's there at 149.08. So let's see. Again, sometimes because if you see Meta right here, like right now, it has like a 6 cent spread. It tightens up for sure. Like if it settles down for a second, it tightens up. But I just wonder if that was like a wick down there, filled somebody, and then ripped up. But it was not me. So no friend of mine right now, Meta. But actually, that's a lie. It's the number one stock for me today, Meta, on that short. What a good name there. Let's go. There goes Meta, making that move back up to the upside. I cheer it on because I have triple the shares I do in Apple that I do for Meta. So if Apple wants to run to the upside, great. I do have more plans for Meta, and that would be to get shorter around this 150.50 area. So I'm just waiting for that big take there, and I'm loving life right now because Apple continues its march to the upside. Next little area, I think like right around here, 156, 155.90, something like that. Let's put an order there and maybe it'll come get us.
and come get us to the upside is going to be Marvell. I mentioned this one at the end of the show yesterday that it was relatively strong and probably got away from it too quickly because we're looking at so many names. This still needs to break out, obviously, but you're going to put in a higher low when the market retests a low. Then I'm going to adjust and say, hey, this is the name that we like to alongside. I'm going to scalp it to the high. I'm going to hold some through the high break and then play to day high break and then hold some to yesterday's afternoon or morning top at 49 even. So those are the targets I'm looking for. And on MRVL, I'm very similar to, I have the 130 on Marvel. Sorry. I have the 150 on Meta as well with Sean, so no need to talk about that. Starbucks continues to show its relative strength. However, the market just bounced off those lows, got 10, 15 points. Starbucks doesn't quite get back to that high. I don't want to say it's running out of steam, but if we retest those lows and we're not actually testing the high here in Starbucks, might have to get out of Dodge here because I keep saying it, the market keeps trying to go lower. Starbucks ain't going to hold up forever. As much as the long has been good, you don't want to get caught with your pants down, and because I'm still in it, SoFi manages to not stop out by holding the low again, so I might be in this one all day, but my stop is right here at this low. If it doesn't break 590, then I'm not out of SoFi, but it's also not doing much. That's why I'm not really talking about it because, quite frankly, there's not a heck of a lot to see with SoFi. They did catch an upgrade, but outside of that, it's just been sitting here holding those lows. For those of you that have been watching some of the small caps at BIAF that Brennan had brought to us, that just came back in a big way, breaking 6 even. I was looking to see if it could bounce off $6. It did not make a bounce off 6. It crashed through that level. So any longs I was looking for in BIAF, not going to happen.
All right, man. All right, so here comes Meta right back up to the upside one more time here. So watch out here as the market is blowing up pretty good right now on that move. So Meta probably takes out that high. We're here to get out, man. Like if Meta takes out that high, we don't want to be in that. So that's going to be a level there for us to look at, that Meta high right there. So I'm going to get a few pieces out. I don't even know where my bids are right now. That just went down as low as 22 here on Meta. My average price is 19. So we'll take a piece out for flat there. Sorry, just over flat at 22 there. And now we'll wait to see if it does fall back in a little bit here for Meta. That'd be nice if it does. I don't know. We'll wait. Hopefully it comes back in and we'll see that level get taken out right here, 150.60, the 50 period. Hey, this is all good, man. Like, honestly, I don't want to lose on Meta because it's my #1 stock. But, like, as this is happening, we are absolutely clocking right now on Apple as that's just, I'm just going to keep getting some out on Apple. I'm going to cancel my 156.20. We just got a nice little fill there as we offered it out at 156.08 and took that fill. So far so good on that one. We're just trying to empty out some of the clip here on some of these longs. It's the NASDAQ is just making that move back. Look what we did again. Made that bottom one more time and then didn't make it, but trying to make that top one more time. So this is just a back and forth kind of a day here for the market. So not much to see, as they say, but we'll wait to see here. It's up and down. Pick your poison, pick your spots. I'm going to take another out there on Apple at 94.95 in case we do fall back down in there. We want to make sure that we take advantage of that last long that we took. We just took this 10 minutes ago. So if you're looking for like banger trades, man, I mean, I'm trying to hold on to these positions. We've already given you $2 on Meta, and then now here comes, I don't know if Meta's going to come back again, but here comes Apple back down in, so maybe Meta will fly a little bit to the downside. It's just at a flat position for me right now, so not much happening here for Meta. Let's take another piece out if we can and see if it will drop below that 149 area here.
Yeah, and here comes the rocket ship that was Marvell. He just got to the high of the day, as we were talking about. Play the bounce, play the relative strength, higher lows when the market's hitting those bottoms, and now it can work back into yesterday's resistance. Respect yesterday's levels. When you get volume that low and when you get big moves like that, where those turns happen mean you have price discovery and acceptance, so respect some of those. That's going to be that 48.70. That's going to be that 49, which we've already tested. So Marvell starting to work or continuing to work to the upside. One of the few chip names that's holding up and showing some pretty good strength here. And we noticed that because it was down half of what the other major chip names were yesterday. So there goes on Marvell. I'm in Meta. I just actually reloaded with you, Sean. But I want to note some things like as the market moves back up, on the lows affirm. The stock is, right now it's dog doo-doo or whatever you want to call it. I was about to say something else. But if you're not bouncing at all when the market just went 20 points off the lows and is going to retest the highs, like how bad are you? PayPal, Look, it just got me out in front of VWAP. I just took some out there, so it is bouncing, not as much as I would like to see. I think PayPal should be doing better than this. I got to respect the fact that it's not just yet. Starbucks as well, still in the money, but still rejecting some of these highs. So Starbucks is probably one of the strongest names in the market today, but it is showing some signs that it's going to put a reversal in if this market can't follow through. It is going to be an incredibly mixed board. Every single day for the last week and a half has been a pretty clean sector watch. Today, this is pretty mixed. Brendo.
Yeah, overall the market feeling a little bit more stronger than it actually is. 0.3 right now for the S&P, only to the upside. There is a lot on here though that is going to be in negative territory and to the downside once again, including material stocks. Nucor leading the way right now, 8% to the downside, coming off of a forecast cut for Nucor today. FCX downside as well. I saw Mosaic on here once again. Don't see it right now, but I remember Mosaic was one of the biggest movers to the downside yesterday and 2 days in a row, in fact, for Mosaic. Financials here, communication services. We talked a lot about a few of these in the pre-market, including some of the streaming stocks. Warner Brothers, very weak. Paramount, very weak once again, under pressure to the downside. Utilities are strong. Energy stocks very strong as well. CTRA, Apache, PXD, SLB, to name a few. Obviously a big move in oil. There's Moderna, we mentioned 5%. J&J right underneath that, 2.3% back to the upside. Vaccine names making moves, but not enough, unfortunately, to offset consumer discretionary and industrial weakness right now, guys. Back over to you.
All right, and it's good that we come back over here because now it's money-making time one more time. As Apple, look at this make on Apple. Buy down there, buy down there. Sure, we got some out. We talked about that. But there's the move to the upside. Like when you're taking a 20-cent hit and you're literally ripping up $1.50, that's a money-making move right there for Apple. That's making money moves, that's for sure. Nice little move to the upside there for Apple. And then guess what? Meta. Yeah, dirt off our shoulder on that one. We'll do a little bit of this. Bug spray? I don't know. There goes Meta to the upside now, and we just get out on that break. So no real love lost here on Meta. We were able to get something out at that 150 bottom, 150.15 or so. So Meta was good, nicely done. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day. I mean, give or take a couple bucks now. As there goes Apple, I think this one should be, if not Meta, the trade of the day, but it's a beautiful move to the upside here for Apple, and it's continuing to go. I think we can always check back in on Amazon a little bit. I like the strength in this name. Should have been buying some bottoms. Glad we did it on Apple, but again, some of these bottoms are holding here today as the NASDAQ just dancing back to the day's high. So if you like the short, this might be a spot to put it on again as we've just hit those highs one more time.
Yeah, that's essentially all we're doing. We're running to the lows, bouncing off the lows, running to the highs, bouncing away from the highs. So try not to get caught in playing shares in the middle. NVIDIA just retested that lower end. And this is the high of the day on, well, ignore that wick. The high of the day on NVIDIA, 133, but the lower high has been 131.50. That's what I want to respect. So I just jumped back into more shares of that. I might get my first chance at NEO. Even in the midst of all this strength, NIO has not come anywhere near to our entry price. I might have to adjust where I like the short here. It has been in front of 22s, and all we got was 21.80 at the open, but it's rejecting at 21.65. So I'm going to adjust with the market. If this is the range in NIO, then this is where I will short NIO and then have to play it back to 21.65. But until we break out those tops on the ES and the NASDAQ, then I want to stick to the other side, which is working the shorts that are still valid, which is going to come into play here. I just got out of Starbucks, and as I told you, the market just came all the way back. I'm talking all the way back. Look at the ES bouncing, going green, up 30 points, and Starbucks, which had been leading the way, that just trails me out. I think, I'm not saying it's done for the day, but you have to accept the fact that that huge rally that we just saw in the market, Starbucks didn't want to participate. It either has to pull back and give me support or give a fresh breakout. Now it's diddling in the middle, which means I need to look elsewhere.
Yeah, we're going to try a play here on AMD. So I'm short now AMD. What's up, Sharif? What's up, Brad? We're going to go short on these names here. AMD again, we just took that into here. So we're going to put some bids out. Bang, right there. Wow, what kind of a day is it here today? Nice to see everybody and glad he's back. We got some big movements happening right now in this market as we go short on AMD right there. We're picking, look, we're making fun of these semis names. I know Neil's there on NVIDIA. I'm here on AMD. We're sort of picking on them, but I still think that AMD could blow up to the upside. So we'll take a quick 15 cents there. I'm watching out for this 77.50 level. I want to reverse long if we take out that 77.50 level. So I'll average into it, then flip it long if it takes it out. So that's my plan of action on this one. I feel like it wants to go, but right now we have to respect the shorts. The shorts are playing out right now. Let's just see if it does continue. AMD was weak yesterday. It's relatively weak today, but you can see it's now positive on the day. So we are a little nervous here about AMD, hence why we take that out. And I'll do it again if it comes back to 77 one more time. But over there at the desk, Brendan's got something else. What's up, Brendo?
HKD halts downside now after a huge move up. So watch AMTD, HKD. There's this one as well. MEGL, another one of these starting to go, guys. Just taking out the highs, up 10% for Megal.
That didn't take, so remember how long those things lasted to the upside last time? That didn't take any time for them to come screaming back in. Oh, so when we talk about reversing, look, if the market takes out the highs, these could be jailbreaks. The lows that you made here, you can get jailbreaks to the upside. If any of these resistance levels get taken out, that's why you want a piece of the long somewhere. And I should state this, I am, like, as much as I am getting out in front of 49 and Marvell, that's a breakout as well. I mean, if we're through the highs on the NASDAQ, that resistance, and on the ES, then yeah, I'll like that breakout on Marvell. I'm not going to take a breakout if we don't take the highs in the futures, but I'll get out in front of it. But heck, there's still a decent chance we can have that big break. The other long I have on, I'll talk about PayPal. I'm not out of it like I got out of Starbucks, but it's resisting VWAP here. So as much as it's still up 1.3%, you got resistance overhead as well on PayPal. 97.40 has been trouble, and now VWAP is going to be trouble potentially here on PayPal. Lots of things moving around here. I don't want to get away from this, but it's way too far inside. When I look at something like Square, same thing. Inside $1.50. If this doesn't hold, Square breaking in either direction looks pretty tasty. I can't imagine this stays in this range all day long. It was way too wild, Square, yesterday. Brendan?
Roblox having a nice day here, guys, up 2.5%. There was a note on iHeartMedia, IHRT moving as well on this. Apparently they're launching a new metaverse site on Roblox. So back to day highs here.
Oh, shoot. I just had a bid there on Meta get filled. All right, so let's punch out a Meta. I got to really clean up my orders here. What am I even doing? Yeah, Roblox, a nice little name there. Ask my kids. They like Roblox. Actually, the younger one. The older one, I think he could sort of fade out of it. But I think there's a lot of possibilities with Roblox. And I like this stock, especially at some of these levels. But there's AMD. We took another bid out there at 11 for, again, another 13 cents. I'm here to take one more fill on it down at O's here if it comes back in, and then we'll see. You know what? Cancel the O's, man. Let's scratch that bid. Maybe it'll even go lower there. I just want to respect the 50 period down here, but they have VWAP down at 76.80, so that could be a level that we look at for sure for AMD. Apple's $1 in the money. AMD's just a piece. That Meta is funny because, like, we went short. That's twice. Like, we got out there, and then it tanked. And then we got out there, and we got a good out, man. Like, we only took, it was like, what, 15 cents worth of a hit. It rips all the way to 151. Next time, Sean, respect that VWAP, man, and then we would have been still in this one. But, again, I
say 151?
Yeah, I feel like we have to. Well, I mean, it didn't. That's where VWAP was. The high was. Yeah, I know, 151. Okay. Yeah, I know, I got it right there. But that was the high of the day, and you see it coming back in. That's too bad because we did have that short, but at least we went over the semis, and now we're short on AMD as well, as that's trying to make a move back down. So Google weak today, AMD weak today, Starbucks strong, Rivian weak, Neo week. Just talking about some names that you guys might know. Other than that, that's pretty good. Disney also down. Another name that we don't talk too much there goes Meta back up. But look at Disney here and again, I just wonder if this is because of their streaming there. I think the parks and travel's doing well, but we saw Netflix got hit yesterday, Paramount earlier as well, and here's Disney down that 1% against the market. So that's interesting. Anything you want to say before, Brendan? Or
No, I was going to look at Palo Alto thinking maybe after the split it would have moved.
That's right, we
but
forgot about that one.
PanW is not doing a heck of a lot. There's too much happening, I think, for people to be excited about a stock that we don't normally
strong.
trade.
That was
Tesla's super strong,
yeah,
man.
That's the biggest one.
That's going to be frustrating because yesterday, Tesla was my best trade, whereas Neo and Rivian were frustrating. So I'm like, I'll focus on Tesla today, and then Tesla was super strong. So it's going to happen to you, but take your stop outs. That's how you can stay green when you're wrong in something. If I average all the way in, and I'm not holding $7 against me, but we have to get to Brendan. I want to see what's going on with that USD. Probably some whipsaw action, I'm assuming.
Yeah, a bit of calm after the storm, I guess, for some of the currencies so far today. We are down on the US dollar so far today in negative territory, but holding some key levels here. 109.5 ended up being support on the way back down after the move up initially yesterday. Down about 0.25%, 109.50, as I mentioned there. Look at the euro, though, right at, once again, parity with the US dollar. It's been kind of bouncing back and forth, above, below, above, below. Up again today, 0.2% there for the euro. The Canadian dollar, 76 once again. 0.7, big move for the British pound here, 1.15 and change. Remember, CPI over in the UK comes out this morning. A surprise downtick for them, 9.9 on the CPI in the UK. Still crazy high, though. Japanese yen, Swiss franc higher on the day as well. Everything else kind of choppy back and forth. Russia's up once again, 1.6 for the ruble. 0.3 here for New Zealand, 0.3 as well for Australia. There was some data in both countries overnight as well that was better than expected, guys. But the pound making moves so far today. Back over to you.
The pound making moves, interesting. Good to see that. Good to see that happen. I want to see some activity there to the upside, hopefully. Marvell just got some at 49. Sorry, just got out at 49. It was PayPal I got some out of there. But that 49 break, wick top. I don't want to get in on a wick top. I want us holding, and I don't like the top break unless we're breaking out in the futures. So now the futures have not broken the highs on the NASDAQ. I'll quickly show you here. You're right at them. I want some continuation through those highs, and then I will join the party above 49 on Marvell. Otherwise, I'll play back into the dip. PayPal just got to the upside, so finally getting something north of VWAP here on PayPal. This has been a solid one, man, but I did make a wick bottom on PayPal, so it hasn't been all good. Like Tesla yesterday, it's like, yeah, I've been in it 3 or 4 times, but at least once I didn't make that low. I want to see this break out the top. If the market takes the highs, PayPal has a lot of room above there. Somehow NVIDIA, I guess it got real close. 131.48 it just got to there, so it didn't quite break that top channel. I think it's about to. It's showing signs of strength. I was able to scalp some out on the last short. But at some point, we're taking out these highs. I'm out of NVIDIA here, and this is the thing. Just get out, man. Get out when it's going. Market wants to try to run to the upside. Some of those shorts that have worked all morning, they become debunked, and you got to work about the other way. So watch this upside move here. I'm going to get that Marvell market now taking that top.
Yeah, here we go, man. We flipped over to the long on AMD. We actually just made money on the short, and then we flipped to the long. We were it was funny because as that was happening, I could have just definitely show you what happened there. Short, we almost got them all out right here as it came back in, and then it blows up to the upside. Now you can see we're long at 54. And I don't want to necessarily scalp these all out, but we just did take out 30% here. So there it goes. Yeah, go to the upside, baby. This is a nice little runner here, AMD. We wanted it to break that top. And here it goes. Offer some 68s. Maybe we get going. We've seen AMD. Once it gets going, it doesn't. Well, I didn't say it doesn't stop. It stops all the time, but it has a chance to get real going here as we try to take out some of these levels. So again, upside, nice little surprise here for AMD as it's starting to take out some of these highs. Well, it just did take out the high, but I'm just trying to average some of these out now as again, we have a position on that I don't want to be a loser on this trade. So again, we will. It'll turn around against us, but maybe back down to 77 we can hold this, but we need to let this thing run a little bit in case that was not the top of the market, and AMD wants to pull ahead. But remember, this is not a name that you're going to be like, hey, I believe. It's not like the meta short where you really believe in the short. Therefore, when it wicks up, you're like, maybe I shouldn't get out. I feel like AMD going with the long is against the trend of AMD, right? So you really need something to work out for you. As here it comes back down, I'm just getting some more pieces out here. I even have an offer at 47 now to get a piece out. That's why I flipped out of some of those when we went into the mid 60s, right? You don't want to lose your day on one bad, I'm not going to do that, but you don't want to do that on one bad call. So let's watch out here as AMD is pulling back in with the market.
Yeah, you got to watch because even though you're taking like the market trying to reverse here, there's no question about it, but you're getting another chance at a wick toss. We broke the high, but unless we can follow through, like I don't want to be adding to any of these longs or averaging into them on the reverses unless we're breaking out from this level. So it's all well and good to get there, but now that we're here, we need to go. Market's got to go. I want to see some actual follow through here. There's still a few shorts that'll be valid. I mean, Peloton's still below 10, so I'll still be short that. Firm is still below 24. Last I checked, yeah, this is still weak. So, I mean, this hasn't given any cause for concern. But some of these longs reversing into, these are tops. And if we wick top again, you got to understand what can happen. Like NVIDIA just broke back out, so it could retest VWAP. You don't want this breaking back down below. If it holds this channel, the higher channel, there is so much room to the upside that you want a piece of it. But you don't want to get too stubborn. If we reject this high another time and head to the lows, you can't hold longs at the top all the way back to the bottom. It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. So relatively tight stop I'll have on NVIDIA here. And it's the same thing with Marvell when I'm buying these highs. PayPal, different story because we bought sort of off that little bit of a dip. As it pulls back in, we're not even taking out the tops on PayPal. So I'll buy the dip, but a heck of a lot closer to 95.5 than the 96s I'm holding right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to be patient with this AMD trade as well, as the market is moving back down to the downside here on AMD. So we'll just take another fill rate now. But again, that fill is like 10% of what I currently have. So, we'll take another fill right here, see if it wants to go back up to the upside. I don't even have any offers out until we make new highs on this name. So, not new highs on the day. We have a 79. That never happened today, but hopefully it can come back up to the upside there. We're still $1 in the money on Apple. That's kind of just holding that just because. Alibaba's actually down today pretty good as well. I got to still focus on AMD, so I don't want to necessarily leave that one, but there's Alibaba, again, down today, down 0.8%, made that high up to 89. Look how choppy this name is. Not that you really want to trade it, it's just, it is still making lower highs because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right now. So 5 lower highs, just all been put in pretty easily there. Normally you'd like to see the lower highs kind of come down like this, but it made a big move down. So there it is, and now there it is, that lower high previously. I mean, that's as close to 89 as you're gonna get. So if you were thinking about, respecting that as we haven't taken out past highs, that would be another level right there that if you are looking short, that's the spot right there for you on Alibaba. We only have a minute to go, man. What's the situation with earnings? Nothing over there, Brendo? Yeah, Brendo's shaking his head. So
nothing till Adobe on Thursday.
Yeah,
I think after Market Thursday we get Adobe, and this week was like Oracle and Adobe. And pretty much nothing else. But wow, look, this moves fast. When the market's moving like this, it's always going to be exciting. We'll be back at 2 o'clock as always. But just to end off here, we're still at those highs trying to break out. I think we've sort of gotten away from some of the small caps, but I think that was, Brendan's done a fantastic job of covering them. Been a heck of a lot moving, and when the market's moving, you want to focus on that. I'm still holding SoFi, just so you guys know. If it breaks 590, I'll get out of that one, but for now, this isn't even worth covering as it's only up 2.5% and barcoding. It is right now. Can the semis, can tech, can the NASDAQ and the ES, can they break this top now? Because if they do, well, we probably have some levitation to the upside incoming, but do not get too stubborn at these tops to be sure.
The only time we ask for likes is when I did in the pre-market, so let's get some likes going right now. If you can hit the like button, thank you for watching us. We're about to throw you over to the midday show. We only have 1.5K likes. Very, very weak on that one. So let's do that. Hopefully we'll get a graphic for that soon as well. But let's go back over now. It's 11 o'clock. Sharif's got his own shirt on today. So thanks for that, Sharif. He said he ironed it. It looks really good there. Thank you, Sharif, for that one. I'll hang it back up in the closet for next time when you or I forget our shirt. Over there to the big show, it's Sharif and Prad. Let's go, boys.
Let's go, baby. You know what time it is. It's time for Midday Market Mayhem Movers with your boy Trader Prad and Sharif in the house. Let's get the ball rolling. Let's get the party started. Couple stocks that I'm looking at right now. Obviously, a lot of people have been watching Meta today. People on the floor actually smoked Meta, man. I'm very proud of the boys on the floor today for smoking this trade. I traded a little bit different than them. Here's my trade, actually. You know, I started watching Meta off the open, and I was looking at this 150 150 area as the low a day before that, and I took the 151 break. I scaled out for some profits, got back in, scaled out, got back in, and then that was the best entry over here near 150. I took the 150 break also, which is what the boys smoked it on. I think they got almost $1 per share profit on that trade. But once it came back through 150, I got out of that trade completely. Meta, my #1 stock on the board today. And then after that, I figured if the market's coming off the way it is, I'm going to try and get into a future short. So I got into the future short over here. I added on the break of 12,100. Sadly, it came back through and stopped me out. So that took away some of my profits on the day today. Now still looking to battle the short side of the market because I don't believe in the longs. You know me, I'm not believing in the longs even if we're up 0.8, 0.6% now. Getting back into the shorts on QQQs over here near the high of day, trying to see if we can bully the market back towards VWAP or at least towards the downside a little bit. In the money about 30 cents on the QQQ. I know it says no positions on board. That's because I have to punch into a trade for that position to update. So whenever I find a trade to punch into or whenever I feel like it's necessary to take profits on QQQ over here, you'll see that update. Until then, you get to see all the profits on other stocks that I traded today. Apparently, I traded AMD. No, that board's wrong. I did not trade AMD today.
Guys, we just sat down. Like, we literally just sat down and we saw ATXG. What's ATXG doing? It's been doing nothing all morning. You know, bounced off that $3.80 level, and then nice bull flag here right at that 10 to 11 level, 10 to 11 time slot, 10.50. So we took the break. We were a little late. I would have liked to have the break here at that $4.39 area, but we ended up getting in at that $4.51 area. We took first profit here, 453, second profit, 457, third at that 460, and then we got top wick here at that 465 level. Pulling back a little bit now. We're out of 2/3 of our position, so we got 1/3 left on board. We're looking for a break a high day around that $4.70 level, currently trading at 460, so not too far away. ATXG showed up on my other platform here on IBKR, but seeing as IBKR sucks, it wasn't loading the chart, and I had to actually file a ticket with technical support there because I wasn't able to see it. I wasn't able to see the level 2. I wasn't able to see anything. Anyway, so sitting on PP Pro here, killing it on Day Trade the World.
Why do you say that every time? PP Pro. It's P Pro.
P Pro. I always say
it's just
PP
one
Pro.
P and then a Pro.
Sorry, guys. P Pro. And we took top wick here. So we're going to set our stop at $4.49 here so that we don't give back any money. So we're going to go ahead put that for the remaining portion, $4.49, and we're going to give it a buffer, maybe like 2 cents in case it like blows by our stop. So ATXG is what I'm watching. I also traded BIAF this morning, another small cap crapper. That one halted on the way up at around that 950 time slot. It kind of double top. Let me pull it up on my other chart so you guys can follow along. There we go. So it kind of did a little bit of a double top here at that $6.75 level. It went up the second time around to $6.80, and then it's been basically selling off the entire time. I'm looking to see how it acts around that 200 EMA, which is at around $5.55. It's kind of curling a little bit now, but you know, this one's not going to be off people's radars. Up almost 38% on the day. It was obviously a lot higher. I think it was almost 60-something% on the day or 50-something% on the day. It was definitely the leading gapper this morning. So I've got my eye on these two stocks, and God, can we even talk about the futures today? And like the mega caps, they've been flying all over. But Sean's been killing it. Neil's been killing it. The whole floor here, I don't know if you guys heard during the morning show, killing it. Everybody was yelling. People took that 150 break on Meta. So it's been a hell of a morning. Very happy with what's going on, Prad. What's Oracle up to?
Yeah, I'm watching Oracle today. I noticed that Oracle did not have a single green candle since the open all the way until what is this, 10:30. So pretty big move for an hour straight. No relief coming into Oracle, and then the 72 area, which is where, you know, I was getting ready to go short, honestly, if this down move kept extending itself. But thankfully, I didn't throw the order out. And thankfully, even if I did throw the order out, the stock never broke 72, bounced off of 72 and launched back towards VWAP, which is around 73.50. And just now punching short into this position, around 72.87 is what I'm doing right now in Oracle. So that puts me 17 cents in the money on this bad boy. Let's see if we can ride the stock right back to $72 and make some profits. Actually going to take some profit already out because I'm 17 cents in the money and I was technically only risking about 5 to 10 cents on this trade. So risk to reward type of setup being offered. Going to take some profits. Going to hold most of my bag still to see if we can get the lower day test on the stock. QQQ was 30 cents in the money on the shorts, but looks like we're going to try and head back towards the north side. Now 11 cents out of the money on QQQ.
Guys, ATXG, wow, look at the move. It's flying. We got top, well, it was top wick until it wasn't. We got out here at $5. That's where our profit taker was. So we're fully out of our position now. We had 1/3 left, so we held from the last out here at 465. We held till 5, and that's all she wrote on this one. I'm not going to chase it. So big move off the bull flag here, taking the first 1 minute candle to make a new high on the bull flag and basically holding till 5. I could have held till more. It's top wicked here at that $5.20 level, up 26% on the day now. It will be on a lot of people's scanners, so a lot of people will be watching this now. Love these small cappers and especially how they move and how exciting they are. So very happy with the ATXG trade. Like, nice way to start off the show. Yesterday, I felt like I overtraded a little bit, especially since I was up in the morning. Then I gave back a lot of the profits, you know, basically doing nonsense. So I'm definitely going to be a little bit more, you know, restrained in how I trade today. I'm not gonna take any dumb trades, or at least I'm gonna try not to take dumb trades. And I definitely will size down if I don't feel like it's an A+ setup or an A setup, Brad. So happy with the ATXG trade. What else is going on here? SPRC was also one of the leading gappers on the day. Let's pull that up on the BIAF chart here. 1 second. SPRC, I believe it's a NASDAQ stock. Yes, it is. So this is, you know, I don't really typically like dollar stocks, as you may know if you follow the show, but, you know, it's up 65% on the day, so how can you ignore it? Currently trading at VWAP. It dipped a little bit below. We've had a couple of tests of VWAP here at that 10 o'clock time slot, and then again at 11 o'clock. It seems to be, it's below VWAP technically at the moment, but it is holding that level in general. So we're looking for breakouts off VWAP and to the north side. Top wick earlier on today was at $1.45 level. Let's go back and have a look at the daily chart on this one if we can identify any key daily levels on this one. 1 second. There we go. So it's definitely an ugly daily chart. Clear downtrend for a while now, going back all the way to November of last year. I believe that's as far back as our chart data goes. Maybe it was IPO'd then. I'm not really too sure about this stock. So it looks like it hovered around that $7 mark, and it's been one basically slide down all the way down to where we are now at $1.25. So yeah, you can see it's a former runner, meaning that, you know, it has those days where, you know, breaks trend, goes up. So you can see $4.63 here back in May. Also back in July, we had a day where we got up to that $3.40 level. Again, in end of July, we went up to $2.20. So these are key levels. Definitely, I'm playing off the half dollars, the whole dollars and half dollars on this one, Prad.
Yeah, I'm looking at Twilio right now. Twilio, absolute rocket ship, almost like Oracle, but to the other side instead. The market took out the high day. Now the NASDAQ is up 1% on the day. The PPI numbers, Sharif and I were actually talking about it earlier before the show started, which was, you know, PPI numbers coming in by a decrease of 0.1%, which kind of, I believe, means that the prices went down by 0.1%, even though inflation and everything. But the core number, if you exclude food and gas, the core number actually went up by 0.3%. So kind of a mixed basket over there. You know, prices are generally trying to go up with inflation. That's the normal thing that the prices should be doing, but they also did go down. So today market using that number to stay green a little bit, not a little bit, actually staying green on the day. NASDAQ, like I said earlier, up 1 full %. S&P 500 pretty close to 1%, only about 0.3% left. It could possibly head towards there and also turn green. My QQQ short, after the market taking out the high day, I punched out of that one. I'm gonna wait patiently to see when the levels come into play for QQQ to really jump in with some actual size. That way I can put some damage onto the market over there and make some of that money that I'm looking to make on a day like today. Oracle is out of the money now just by 6 pennies, so I'm not too worried about it. We have our stop sent out. We just sit back and relax for it. A new position that I punched in, but immediately punched out because I didn't like, is actually Chewy. Chewy is actually having a pretty good day today. Here's Chewy. Trying to take out the high day from previously. Did so successfully, but then just not having the buying momentum come into it, so didn't give it too much of risk. Immediately punched in and punched out of that trade. Just didn't like the way it was moving. Maybe if I see some volume coming into it again, I can think about it, punching back in. Just not showing me the variables I want to see.
Chewy. You ever heard anybody say that before?
No.
No? Come on now. That's from a movie. I just don't remember which one. I wanna mention Will
Sharif
here. He's like, Will, this guy cracks me up. He calls every higher high a top wick. LOL. Hey man, if I can't hype up myself, who's gonna hype me up? Let me do my thing up here. It was close to top wick. I mean, I got it at 5 and it was top wick is 5.20. Now it's around $5. So hey, leave me alone. I'm trying to do my thing here. Just take my trades and kind of work off my levels here. But you don't have to like analyze every little thing I say. I'm just joking, of course. I don't care. You can criticize me if you want. Let's see what else is going on here today. Yeah, Pratt already looked at Oracle. Let's pull up Meta here because it's having a bit of a fight with VWAP. Let's pull that up from the MRC. Oops. 1 second, guys. META. There we go. Let's have a look what the market's doing also. So Meta kind of fighting with that VWAP level around 151. So that's an interesting level. Let's look at the market because, usually they're going to move together here. Here we go. So the market, yeah, clearly making higher highs and higher lows. So I definitely would not want to take a short off VWAP on Meta, given that the market's setting up to go long here. It's above VWAP, and if you draw a trend line, clearly there's a bit of a move up after that pullback after the consolidation period here between that 9:45 time slot to around 9:20 to 10:20, excuse me. So yeah, I'm going to leave Meta alone in terms of a short. I won't go short on Meta at the moment, but we'll see what it does once it reaches up that 200 EMA. Meta definitely in play today and been like unusually weak, eh, Brad? Like with respect
No, I got
to
short and I shouldn't have because I actually I actually like the short and I got it. But yeah, like you said, it's not working out. It's trying to move along with the market. Actually, today Meta was not moving with the market, but now obviously with the NASDAQ and S&P 500 taking out the high day, you want to be careful. So I'm going to give it up to my previous entry risk high, and if it takes out that entry, then I think obviously the momentum is the idea of this trade is changing. It previously broke the 52-week high yesterday. The previous 52-week low, sorry, not high. If you pull it up on Meta, was around, what is this, 155.17, which was right here. And then that breaking that yesterday, today with the 150 level coming into play. So let's see if we can work with this Meta short over here, giving it a little bit of a leeway room, but a little scary for sure nevertheless.
Yeah, I just want to respond to Mike Ricker. He says, Sharif, hope I'm spelling that right. Can you explain where you get the scanner again for the stocks you trade? Also, great job. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that. So I have my own platform here that I use for my personal account. It's with Interactive Brokers, and Interactive Brokers has a platform they call Trader Workstation. I think it's proprietary to them, but don't quote me on that. So in the program itself, you can basically load up a scanner. So you go new window, and then in the search here, you type scanner, and then it basically allows you to set up all the parameters that you want. Minimum volume, minimum price, percentage change. I mean, there is like a plethora of different, things that you can adjust inside the scanner. I'm not even going to get into all of them, but there's a whole lot. To get live data, you got to fund the account. I believe in Canada, it's like minimum $2,500. Not really sure what the minimum is in the States, but I'm sure it's probably similar, maybe $2,000. But anyway, here I go. So what I search by is percentage change and percentage by gap. So first thing in the morning, I look at this column here, the percentage change, because this one is percentage change since open. So after the bell, I'll be focused more on this column. But before the bell, I'm focused more on this one and this one, the gap one. So because gap basically means the percentage that it opened compared to yesterday's close. And that's what we're looking for. Things that are gapping up, usually on a news catalyst or an upgrade or some sort. Sometimes it's like a reverse split, whatever the catalyst is, usually it's reflected here in the gap percentage. So prior to the market open, I'm looking at gap percentage and change percentage. And then after the market open, I'm looking at percentage change since open. I'm also keeping my eye on volume. There's no relative volume RVol column in the scanner, which sucks. But what I ended up doing was I put today's volume and then next to it the average volume, so I can do the RVol in my head. For example, SPRC typically does 1.81 million shares of volume, but today it's done 67.1 million. So the RVol is around whatever, I don't know, what's 67 divided by 2, 23 or 23 and a half? I don't even know, it's not 23, 33 and a half. So it's RVol, and this is going to be around 30 something. So you can do the math in your head right there, right? So, and then I also like to keep for my small gapper, the small cap crappers. Sorry, that's a mouthful. I like to look at the 5-minute volume, because if volume's slowing down, then I'll be able to see that here on the 5-minute volume column. But if it's picking up, definitely I'll be able to see that too, and you can compare it to others, right? Like they're all comparable. So that's what I look at. That's the kind of thing that I have here. And this column here is green, light green or dark green. Light green means it's shortable, dark green means it's not. So I hope that helps. If you've got, there's a whole bunch of different scanner. I know Prad uses, what's it called?
Trade Ideas?
Trade Ideas. And we have an account here at the firm with Trade Ideas, and Prad gets to use that. So he uses that, and he uses the racing thing. So hope that helps. What's Apple up to, Prad?
Yeah, Apple having a pretty good day today. If you saw yesterday, Apple got destroyed to the downside, sadly. But Apple now near 157, 2% up on the day. I'm trying to see if I can build into a short in Apple kind of the same way that I'm building a short into Meta. So just waiting to see if we can have a nice little pullback over here on both of them that I can capitalize on. Meta is squeezing me a little bit, 50 cents out of the money on Meta. But you know, I'm still up on the day on that stock, so I'm okay with giving it a little bit of risk to take away from that profits that I made on that stock, to see if I could you know, put some risk on there to see if I can get a Rari with it. Basically putting some money on the table that I've already banked. Apple now in the money slightly, very slightly, not by much. So let's see if we can actually have this move down. QQQ looks like it wants to come back down over here. And S&P 500 also looks like it wants to curl. So if we can get this curl coming into the market, we can most likely capitalize on our shorts across the board. There we go. Oracle now 15 cents in the money again. Going to take out some size on Oracle on my second screen while you guys are watching Apple, actually. But I'm telling you why I'm doing that. So full transparency. Apple now in the money too. So let's throw out an order there to capitalize our first profit target on Apple. And Meta, we added on Meta on the move up there. So now that Meta's coming back down, I'm gonna layer some orders to the downside to see if we can capture some profits. QQQ coming back, swinging back to the downside, and NASDAQ swinging back to the downside.
Yeah, and I hope that Meta short is working out. I think it's starting to curl down again, Pratt, so good call on that. Looking at the futures here, let's pop up the futures chart. Here we go. So if we can break this low here at that 39.65 level, 66 level, excuse me, then we'll have made a lower low, so then maybe we have a trend change. I know the 1-minute chart is not always the best to use for the futures. Let's switch to the 2-minute chart here and see what we got. Let's zoom in a little bit. Come on now. Don't give me problems. Let's go refresh. Okay, we're having the same problems. Whatever, we'll look at that after. We'll send it up to Brendan, who's at the big board with social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on what's being discussed on social media so far. Very similar looking board at this point from when we last had a look at this in the pre-market. Still very negative, unfortunately, for the market itself. The Qs and the SPY standing out amongst the worst off right now. ADTX, however, still making impressive moves, to say the least, as the guys have been discussing. Tesla is here. AVCT once again to the downside. Even Apple showing up on this board today. It's been a while since we've seen Apple on this board and this size to the downside. Altimmune, Mullen, AMC as well to the downside. A lot of little ones. BBBY the interim CEO, they announced the interim CEO is going to stay on for another year. So there was a little bit of news headline for Bed Bath & Beyond, GameStop's here, all the usual suspects. But once again today, a primarily negative sentiment board, guys. Back to you.
Negative sentiment. BBBY was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond, negative sentiment yet again. I actually started off today, no lie of a word, to look at AMC, and AMC was down, and I was pretty upset. I was like, market's down, why is AMC down? And AMC around these levels usually gives you a pretty good long trade. So AMC around $9. There's about 300 lots at the 931, was it? I can't even remember what level it was. But one of these levels pretty close by. There was some size over there on AMC. Maybe it bounces off of that. But like I said, market's pulling back right now. Look at NEO. Yeah, let's look at NEO. NEO actually had some profitable trades on the short side. And then I got stopped out on my last few shares right here on NIO, which is...
You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. I need some drink.
Yeah, I'll take over for a second.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm looking at SPRC now. Last time we looked at this about 15 minutes ago. It was below VWAP. It's now reclaimed VWAP at that 128 level, now pushing into that 133. I like it. I don't like where the volume is, though. The volume is markedly lower than it was in the 10 o'clock time slot, which is fine. I mean, that's normal. But the volume's got to pick up just a bit more in order for us to get up. We are pushing that 134 level. I like where it's going. We got top wick here at that 145 level, kind of a bit of a double top, not really. One is at 144, one is at 145, so close to, similar to a double top there. I'm thinking about initiating along with perhaps a stop out here below VWAP. Gonna have to get into this one if I want to before it goes too far away. So here maybe we'll wait for that dip trade into 134. There we go. So we're long there. We're gonna we took a baby long there on SPRC, yep. When we're gonna put our out here at $1.28, maybe $1.27, we'll put 128 for our stop, and then our sell will be $1.27. There we go. We're already a couple of cents in the money there. We're looking for that break of that 140 level. That 140 level is an interesting level going back to that 9 o'clock period, that 9:30 to 9:45. And then you have these, you also have it here as well, the 10:45 to around 11 o'clock. There was a big battle at 140. It's broken through it, don't get me wrong, through this wick and through this peak right here. But there's been a clear battle at that 138. Sorry, I said 140. I meant that 138 level. So we're looking for a break through that 138 level into 140, and then we're going to scalp profits all the way across there. But if it goes against us, it goes against us here. I thought 128 will be out. Oh, and now we're a couple of pennies out of the money, and we are stopped out. So we're out of that one. That went against us pretty quickly. Thankfully, we only had a baby long on that one. But that's the way it goes with these small cap crappers, and you gotta deal with what you get, Pred.
Yeah, I'm taking profits on Apple and Oracle here. Apple and Oracle giving me profits yet again, so taking profits on both of them. Apple 50 cents in the money, Oracle only 30 cents in the money and not really pushing down. But thankfully, Meta Platforms did come down and give us about 15, 20 cents in the profits, took some size out over there, and now giving it some room to see if it wants to move again to the upside, where I can take more size above VWAP and then have it push back down for us yet again. Before sending it to Sharif, we were actually talking about NIO, and then obviously I had my little throat itch over there. So missed out on my point, which was NIO. I was short NIO, which was profitable trade for me, and then I got stopped out on my last few shares, so no real complaints about this trade. But I have complaints about XPEV, which is something that I've been absolute battling today. So I got short, stopped out short, winner, stopped out for the rest. And now with the NIO curling back, giving it that risk of 100 period EMA and this pre-market high right here around $16.06. I'm trying to get back into short on XPEV right now. It says I am Yeah, I'm flat on the trade. I'm not in the money. I'm absolutely flat on the trade. So let's see if we can get XPEV to push down for us with the help of the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 also pulling back. Still up on the day. So you know, nothing to worry about. And Meta now, again, moving back into profits. Apple now 57 cents in the money. And Oracle, which I said wasn't doing anything, it is now 40 cents in the money. So these stocks are paying us the stress that we put in, the mental stress, the mental capital and the emotional capital that we put in. That's what I'm trying to say. There you go. The words I can't think of. But the mental capital and the emotional capital that we're putting to work is finally paying us some dividends over here for it to capitalize. Wow, Apple now 70 cents in the money. Woo. So let's switch over to Apple here, take some more size out on that trade, and then leave the last few shares running to see how low can this stock go for us. And Oracle 35 cents. 40 cents. I'm not ready to take out any size on that one just yet. Meta and XPEV is where most of our size is. We're going to try and see if we can get a bigger move on those.
Guys, we're looking at ATXG now as it did a little bounce off that VWAP level. Bottom wick there was at $4.67, currently trading at $4.80. It's a little bit extended on the 1-minute chart. Let's see how it looks on the 5-minute. Yeah, it's not too bad. Let's zoom in a little bit so we can get an idea of the levels. Yeah, so it bounced off VWAP here and the 7 EMA. It happens to be there. They're crossing both the same area there. So I don't like it. I'd like to see a break of this $4.95 level and a breakthrough 5 in order to initiate a new long. So it's been a 10-minute pullback so far on this one, which is good because you never want to see extended too far on the 5-minute chart from the 7 EMA. At least that's the way I trade. So I'm looking for that break of 495 into 5 to initiate a new long on ATXG. Also, I see in the chat some people saying BIAF coming back. Let's switch to BIAF here. I can see on my star chart here that it is currently below VWAP. With these small cappers, I typically don't like to trade them below VWAP unless it's been respecting a different indicator. Like sometimes we've looked at stocks where they really haven't respected VWAP a lot, but they respect more like the 50 EMA or the 200 EMA. In this particular case, I'm not inclined to take a long until it breaks above 6 and holds above VWAP, so around that 605, $6.10 level. It's been an aggressive move down since top wicking here at 680, I believe. Yeah, 680 was the double top. We talked about that earlier. So I'll keep my eye on BIAF going into VWAP, and if it breaks, we'll see what kind of a break and sustained movement it can muster going into that level. Let's flip it back to ATXG. Yeah, it's still continuing to hold VWAP, so we'll keep an eye on that one. We got back into SPRC here since we got stopped out, but we did like this level here at that $1.25 area because there was clear levels of support around that area. So we got long. We're going to give it to $1.24. So we're going to give it. We got in at 120. We're going to give it 4 cents. If it breaks past that 124, we're out. It's currently technically below VWAP, but basically holding the line essentially. So we're looking for a break of that $1.37 area into 140, like we talked about, but holding a super tight stop on this one. And basically nothing else to report in terms of small cap worlds at this point. All the hype today seems to be big cap and the futures, and maybe we'll have to play some of that, Prad.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lucid. Lucid had a pretty monstrous move today, and I was getting ready to short Lucid. Sadly, Lucid still makes you pay for shorts for some reason, so that made me completely zone off on that trade. I think that was the worst thing I could have done today because the read on Lucid was picture perfect. It just sucks that I didn't make the trade. So let me pull up my long-term chart over here on Lucid. If you look at yesterday's high on LCID, around $16.70. Today's high, $16.72. Well, that was a perfect short that you could jump into when the market was actually not even pulling back. So it would have been a little scary, but it would have been a great short to just reading off the technicals. You would have gotten multiple pennies for risking barely any. Beautiful risk to reward setup over there. Now pushing back to that same level almost is LCID. So this time I don't want to miss out on the trade. I'm going to actually throw out an order at 1669 to see if I can get the fill. See, yeah, I forgot. I just said it that you got to pay for shorts, and now I'm trying to throw an order. So that's because like my brain's so focused on trying to build into that trade, but I'm not going to pay for shorts. It's not worth paying for shorts at this time of the day. But see, that's the problem. Like, that was my reasoning to not get in the trade, and now I'm giving the same reason to not get in the trade and watch it work out, and then I'll complain again. Whatever. Sometimes you miss it. I'm not going to let my FOMO dictate my trade. I'm going to let the trade play out for those who can take it. Good luck with it. I'm just going to be out of it. It's time to send it to Brendo again for I believe this one's European close.
Hey guys, yeah, we're just awaiting some of the final prints here. For the European markets, just wrapping up their day, it was all about downside movement once again for Europe. If you missed it again, UK CPI out this morning was a little bit better than expected. Unexpected, anyways, down tick for their number today. At 9.9, but it was still pretty negative overall. And talking a little bit about what's going to happen next week with the Fed. Obviously, on Wednesday, we'll get the interest rate increase from the Fed in the U.S. England, 1.32 right now to the downside. Germany, about a full percent as well. France did try to actually go positive at one point, but ends the day red. Italy, as we saw initially this morning, was the first one to go back into positive territory, holds on to 0.5% gain. 0.1 there for Spain, Sweden, Swiss, and Turkey. Well, these two anyways, down a full percent. Turkey, as it usually does, doing its own thing, up 0.5%. But nice day anyways for the markets, trying to bounce overall, but still some negativity lingering, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, Ali in the chat asks here, Sharif, what about Meagle or whatever we're calling it now?
Oh, Meagle?
Meagle.
Oh,
Okay, let's
Meagle.
have a quick look at Meagle. You'll remember Meagle from like a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it's up actually, I think 6% on the, or no, okay, we'll pull back. When I looked, it was up 6%. Now it's down to 4.85%. Looks like it had a decent move. Let's zoom out a little bit so we can see what it did at the open. Yeah, but didn't do much at the open. Then around that 10:30 time slot, a lot of the volume started coming in. Not sure if there's a news catalyst to account for that, but we bounced all the way from that $5.05 level all the way up to top wick here at $5.95. Now we've been pulling back a little bit at that $5.42 level below VWAP. So not interested in this one. Kind of looks like a bit of a head and shoulders pattern here, or a V pattern, or reversal. Either way, they're both reversal patterns. And it doesn't interest me so much at this point right now. We'll see how it acts, if it continues its stair-stepping down, or if it moves back above VWAP into that $5.55, $5.60 area. We'll also keep an eye to see what it's doing at the 200 EMA at that 535 area. But we'll keep an eye on Meagle. You know, it's up 5%, 5.5% now. But it's definitely not on my list of stuff. But I'll keep it on the side here, just to see what's going on. ATXG now breaking down decisively below VWAP. So that was a nice little double top that it did there. You could even describe it as a triple top here, but you know, one higher than the other. So I think it top wicked at 525. Anyway, basically it's pulling back to around that 450 level now, 460 below VWAP, and yeah, we have some support. You could make an argument we have a little bit of support at that 450 level here with this peak, and maybe a little bit more at that 436 level. Either way, I'm not interested in it because it is below VWAP at the moment. Let's switch back to SPRC because that's the trade we're in. It's basically barcoding sideways now. Our entry was $1.28 and is at $1.27. We're going to give it to $1.24 and we're out, guys. But yeah, below VWAP, and the volume is really dropping off. Look at the bottom here. Compare it to this area here from that 11.15 to that 11.25 period. The volume was a lot higher. Now the volume has really dropped off. So not looking good for this one. Looks like we'll take another paper cut on this. But anyway, we'll give it to $1.24 and we'll see what happens, Brad.
Yeah, sure. If I just want to say something out to the viewers real quick, and you know, every time you look towards me and you're trying to, like, you know, say, oh, your shorts are working, part of me is being negative, and I'm realizing where that mentality is coming from. So I just want to address that mentality for the viewers. Look, if you're comparing yourself to people around you, especially in trading, it's not going to work out, right? People around me today have been smoking it, and part of me is like, come on, why am I not smoking it the way I am? I'm not doing bad. Don't get me wrong. I'm not doing bad. I'm up on the day, part of the mentality is like I should be able to do what they're doing, so that jealousy mentality kicks in a little bit. But you should never be comparing yourself to people besides you. And this actually comes back to that Instagram reel that I was watching. You know, on my way home, I get 2 hours of just sitting there watching Instagram all day, right? So on that Instagram reel, it's like it's Jordan Peterson saying, you know, look in the mirror. You got to beat yourself every day. Don't worry about the guy next to you. Worry about yourself. And that's where now I'm gonna flick the switch back in my head. You know, that mental switch is like, yo, everything's fine. You're having a good day. Learn from the people around you. Learn from yourself from today, and get better tomorrow. It doesn't matter. So let's switch the day around. Let's put a smile on the face over here, and let's look for more opportunities. Apple, which was about $1 in the share per profit for us, we took profits on that. We jumped out of the trade. We're not going to try to make some home runs over here in order to catch up with other people's P&L. That's the stupidest thing I could be thinking about at this moment. So let's take the profits where the profits are coming in. For example, Oracle was also another trade which was 50 cents in the money just now. So we jumped out. That looks like a good exit. I don't think Oracle breaks 72 today. If this stock has been going down for the whole hour since the open and then manages to bounce off a level, I think we got to respect that level. So 72, I respect you. You're not going to break. I'm going to jump out in front of you. Meta Platforms, now 50 cents in the money. We took profits on that trade too when it came down. Let's keep on looking for opportunities, but we're not trying to chase other people. Wow, look at that right now on Meta. Actually, there's some size on the ask chasing the stock down. 150.70. It's a really odd spot for them to throw an inverse order over there. I don't even know if it's an inverse order actually, but it's a pretty odd spot them to throw that order. And did they pull that order? I don't know if it got filled or they pulled that order, but 150.70 looks like it got filled. Yeah, 300 lots got filled, but now the question is it a short fill or is it someone taking their profits off the long fill? That's the question.
Yeah, Meta looks like it's starting to make lower lows and lower highs here. Nice, interesting pattern below view up. The market's got to correspond though. But when I was looking at Meta earlier today, I saw it was basically like the laggard of the bunch. And I felt like Tesla and Apple were definitely the stronger of the bunch. And let's bring it down so we can have a look at it here. These are my big cap, big tech charts. You guys remember this if you watch the show. So they're all hovering in and around VWAP, but earlier in the day, it was definitely Apple and Tesla that were the strongest of the six. And yeah, and Meta definitely, if you're looking to go short on this market, especially if we can break VWAP here on the futures, yeah, I'm definitely looking to go short Meta. I got to agree with Pratt on this one. Here's the futures chart here. Looks like we're bounced off VWAP a number of times here, going back to that 10:30, or sorry, the 11:30 time slot. It's been like 6 or 7 touches so far on this one. We're going to need to break it decisively for me anyway to be comfortable initiating along on Meta. But I've got Meta on my side screen and I've got the futures on my side screen. I'm definitely watching both to go short there, but we'll keep that on watch. Just to update the viewers, I did get stopped out of the SPRC trade. It definitely did break below 124, so I'm out there. Thankfully, I only took like a quarter of the shares that I typically take on that one, so a bit of a paper cut. Not too bad on that one. Let's move back to ATXG because that's one we were watching earlier, curling a little bit now, but volume is definitely dropping off, especially look at this volume from that 10:45 to basically the 11:30 time slot. Now we're super low on volume right now. So we're going to wait for the volume to pick back up before we initiate any longs on this one. I think I got to pay for shorts on this one, so definitely not looking to go short. I'm going to channel my inner rune and say if I got to pay for it, I'm not going to take it, Brad. What's NEO up to?
Yeah, NEO still trying to push up to the north side. I mean, this stock has been pretty strong. BOFA upgraded to $30 from $28. It dropped off the open, but then, pretty strong reversal back into pre-market ranges for NIO, and now only down 1%, as I said earlier. The main reason why I'm looking at NIO is for my trade on XPEV, because XPEV, XPeng, however you want to call it, I'm calling it by the ticker. Some people like to call it by the company name, follows the stock a lot, follows NIO by almost picture perfect moves sometimes. So because of that reason, it's called sympathy play. That's the word I'm looking for.
There you go.
But sometimes they do deviate. But today it looks like they are being they're following each other for the most part. So if NIO pops up, I don't want to be holding my XPEV short just for a dream move that I'm expecting out of it, right? Participate in the market environment, in the market variables. Don't anticipate, don't be guessing and hoping for your move. If the market's telling you you're wrong, take that answer and hold on to it. Don't fight it. Currently, the market is telling me that the shorts are not in play because we are bouncing off the VWAP for the S&P 500, Z22CM, there we go. Z22CM market bouncing off of VWAP and UVXY, which is your volatility ETF, red on the day by almost 1%, not at VWAP, and could possibly take out the lower day over here. And look at Lucid. Lucid trying to once again push towards that 1670. Let's see if Lucid can actually manage to break past yesterday's high and elevate itself towards that $17 area. If it doesn't, then I'm guessing it's rejecting it again and pushing right back to VWAP.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky one on this one. I want to ask you, what did you think about the PPI print today?
What do you mean, like the 1%,
Yeah,
whatever?
so like we get basically a miss on the CPI, and now we, even though it was like a marginal beat, it was still a beat on the PPI. What do you think about that going forward with respect to the odds of us having a 1% rate increase versus a 75%? What do you think that is?
I mean, I'll start off the conversation by like, I'm not like, I didn't study economy or any finance or anything. So anything I'm going to say needs to be taken with a grain of salt because I'm still learning about that space. So never lived in an environment like this. I'm still learning about markets on a day-to-day basis. What do I think about that number? I think it's a flat number. I think it's a flat number. I think it really doesn't matter because we already know inflation went up and prices are apparently going down slightly or they're still going up or whatever it is, right? I think it's a flat number at the end of the day. It came in pretty close to expectations. It didn't go too far out of expectations on either side of the bands. So that's why the markets are doing what they're doing. You know, they're just chilling out for the most part, going sideways, but inching its way to the north side. So, I mean... It was 0.4 versus 0.3, a little higher, but it's not like too far out of the bands, right? So that's why I think we're just chilling at the moment, and the market will decide on the 21st which way we want to go.
What site do you use for the odds of the rate increase?
I just type in Fed rate tool.
Fed rate tool.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what comes up.
The first website.
This one here, countdown. All right, let's pull that bad boy up. Okay, so what do we got today? So. Okay, wow. So yesterday it was like 75%.
No, it was 90-10.
90-10
Yeah.
for 90 for
75, yeah.
And 10 for 100?
Yeah.
Well, now it's 68-32.
68% for 75 and then 32 for 1.
For 1. So that's, I don't know. I don't know if you guys follow this. I don't typically follow it that much. When we post it here in the group chat is kind of when I see it. But that seems like a hell of a move to me. 22 points in one night. But I guess maybe it has something to do with the PPI print today. Anyway, so you know the Bank of Canada. If you guys follow other central banks outside the Fed, the Bank of Canada didn't back down. They had the guts to pull the trigger on 1%. I wonder if the Fed will have the guts to do that. I know that I was watching CNBS this morning on Squawk Box, and they were saying that it may send the wrong signal if the Fed increases the rate by 1%. To me, I mean, I don't really get that. That's not the Fed's mandate. The Fed's mandate is not to watch the markets and analyze the markets. The Fed's mandate is to control inflation and seek maximum employment. Those are the two mandates by which they have to make decision making. So it really shouldn't matter to them what the market is doing, whether it's going up, down, sideways, or whatever. So I kind of don't like that thinking. I don't know if it's accurate either. That was somebody's opinion, but it seems to be a point of consensus there among a bunch of different analysts. But anyway, a hell of a move here at 32% over 22 points in one night with respect to odds. Guys, we got into BIAF at that $5.88 level. We're going to give it to the bottom of this trough right here at $5.75 level. The reason I'm looking for that move, I'm looking for that move into VWAP. If it doesn't give it to me, it doesn't. I have like super small shares anyway on this one because it is below VWAP and technically breaking my rules about taking a small cap long below VWAP. But that's what it is. You know, I got to give you guys a piece of entertainment on the show. That's why I'm going small size here. I don't want you to kind of get into the bad habit of breaking your rules like I am right now, and I hope I'm not being a little hypocritical, but my thinking was maybe we could scalp some off this VWAP bounce here. That's a nice little 12-cent winner on a $6 stock, Brad.
Nice. I'm heading to Super Chat realm right now. A couple Super Chats from the morning. We got Kevin Miles coming with a $5 Super Chat. Check out BAF. Let's go check out what BAF is doing today. Thank you for the Super Chat. BAF on Amex? I can't really, I think you meant BIAF maybe. We can go check out BIAF, 36 million shares. Did you put BIAF in there? Let me just go make sure. No, it just says BAF, but I'm pretty sure you meant BIAF because it did pop up on my scanners a couple times. So let's go check out this guy. 42%, let's go. Gotta love seeing stocks up on the day. $5, $6 stock over here. Currently under VWAP slightly, but looks like it is holding a trend line. If you were to connect the bottoms at the moment, looks like it's respecting that trend line. Not too long ago, we did have a big move down on BIAF towards $4, but looks like we are trying to close that gap, or at least fill that gap towards $7 over here. Let's see if the stock can get back above 6, push to that 690. Well, the high of day today is 680, and the gap is at 690. So if you ask me, I think that already did close the gap, and now we're just waiting for the stock to just trade sideways for a little bit. Not too sure. But coming back to one of my trades, XPEV. XPEV stopped me out on that move to the north side. Looks like it's too strong on the day today. NIO moving back up to now only down 0.5% for NIO and XPEV. Monster pullbacks for both of these stocks as the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Well, the NASDAQ bounced off of VWAP, but the S&P 500 bounced off the VWAP, but the NASDAQ still slightly above VWAP and moving back towards high day.
We took a little piece out here on our BIF trade. BIAF. We got out at 592. We're looking for another profit taker here at 598. Currently trading at 596, but I see a lot of size coming in on the level 2 here at the 96 and 97 level. So whether or not we get printed or we get filled, we'll see on that one. Keeping my mind focused on BIAF because it is a bit of a risky trade, taking it below VWAP, at least for me. Guys, the market is bouncing. Very clear here. Bounce off VWAP. Don't have to be a super technician to be able to see this. A couple of touches here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 touches off VWAP and a boom to the upside. So now we're at 39.73. Let's see what the high of day is on this bad boy. Okay, so clearly, we have a pre-market level. The pre-market high was at 39.79, but we got top wick here at that 11.15 time slot when we rallied. We got a 39.81. So if you're keeping tabs on the levels on the futures, the daily levels, or the intraday levels, excuse me, 39.81 is high of day. So look for a break that, or even if you're more bearish minded, maybe a bounce off that level short. So, yep. Just wanted to update the viewers on the state of the ES. What else we got? I see RYTM moving nicely here, but super low volume. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up over here. RYTM. Is that a NASDAQ stock? Yes, it is. Here we go. Okay, so I don't really like the volume on this one, and I don't like the way that it's moving per se, but hey, you have to give it some respect. We started the day off here at that 24.40 level, and now we're at 29.40. So that's a $5 move since the bell, and it's been basically one directional, save and except for this I want to say 10-minute period here between 10:30, 10:25, and 10:35. We had a bit of a pullback, but then ever since then it's been boom, it's been rocketing, holding the 20 EMA quite well. A couple of breaches here and there, but for the most part, if you had your stops a little bit below the 20 EMA, you probably wouldn't have got stopped out. Anyway, I do like this one going forward. It is up 17% on the day, and there's that $30 psychological level coming up on this one. So maybe we'll wait for a pullback to get in. I don't really want to chase it, to be honest with you. So yeah, keeping my eye on RYTM in case anybody is interested, Brad.
Yeah, STLD popping up on the scanners. Looks like it's losing some of its, stock price over here, down 8% on the day. I actually saw a catalyst about another stock. Maybe it was STLD. I forget which was. No, it wasn't STLD. It was a different metal producer company that was down on the day today and expressing their fears in the environment and so on. So STLD over here, Steel Dynamics, getting beat up also. Looks like we're at a pretty good price where I'm debating what to do with it. We got the $75 break to $74.95. This looks like people are throwing out orders and removing orders. Look at that algorithm, really confused. It's throwing orders, it's pulling orders, it's throwing orders, pulling orders. It's a user or an algo, whatever it is. They're really trying to spoof the market over here by trying to push the stock back up to the north side. At least that's my guess from what I'm reading about it. And let's go to Lucid Motors, which is a brand new position I punched in. I know I said I wouldn't be trying to building into a short on Lucid, but I just couldn't help myself. We're back to the high days over here. We're at the double tops. I'm giving it the risk of pretty much couple pennies, not too much room past the high days. I actually have to remake my stop over here real quick. Not giving it too much risk past high day on LCID. Let's see if there's some size actually popping up on the bid. So looks like people are trying to burn the stop over here and push it up. Size actually building up on LCID at the high day, so that's not the best thing that you want to see when you're trying to short at the high day prices. You don't want to see orders piling up over here. And look at that. It looks like almost an iceberg. It decrements, but then it pops right back up. See, look at that, pops right back up. Could be an iceberg, or could be new orders coming on there, but let's see how LCID behaves with this high day area, which also happens to be yesterday's high. Boom, we get a nice little pop off that size. Beautiful pop off that size. Exactly what's supposed to happen if that size is there. If that size was there and it got smacked, that means there's a big seller just waiting to trap people over here. But the fact that that size popped up and it didn't get smacked and it actually popped up north side from there, it looks like the stock wants to go up. So if you're short, if you're following me on the short, be careful. Meta platforms, however, the shorts, we reloaded on that and we're in the money again, 20 pennies on Meta. So let's go, baby.
You know what it reminded me of? STLD, when you were talking about it, it reminded me of something that I read the other day. I read that during the period when China was kind of like expanding their manufacturing base. You know what? We'll talk a bit about this story when I get back from Sector Watch with Brendan up at the big board.
I don't want to knock it off.
Hey guys, let's get you updated on the NASDAQ today. Once again, today leading the way for the overall market right now, a 0.85 for the NASDAQ. So we'll give you a breakdown here of what is actually moving. Communication services, some of the Chinese names, ADRs back to the downside again today. Baidu's here down 2%. I saw JD as well, but don't see it right now, but also in negative territory. That's Meta, 1.6%. NTES, 2.6% to the downside. Keep staring at Moderna because it's so strong today. Over here, 6.3% to the upside for Moderna. Gilead below that, Amgen, VRTX to name a few. So communication services weak. Healthcare stocks definitely among the leaders. Back to the upside along with semiconductors today. Remember, some of the semis lagged overall throughout the past couple of days, catching a bit of a bid here today. QCOM, MCHP, KLAC, TXN, all here. Some of the bigger names, though, not really participating. Here's Starbucks, 5.5%. We talked all about Starbucks in the pre-market if you joined us this morning. Having a great day. Tesla, 3.8%. Lucid's here. Airbnb, MAR, Booking.com. Some of the travel names having, there's JD. Some of the travel names having a bit of a bounce back. I knew I saw it. 1.6 there for JD. Very, very mixed board. Almost checkered here for software names. Back and forth we go. DocU, 0.6 to the downside. PayPal, 1.6 off the highs though. But the NASDAQ, once again, guys, leads the way. 0.8 right now. Back to you.
Thanks for that, Brendel. Yeah, before we sent it to Sector Watch, I was telling you guys a little bit of tidbit of what I read the other day. I said during the expansionary period in China, when they were really expanding their manufacturing base, they were opening up manufacturing centers everywhere, as we know that they have. They found themselves with a shortage of steel, and ironically enough, at that time, steel prices started like booming on the world market. So what China did was they responded and said, okay, well, we're banning any steel exports. And the price in China for steel plummeted because there was no one else competing internally, obviously, because they couldn't export with to buy steel. So steel got super, super cheap. And they were able to expand their manufacturing base at very good prices. And the other example of that was India recently, when we had a grain shortage because of the war in Ukraine. They basically banned any grain exports. And they said, no, we got to feed our population and we're not going to compete on the world market because grain prices are going to go through the roof. So it got me thinking, I'm like, Canada is like obviously an exporter of oil. We have the third largest reserves in the world. How come we didn't ban oil exports? Why do we have to be a global player in times of crisis? And so, I mean, if anybody knows the answer to that, I'd love for you guys to put that in the chat. But that's what got me going. I mean, obviously the precedent's been set. China and India have done it. And so with respect to oil, I mean, I just didn't get why Canada didn't kind of protect their own citizens by banning exports. What do you have to say about that, Prad?
That just stopped me out. Oh, Lucid.
Prad's too busy with his Lucid trade.
Yeah, Lucid
Hey,
just
Neil?
stopped me out to the north side.
Neil says profits over citizens, and I gotta basically agree with that. I gotta agree with that. Yeah, I'm saying. Before I send it to Prad, we're out of our BIAF. We broke even on the exit there. So we had one little piece of profit at that 491 level, but we broke even on the rest of that because it was not going on our way. And now it's gonna looks like it's gonna test that 200 EMA at that $5.65 level, Prad.
Yeah, Lucid did manage to push 5 pennies above where my stop was, and then it finally triggered my stop. And so now we're just waiting to see if it actually is going to manage to continue rocketing itself to the north side, or was that just a stop hunt coming in and getting us. So most likely just a stop hunt coming in and getting us. I'm going to try and get back in over here. You know, usually I give stocks at least 3 attempts on my trade. So we're going to give it a couple more attempts over here on LCID. I want you to stay here. This chart, I want you to go to Meta. So let's go check out what Meta is doing right now. The markets obviously popped back up. S&P 500 still up 0.5% on the day. NASDAQ up almost 1% on the day. That puts Meta back into the north side slightly, but perfect times to start looking for maybe reloading on our shorts, which have been paying us on Meta the whole day. So closer to where I first got my shorts, we're pushing up towards that area. So let's take some more size on Meta platforms, build into a position in which we would be happy when it nosedives back to the south side, along with QQQ and S&P 500 coming back to VWAP. I'm expecting that move, but you know, I will be participating in the market variables, whatever market's speaking to me in my ear. If they're saying, hey, we're breaking the high day, jump out, exit stage left, I will be doing that. I'm not going to be trying to battle the stock when the market's telling me the opposite side of the scenario that's going out in the market. So be very careful. FCX that you saw me punch in it's the fourth stock on the board for me. Took that short around $30 on the $30 break. Actually saw the stock pretty late. If I saw it pop up on my scanners earlier, I would have taken that trade a little bit better. Probably would have gotten exactly $30 average price. Took that profits around $29.60. Now pushing back to VWAP. I have my price near. Average price is $29.95, so way better than my first entry over here, but sadly only getting 10 cents of a flush on that position. Still have 90% of my size left on this trade. Let's see if we can get that move towards $29.60 or not on FCX. Lucid, you saw me punch back in. We're out of the money by 3 pennies. I'm okay with that. Let's see what happens.
Guys, RYTM still stair-stepping upward, holding that 200 EMA like a glove. Looks good. I'm not in it, sadly, but looks like we're maybe testing that $30 level quite soon. Currently trading at that 29. Oh, there we go. Nice spike up there, $29.68 level. I'm probably a little bit too late for this one, especially I caught it a little bit late. I should have caught it around that 10:30 time slot, but it is what it is. We'll keep it on watch in case a lot of volume starts coming in. But one thing I got to say about this stock is the volume's been pretty consistent throughout the entire time period here. In fact, you could make the argument it's higher than it was during that 9:30 time period. So I wonder if a catalyst came in. I'll have to look at that. No, as I look up at my my other platform here, I don't see any catalyst. Basically, just notices that the price is spiking up, which I have set here in case anything spikes up. I want to know about it. But yeah, RYTM continuing to stair step up, albeit really slowly. Keeping that on watch. Also on watch is the trade that we had right when we sat down, ATXG. Sadly, still below VWAP. Look at this, the breakout VWAP here at the 11:30 time slot. Retested VWAP, but rejected clearly here off that $4.66 level. Bounced back down to 445. Now trying to retest VWAP again at 455. I'm not going to touch this one until it decisively breaks VWAP and the volume comes back in. Look at the difference in volume here, guys. Look at the volume, how high it was during the period of on the move up, and then how low the volume is on the way down. That's what we talk about a lot. Well, at least I talk about that a lot. That you need a lot of volume, or you need more volume for the move up, but you don't need an equal amount of volume for the move down. And so I'm not going to touch this. I'm not short bias on this one. I'm looking for the long. If we break above a VWAP, let's see what else is going on here. We have Meta. Now, clearly coming, like basically making higher highs and higher lows on this one. So it might be an interesting thing to watch the market.
Keep your mouth shush.
Oh,
don't talk smack about my shorts.
In that trade. So I won't mention Meta the rest of the day, but
don't say that it's making a higher high, higher low.
No, I won't say nothing.
Yeah.
I'll send it up to Brendan at the big board with happening now.
As we head into lunchtime, guys, let's check out where the markets are at. Nice green board, top to bottom almost, the entire thing. Back in positive territory, the S&P at the top there. Better part of 0.4 right now to the upside, 0.25% for the Dow. The Russell, 0.5% for both the 3,000 and the 1,000. It's the 2,000. Remember, this was negative right out of the gate at the open this morning, the Russell 2,000. So a nice move back to positive territory. Still the NASDAQ 100 leading the way here, 0.8%. Even in Toronto, the TSX 0.6%. Nice bounce in crude oil. Some of the energy names back to the upside. Resource stocks benefiting as well as the guys we're talking about. A few things we were discussing. If you joined us in the pre-market, make sure you're joining us every day in the pre-market. Here's PayPal. Ends up being a choppy kind of back and forth nothing day here. We're stuck in a $2.50 range essentially. Yeah, it's positive on the session, but an inside day to say the least on the daily chart forming for PayPal. Starbucks on the other hand, not even close. What a move that was this morning from 88.5 up to 93.5, grinding along day highs right now for Starbucks, guys. Back to you.
The 90s.
No, that's okay,
I'm singing a song from the 90s, and Brad thinks it's like a new song coming out. Guys, come on. This is the age variance between him and I right now. But anyway, guys, RYTM.
Look here, old man.
I know I am an old man. I gotta actually admit it. But guys, RYTM, we talked about it testing that $30 level. We're not far now. We're like about 15 cents off or so. Top wicked here at $29.90. So yeah, RYTM making that move to 30 ever so slowly. Brad, what's Meta up to? I won't say anything about Meta.
No, you're good. You're good. Meta is 11 cents in the money, but it's not doing anything much really because the S&P 500 keeps on bouncing. Oops, I'm typing in the wrong spot. Give me a second. Let me cancel. Here we go. S&P 500 keeps bouncing above VWAP, 100 period EMA, 50 period EMA. So as long as the market doesn't go down, really, the shorts that I'm in part of, such as Meta, won't really do much, a whole lot of zilch for me, you know. So just gotta wait patiently, and patience is the name of the game over here. Thankfully, FCX baby finally breaking that bottom a little bit. We still have 80% of our size on the board for this bad boy. So let's make that 60% size now. So we still have 60% size on this bad boy on FCX. A beautiful move to the downside, a 20-cent move on this guy right now. Almost similar to our trade from previously that we got in around 10 o'clock or so. So you know, I've been telling some of the trainees too. You know, they ask you have to go around, bug some people and ask some questions. And they ask me a couple questions, and my answer is, you know, I wait till 10 o'clock. I don't bother myself with the 9:30 moves and these crazy whipsaw actions that come in. Because imagine I take the pre-market breakout short on FCX, right? It goes down, I'm happy, then it whips right back up. I'd be upset. And I can show you many stocks that do that at 9:30, where they break down, they go back up, and they break down again, they go back up, and later on, after they create a 15-minute range, a 30-minute range, when they break that 15-30-minute range, they usually tend to continue in a set direction. And if they don't continue in that direction and they come back, most of the time the chances are stocks are just gonna go trade sideways. For example, look at this bad boy. It does continue, but it comes back, and now we're just stuck in a sideways, boring channel, waiting for the market to really dump, for Meta to dump. If the market's not gonna dump, Meta, which is I believe number 4, 5, or 6 in the S&P 500 weightage and the NASDAQ weightage, it's not going to dump along with it. You know, it's going to follow the market. But thankfully, here's the S&P 500 pulling to VWAP. That's going to put our Meta platform stock at 40 cents in the money. So let's take out a portion of our trade and hold the rest of the size over here to the downside. Lucid now, once we got back in, is working for us. So let's see if Lucid can nosedive for us all the way back to VWAP. That way we can make back whatever we lost on the first short entry and make some profits on the second short entry all the way back down. Sadly, the theory of 1670 didn't work, but if Arun was here, he would first throw a slipper at me, and then second, he would tell you there is no line in the sand that's one number. It's always an area. You got to give a little bit of an area for the stocks to move in. Thankfully, it's not an area that I do. I give it that level, and then I get back in if it looks good, and now it's working for me on that.
Guys, I want to shout out to Ennis Mitchell in the chat saying TWLO, Twilio, is moving, and he happens to be very, or she, I'm not sure, very accurate on that one. So we took a baby long here off the balance of the 20 EMA. Our entry is at 77.19. I actually tried to get in at 77, I think 05. I didn't get filled for some reason. The spread had opened up at that point. Now it's like a 2 or 3 cent spread, so it's not too bad. But look at this move, guys. I mean, let's zoom out a little bit. It's been, ever since the bell, I kind of spiked up, spiked down, spiked up, the kind of whipsaw action that you get at the bell. But ever since that 10 o'clock time slot, it's been one move up, and it's been nice. So looks like we may test that 78 level. We're 75 cents away from it now, but I wouldn't put it past it. Look, basically, half an hour ago, we were at that 75. We were at that 75.50 level, and we just made top wick here at 77.75. So this one is moving nicely in a hurry, and the beautiful thing about this one is that the volume is actually pretty steady on this one. You don't see too many volume spikes on this one, and it's been moving up on basically even volume. So I'm long on this one. I'm already at 50. Oh wow, we're already like 30 cents in the money on this bad boy. So we're going to take profits here going into that 77.5, so 77.50.
Why do I get the
Let's go and
tea
put
time,
77.49. We're going to take a little bit out. If we can get that print, we'll see. We're in the 77.30s right now. But I definitely like this trade. So shout out to Ennis Mitchell for definitely alerting us to that one in the chat, Brad.
Sorry, market finally breaking VWAP over here, so I'm trying to get into a NIO short. Let's see if we can ride the stock to the downside. We struggle with XPEP today, so we're going to leave that one in the dirt. Not bothering with that stock anymore. But LCID, baby, let's go. Now 10 pennies in the money on Lucid, 24 pennies in the money on FCX, and 66 pennies in the money on Meta platforms. I have an order to take some profits on the way down. Let's see if the market flushing over here can really bring Meta to the downside, maybe $1 per share profit or so. Screw it, I'm going to take some profits right here, and we're going to hold on to the rest of the size that we have left. I'm not going to, try to make a bigger trade off of something that's not existing there. That would be once again praying, hoping. Punch and pray is my number one strat. But don't get me, don't get it twisted. Even though I'm punching and praying, I'm doing so with actual setups. I'm looking for the even dollar breakouts. I'm looking for this. I'm looking for that. I'm not just randomly punching and then praying, right?
I got you. Okay, we took a little bit out there on TWLO at that 749 level. So here comes a break of 77.50. Will we see a decisive break here? Volume dropping off a bit, but I don't see too much size either on the level 2 to hold it back. We're going to be really patient. There we go. We got the break of 77.50. Can we see it? There we go. We got another high print there. How come I'm not getting filled? What is this? There we go. Okay, so there we go. We got another fill out there. Very profitable trade so far. We have about, I want to say 2/3, oh, sorry, not 2/3, 1/3 of the position left on board. We're in the 50s. Recall our entry is 77.19. We're in the 77.50s right now, so very profitable. We're looking to take more into the 60s on this guy. So let's go ahead and actually put that on there so that we don't have to watch it unless we get it now. Let's see. Okay, so no, it's not going to do that for us now. We're going to go 77.64, and we're going to take a little bit there. So there we go. We've got that one set. Let's flip to our other station here on RYTM. RYTM, yeah, it's still, you know, flirting. It's consolidating a little bit sideways, taking a bit of a break, and it's done that at some periods here. So have a look at that 11 o'clock period here, 11 to 11:10, moved a bit sideways. You could actually make the argument it moved from 11 till 11:30 sideways. So this one can move sideways a little bit before making spikes up. So if you're in this trade, the RYTM trade, be patient, but always have your stops. But keep in mind which moving averages or indicators it's following, because clearly here we see that it's been holding the 20 EMA quite nicely, going back to that 11:15 time slot. So I like RYTM, and I also like, there we go, we got the fill on TWLO. Now we're in the 80s. Can we print 90s here? We're about to flatten out. Come on, give me some 90s, man. There we go. We got 90s. We got top wick there. That's a big boy trade. Pump for that. TWLO. Shout out to Ennis Mitchell for mentioning that in the chat, Brad.
Yeah, I don't know what this means, yo. I thought this is like golf times, but what does the person on the name mean here, Greg? I need more explanation. So that's my partner. Okay, are we playing like skins or something? We're playing match play. So okay, so I actually got a decent partner. Let's go. I got my boy Ian on as my partner. Is he coming on today?
Ian is going to be
He's
on
gonna be
in
on
like
today.
20 minutes.
So
yeah.
we'll talk about this when he come on. You know, last time Ian and I were on a team. Actually, we weren't. It was me and Spencer. Spencer and I were on our team. We smoked Ian and Brankles. But this time we're gonna do again. We're gonna smoke them. So let's get it. Market is what we're gonna stick to a little bit though. Meta platforms still 40 cents in the money. It was 60 cents in the money at one point. S&P 500 under VWAP right now, slightly under VWAP. FCX now only 19 cents in the money. Lucid 14 cents in the money. We took some profit on that. And NIO sadly 4 cents out of the money. So we'll see if the market can continue pushing to the downside and we can keep on adding to our PNL over here using NIO, Lucid, and FCX, which is where most of our actual size is on the board. I also want to go look at XPEV because part of me wants to revenge trade it, but the fact that I even use the word revenge trade, we're going to not trade the stock anymore for the rest of the day. We're going to stop looking at it and look at a couple other positions instead. Am I smelling the Rice Krispies or something else? That's oof, wow, that got me hungry for a second. PDD is apparently green on the day. Let's go check out Pinduoduo up 1.5%. Wow, why are you up today? Pinduoduo almost close to 70, not really. It's at $69, up 1.6%. Looks like, is Baba up by any chance?
No, it's not.
It's not?
Down 0.5%.
So why is Pinduoduo on the green side? Is Baidu up?
It's mixed. Look at my Chinese plays here. So you got some red, you got some green. There's no consistency.
Is Baidu up? It says 128
Baidu?
green.
Baidu, yeah, it's not.
It's down? Okay, yeah.
$1.54%.
Oh, it's so when it's
Almost,
green,
sorry.
the last tick was up.
Open. 2%, sorry. My
Right,
bad.
right. No, you're good, you're good. So yeah, it is down 2% over here, Baidu, but Pinduoduo for some reason is up on the day and is trying to continue extending its gains for probably the rest of the day over here. Let's see if we can get a 69 break and go back to the north side as the S&P 500 is trying to push back above VWAP and NASDAQ has been above VWAP.
Yeah, I want to shout out also Gorno mentioning Enphase, ENPH, nearing, I think he says, all-time highs. Let's have a look at that. I believe all-time highs is on this candle here, which, oh, you guys can't see it. So let's bring it here so you guys can follow along. Here we go. Here's the chart. This is the daily for ENPH, by the way. So top wick, like all-time, was here, and the high was 324.84. We can go all the way back. Clearly, that is high, all-time highs, but we are at 314. So we're about $10 off the all-time highs, but I think it is at daily highs. You know, this is a bit of a tricky stock, obviously, seeing that it's like $300. Definitely hard to day trade with any significant size, but we'll have a look at it. Maybe we can scalp a little bit here and there. Our Twilio trade is done for. We're going to keep that on watch, though. So let's go here. ENPH, is it at NASDAQ? It is NASDAQ. Okay. So here we go. We're at high of day, actually, on ENPH, up 3%. up almost $10, $9.28. You know, I'm definitely not going to chase this one. I would have liked to get into somewhere like here at that $9.12 level. I need a pullback in order to get in, or some sort of pattern to develop. You know, chasing a $300 stock can prove to be very risky, and I'm not going to take that risk, especially since I'm up on the day and I don't want to get back any money. So ENPH is going to be on my watch. Shout out to Gorno for mentioning that in the chat. We're always viewing the chat. Bears versus Bulls also killing it in the chat, making sure everyone stays in line and alerting everybody. I appreciate Bears versus Bulls, obviously. And yeah, let's flip back to our other screen here and see what RYTM is doing. So here's a bit of a pullback on RYTM. This makes me a little bit concerned, especially if you're long. There is a clear break of the 200 EMA. Look, so here we breached the 200 EMA, you know, barely at that 11:14 time slot. And you could argue, you know, we didn't even close below it, even though we did by a small margin. Now we're going to close decisively below that 200 EMA. And I'm not saying the 200 EMA is anything special, but if it's been following the 200 EMA for like the last 2 hours, then a breach of it has to cause some sort of concern. It has to alert you. So I'm watching that. I'm going to see maybe might be an interesting short. Do we have to pay for shorts on RYTM? I'll have to look that up while Pratt's talking. But this might be an interesting area to short, especially if we can turn around.
No,
on this
it's
one,
free.
Pratt.
It's free.
All right. So Pratt says it's free. I'll send it to Pratt.
So I got out of NIO because the S&P 500 jumped back above VWAP, so did not want to battle that shorts at all. You know, I think that's probably the right decision to make over here. Let's go check out what NIO is doing. I mean, it's not jumping too far to the north side, so maybe if it goes closer to 22, so many decisions to make.
Right.
Previously, I was short 84s. Now we're at 94s. If I short, I probably will give it to 22s. The market's above VWAP and trying to push up. I just now reloaded on FCX. Looks like a new entry coming into FCX over here for reloading off the size that I already got out on the flush to the downside. Meta platforms also moving back up. So let's take some more size on Meta because this trade has been working for us no matter what. Like it's just been too clean, too beautiful for stock for us all day so far. So we're going to try continuing to do what's been working without fail. But NIO, yeah, we can give it that 5-cent risk of 22. I just didn't want to give it, you know, 20 cents of risk off of 21.80. But from here, we can give it that 5 cents risk. Let's see if breaks 22 and continues to go to the north side, which puts the stock in the positive direction, actually. Or will it fail and go back to the downside and continue being red on the day? Keep in mind, Pinduoduo is actually positive today, but Baba and Baidu are negative today, so a little bit of a mixed basket for your FXI ETF. So let's quickly head over to FXI. Look at that, absolutely flat on the day. Very, very flat on the day, not doing anything at all. So that's the idea for the overall Chinese basket. Some of them are up, some of them are down. Most of them are doing a whole lot of nothing.
We feel super silly for getting out of that TWLO trade at that 78 level because now it just top twigged here at 78, 75 or 78, 77, whatever. It's a mover. It is a big boy mover, especially since considering you caught this one. If you caught it off the open, it went down to $65, and we're about to test that. We're close to that $80 level, albeit, you know, it was on a dip down on high volume right at that 9 o'clock time slot. The bell, I think it opened up at 71, so you know it had bounced back from the pre-market lows. But wow, what a move! You know, you really got to be really like unsure-handed, if that's even a word, to kind of lose on this stock today because it's been going in one direction and one direction only, saving except for these couple of pullbacks here. Thankfully for this pullback, we were able to get in. We got in at bottom wick on this pullback at that 77.10 level or so. Wish I still held a piece. I should have held a piece for that dream. That's my problem. I got to work on that. I definitely want to be able to have a bit more patience, especially with stocks that are trending because they're not really giving you much in the way of risk. I mean, it's going in one direction. If it breaks a particular level, you know what those levels are, especially because we can see the clear pullbacks here. So if I was looking, I would have put my out at my entry here, you know, and I should have just left it to go. I didn't, and anyway. So things to learn from. I know I complain about that a lot, but anyway. Let's see what else is moving here. ATXG just reclaimed VWAP. That might be interesting. It reclaimed it and it bounced off it. Let's flip to our other screen here so we can pull up an ATXG. ATXG, there we go. It's a NASDAQ stock. Yeah, so I do like this one. This is the one we had a big winner on right when we sat down, coming in at that 450 level and selling at 5. You can see clearly here, dip below VWAP, rejected off VWAP, dipped again, consolidated for a bit, and then this is the nice clean VWAP break here, and I like the fact that it bounced off it several times and is continuing to the upside. So ATXG may be back in play. When I look at the volume here, I definitely like the increase in volume. Look at the decrease from that 11:35 to that 12 o'clock time slot. Really low volume, then we could pick it up, basically double the volume since that time. So since 12 o'clock, the last 20 minutes or so, we've been double the volume we had between 11:30 and 12. So I'm definitely watching for that break of 5. You'll recall top wick on this guy here is at 525. We also have a kind of like a double top here with 520 and 525 being those respective top wicks, Brad. What's FXI up to?
FXI, that's
Mike.
just the ETF. Oh boy. Mike reminder. Man, I'm still sore. Oh,
That's a good thing, man. There you go. He's sore because he's working out. Guys, shout him out in the chat, man. This guy's taking the gym seriously. He just showed me a bunch of stuff that he bought off Amazon. He bought pre-workout.
Minus $200.
Yeah, I know. He's down 200. He bought protein. He bought the
That means
worst.
I gotta make 200 right now, man. Hold on. Let me punch like 3,000 shares of Apple. Sure, hold up. I need to make $200 that I spent last night. Holy moly. No, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it. Apple, man, Apple has been a good short off the high day, but looks like I could have held it a little bit longer because now we're finally under VWAP for Apple. Apple, the #1 weighted stock in the NASDAQ and S&P 500 basket, up 1% on the day. If Apple can get back above VWAP, then I think the market has another good move to the north side. But what I am noticing on the market is lower lows and lower highs. So that means we're on a trend to the downside right now, and that sounds like music to my ears. Trend to the downside. Right? So let's get that music louder. Let's crank up the decibel levels of that music right now. Let's crank to the downside on this market and pay me the money that I'm looking to make on Meta, FCX, Lucid, and NIO shorts. Reloaded a little bit on Meta. So Meta, we took some more size on the way up there, and now in the money only by 5 pennies. So nothing to really beat my chest and go Tarzan about. But we'll wait for the market to come down, and then we'll go.
You shout out. There's a lot of shouting out here in the chat, man. They're supporting you big. Look at this. Keep grinding, Prad. Yeah, looking good, Prad. Yoked out, Prad. I don't know what yoked out is. That good?
Yoke's like you're buff. Like you're yoked.
I should know that.
You're yoked.
Okay, get them abs, buddy. Yes, man. Look at this. Nice pump. Pump it up, buddy. Okay.
Only thing I'm trying to pump is my portfolio.
is my blotter.
All right, in my blotter and my portfolio.
Yeah, no, you're trying to get both. I don't know why you can't do both. Why do they have to be mutually exclusive? Anyway,
Cause man, I'm a
you need both.
I can't date 2 girls at once. I'm
You're
sorry.
not
I'm not
dating two
Sharif,
women,
man.
These are not women. They're your health and your money. That's funny.
Good point.
Anyway, so
And without one, the other is non-existent.
There you go. Looking at ATXG here, guys, I'm thinking about, if I didn't have like 9 minutes left on the show, I would definitely be thinking about taking a dip trade here off VWAP. So I would be putting an order at that 470, 467 level, whatever, anywhere around there for a bounce off VWAP, for a test off VWAP. And I would definitely have a super tight out. So if it broke VWAP decisively, I would get out. So I might give it to like that 460, that 462 level, whatever, anywhere around there. I just want to see it hold VWAP. It can wick below a little bit, so give yourself a little bit of room, especially because the data can be different. So your VWAP could be at, 468, mine could be at 465, whatever. So give yourself a few pennies, especially on this one, if you're looking to take that dip trade. That's what I'm thinking here on it. I'm not going to take it because I only have like 8 minutes left on the show, but that's what I'd like. I'd like to take that dip off VWAP through the break of high of day at that 525 level. That would be my plan on ATXG, especially since it reclaimed VWAP, and especially since we're going into that more liquid period of the day, into that 1 o'clock time slot. Let's see what TWLO is doing. After topping up here at 78.80, essentially, we made a move back down, and we're testing that 200 EMA. Recall that this is the area that we initiated along. We got long once it touched that 200 EMA, and it was like a hell of a move. So from that 77.10 level all the way up to 78.75. So that would have been a really good move. So keep in mind if you're looking long on TWLO, this is a nice, interesting entry area here off the 200 EMA. But also keep in mind that this could be a reversal. You always got to keep all your options open. So have that stop at appropriate levels. My suggestion to you for a stop would be this support level right here, which is the peak of this little movement, around $77.70. Maybe give it a few more pennies, 77.65 or so. So if you're looking to initiate a long off the 200 EMA, that's what I would suggest, Brad.
Yes, sir. I'm looking at Bed Bath & Beyond. People in chat want us to take a look at it. Apparently, it's absolutely flat right now. Let me go confirm that it is. BBBY. Sometimes our platform on Bed Bath & yeah, it is pretty much flat because the closing number is wrong on Bed Bath & Beyond sometimes, but today it's actually correct. Looks like they fixed that bug. So Bed Bath & Beyond up 0.12%, but rejecting the 100-period EMA. Look at that rejection in pre-market, off the open, and now pushing towards that very same number. I'm expecting rejection to come into play one more time. The market is actually bouncing off of VWAP, so Meta platforms out of the money 20 pennies. So time to start managing this trade a little bit. Obviously, we don't want to give back the money that we made on Meta today. So we want to be very, very careful as the stock is now trying to move back up with the help of the market. Let's go see what Apple is doing real quick while we're at it. Apple is still under VWAP, under 156. So that's a very good key indication for me on Meta, because that means I'm going to take some more size over here closer to 150, 150s in order to see if we can get that flush to the downside and then capitalize on that flush with a bigger move, with a better average, and with more size. Obviously, adding to a loser is not something you want to do, but I'm incorporating other variables such as what the market is doing, what the market leaders are doing. Are they moving back up with the market? If they're not moving back up with the market, then there is no reason for me to shake myself out on a stock that's absolutely weak today. So here we go, coming back down to the downside slightly, not too much to the downside, but coming back slightly to the downside is Meta off the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, which is slightly around 150, 150, 150, 160s or so. And there we go. Now we're flat on that position, not having to worry about it. Just a second ago, we were 30 cents out of the money, and now we're flat on the money on the trade. All you have to do is focus on the market variables when you're in doubt, right? When in doubt, zoom out, but we're not talking about zooming out on the chart. We're talking about zooming out on the whole market. Step back and ask yourself questions. What's going on in the S&P 500? What's going on with Apple? What's going on with the VIX? And if all of those are telling you that they're going in the opposite direction of your trade, then maybe you're in the wrong side. But if none of those are telling you that, like, you know, you don't have to fear yet, then you don't have to fear.
So I was just looking at my watch list here, and I saw that Nikola is up 10.5% on the day.
Yeah, they got upgraded.
Yeah, interesting there. I wonder what's going on in Nikola
Demand
world.
for hydrogen-based trucks are going up in China and so on.
Interesting, very interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the hydrogen. Do you know too much about hydrogen cars? I just know that Toyota kind of...
All I know is hydrogen and anything moving is bad for you. I mean, look at Hindenburg.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, I know. I heard that it has potential for...
hydrogen and anything is...
But so do EVs, no? Like the lithium in EVs can like cause a fire too, though, no? That's my understanding. I mean, guys, I'm not a scientist. I'm not even an expert in anything, but... That's what I've heard, secondhand stories. But what's interesting is I know that Toyota kind of made its bet on hydrogen back, I think, I want to say about 20 years ago. And they kind of invested most of their money in a car called the Mirai. Obviously, they've been in like the hybrid game, obviously, for as far back as we can go. But with respect to like a future car, they were really banking on the Mirai to be a big hit. I think it's only sold in California. And the problem is there aren't too many hydrogen stations. Refilling stations. So a lot of the time you have to have that hydrogen delivered to your home, refilled. So it can become a little cumbersome there, especially from a logistical perspective. But yeah, that's interesting. I'm not really too sure about Nikola and like the authenticity of this upgrade.
I mean, the fact that this company started off being a scam.
Yeah, right.
Like a lie, an absolute scam, and then now they're
GM
actually
dropped it like
upgraded.
yeah. Remember the deal with GM?
Yeah, and the GM dropped them.
Canceled them hard. Like
it blows my brains. But you know, at the end of the day, if Nikola is actually coming out with proper technology, proper whatever, and they have the demand, then let's go, baby. Let's send it to
I
the
don't
moon.
mind. Yeah, whatever.
If they're helping advance humanity, I'm not gonna sit here complain. No. But obviously, you gotta know the facts, which is they were a scam. They came out with a lie and everything. Guys, I'm looking at Verizon. Verizon with a big volume candle to the downside, taking out the low a day. Look at VZ, big volume candle, breaking that 41.50 area and nose diving to $41 and then finding some bounce off that 41. But Meta Platforms, yeah, buddy, 41 cents in the money on Meta. Let's take some money out on that bad boy. We fought that one for a little bit. Even Lucid, what did I tell you about Lucid? You might have to give it a little bit of a leeway room, a little bit of a wiggle. Who's the guy who even sings that song? I forget. Patty Cake. No, not that one. Jason Derulo, was it?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, was it? Yeah, Jason Derulo. Wiggle, baby. Got to give that room a wiggle a little bit. Let the market move around, and in our favor, hopefully, is where it moves down to eventually. NIO shorts also paying us only 4 pennies in the money. Not something to be too happy about, but we're getting the moves that we were fighting for this whole time. So let's go. It was Snoop Dogg. We're talking about 2 different songs, guys. Keep going. Yeah, we'll keep going. That's because you're getting off soon? Well, you better say goodbye to the viewers. You're not leaving without saying goodbye. So, you know, Sharif is logging out here, and you guys are about to see your other homie, Ian, Mr. Perfect here himself, about to jump onto the hot seat. So get your questions ready about what hairstyle products did he use today? What snake oil products did he use today to floof his hair up? Hey, you're going to head out? Yeah, Sharif's heading out. Sharif, just wave bye to the viewers. Peace out, viewers. Tomorrow. He says, see you guys tomorrow. You guys know, same time, same place, 11 o'clock. Sharif will be back in the hot seat. But for now, we got your boy Ian, who's about to log in. In the meantime, you get to listen to my voice for a little bit longer. Meta Platforms now 30 cents in the money. Let's get the market really pushing to the downside. Sadly, it's not doing that. NASDAQ market here, sorry, S&P 500 market still bouncing off of VWAP. It does not want to break VWAP to the downside. And if the market doesn't want to do that, I'm going to take out some more size on my Meta Platforms trade over here at 22 cents in the money, just to protect some of the capital that we made on that trade already in case the market goes back up and burns me. So here's the S&P 500 up 0.4% on the day and bouncing off of VWAP for the I don't know, 100th time today. So pretty insane move over here for the market. Congratulations to everyone who believed in the longs and actually executed the longs. I did not believe in the longs today. Hence, I had to, you know, battle my way all day today on the shorts a little bit. Thankfully, my #1 trade on the day, Meta Platforms. Pretty sure Ian is going to say something similar too. But he's still logging in. We'll give him a little bit more time over there, popping in the headphone piece in his ear. Let's see what's, let's go to Super Chats, actually. I know we have a lot of Super Chats that we missed out. I need to address them before Bears vs. Bull gets mad at me and he starts, you know, complaining about me to the bosses. I'm joking. He's never done that. He's a great guy. He's never done that. But let's go to Super Chats. Joseph Morgan. Sorry I'm late to the show. You're good. Better late than never. Top of the morning to ya. To Sean and Neil, to everybody, thank you for renewing your membership. Welcome back to the Trader TV family. The Hayes Records with a $1.99 super chat made a cute 15% of KERN scalp. Let's go, baby. 15%, 10%, 1%, whatever it is. You made profits. Profits are profits, and keep on banking them, keep on re-rolling them. But obviously, put risk management into perspective every time you're thinking about re-rolling your profits. Don't be just randomly re-rolling into random stuff, you know? That's not what you want to do here. Yaz, it looks like a renewal of membership again for another member, YAZ, Yaz over here. Hey, boys, thanks for everything. Can you check CCL and Snapchat? For sure, CCL, which is Caribbean. I almost said Norwegian. It's Caribbean cruise liners, or Caribbean. I don't know how to say it. Caribbean or Caribbean?
Caribbean?
Caribbean. Thank you. Caribbean cruise liners. Hey, don't laugh, okay? That's rude, man. You're hurting my feelings, man. Come on. No, Caribbean cruise lines. I used to call it Pirates of the Caribbean, and I got made fun of in high school for saying it that way. So that's why I'm like, wait, that's not how you say it. You got to say Caribbean, right? But yeah, Caribbean is on the moon today. Looks like these stocks, your travel stocks. Actually, let's go look at airlines too before I say travel stocks as a whole basket. Cruise lines up today. What is American Airlines looking like? American Airlines also up today. So for the most part, your travel stocks are in the green side. Congratulations to anyone who's involved in the travel stocks. And the other stock that you mentioned was Snapchat. Man, I actually wanted to short Snapchat yesterday and today. Missed out my moves on both of them, both of those days. So sucks to be me. Wah, wah, wah. But still, for anyone who shorted that $12.60 area 2-3 days ago on Snapchat and they're still holding that trade, you're welcome. Picture perfect setup that I laid out, and you're welcome.
How's it going, guys? Thanks, Brad, for kind of covering for me while I logged in. Yeah, it's been an exciting day so far today. This morning, traded a lot of buyouts. I had the one Meta 150 trade, so that was sick. That was basically my only momentum trade this morning. And on those breakouts, you kind of want to take a little bit more size, and that was a pretty decent level. Well, this is afterwards. Let me get to this bit. I'm talking about Meta first because that's what you wanted me to talk about it.
This is the same guy who graduated 3 months ago. This guy's a monster now. This guy's a monster.
Yeah, no, that Meta trade was sick. It was a pretty decent breakout, a nice one that we've seen, as of late. Recently, since like 11:30, I've been kind of busy. My main trade has been Tesla, so I had that 305 breakout and same sort of setup. Take the 305 breakout. And it was quite interesting because me and Luca were both watching at the same time while I was in the trade. And then there was a seller that popped up right around 305.50. So I wanted to make sure I got some out like in front of that. It was like, I think it was like 1,000 lots if I remember correctly, right in front of 305.50. So that was kind of weird. So again, wanted to make sure I got some out. That got eaten up like very, very quickly. So then, the pop to 306, right? So the high day of Tesla's 306 today. So made sure I got some out in front of that 306. I didn't get some out as close as I wanted it to. I eventually added back on the 305 like dip here, just like a little test. The reason why I did that, so actually I stopped out my original piece. So from this trade I stopped out, put my stop at like 304.99. And the reason why I got back in was because bidders kind of stepped up right away on the little like mini flush below 305. So, that was a nice scalp play there. Eventually stopped out the last little bit there. And then I started adding in front of the 303.50 area and kind of building a position just based off of the consolidation area here, right? So, it's consolidating for time here, basically all morning. After its little run up, right? And then, you get to push the 305 and eventually the breakout. So that's what I was kind of going long off of here. And, Tesla is one of the stronger stocks, if not for, for today, for the past 2 weeks, right? So relatively stronger. So I thought, if the market does give a little bit of a bounce, Tesla should bounce a little bit more. So that's why I was just patient with this one. Eventually, getting the breaks again above 305 and kind of scalping that one out. Right now, I only have like maybe a tenth of my position left, but $1.20 in the money, can't really complain.
Are you Ian, or are you a JP Morgan coded algo inside Ian's body who just randomly started going crazy today? Monster trades, my friend. I love watching that. Multiple outs on just couple ins. So you obviously scaled in properly. You scaled out amazingly too. Here, send that props right here. Beautiful execution by our boy Ian on Tesla. I'm currently looking at Citibank. I believe that's the ticker I'm looking at. Yeah, Citigroup is what I'm looking at. Big volume spike on Citi, almost like VZ2. So I'm actually waiting for Brando to see if he finds anything on VZ or C as to why we are watching these big volume spikes on both of these positions that took out the lower day, and if there's a bigger continuation. Brando here, he's putting in the update for VZ. The update for VZ is that the CEO speaking at Goldman conference updating wireless sub numbers downside. So not looking good, right? If they're expressing that their numbers outlook are coming to the negative outlook, then obviously enough of a catalyst for people to dump off their size before that news wire actually hits the big channels such as CNBS or anything else, right? So big volume dump for VZ, a big volume dump for Citigroup also. Couple stocks are actually getting beat down right now. Even MMM apparently getting beat down. So let's go check out what MMM is looking like. Around the lower day, even dollar 118. It's a good chance that we continue past this 118 to the downside all the way down to 117 because that was the low from September 8th. So based off of that, I'm itching to punch into a trade over here. But we'll give this stock a little bit of a time. I'm gonna go manage a couple other positions while we send it to Brendo at the big screen for volume leaderboards.
Hey guys, we'll give you an update on what's moving around here this afternoon, including Verizon and Citigroup. 5,400 in positive territory right now. This is U.S. listings. 10,728 on this board. 4,241 to the downside then. So about 50-50 today. 1,097 in the middle here. Little change so far. We were wondering what was going to be top of the volume list. Yeah, guess what? It's, well, not exactly the top, but TQs and SQs on here as they've been all week. 90 million, so down from yesterday. This time yesterday it was 115, 120, I think. 79.5 here for the SQs. As far as the leader goes, it's KERN, little penny stock. 213 million shares traded. Apple's on here for the second day in the row. Had to highlight it because that never happens. 45 million shares traded on Apple. Tesla, ATXI, Soxel, AMD. AMD on here for the second day in a row as well. 41 million shares. Top of the gainers list down here, 40% is that BIAF, still showing all kinds of strength. Even 38 million for that one, guys. Back over to you.
Thank you, Brendan. Yeah, speaking of Apple, I had a couple trades on Apple as well today, and it's been very active the past couple days, really. And I'm assuming it has a lot to do with, yesterday's CPI number. Obviously, Apple is one of the leading stocks for the whole market, right? So for me here today, I was kind of playing the bounce on Apple in the afternoon again. I was trying to get the bounce off this 156 area. It was working for a bit until it didn't. I eventually stopped out. So, it's not all wins for me today, the loss here on Apple, but that's okay. It is, as Prad was kind of saying there before I came on, Apple's kind of trending down below VWAP now, so that can't be good for the overall market, although the market is kind of bouncing around, right? So that's why I'm, long Tesla right now, and that seems to still be working for me. I did trade a small cap as well today, and small caps are like something that, I'm always trying to like kind of improve a bit on and, try to expand my playbook a bit. I was trying to short ALT here, basically off of the 16, and it worked originally. The first time when, the 16 kind of popped, it ran to, I think it was like 1660, 1650 area, eventually broke back below 16. So that's what was my cue to kind of get short, and it worked for a bit there. Tested this again. I missed the re-add here. But when I saw it kind of coming down here, and there was less selling when it came down to like the 1560 area, so I made sure to get a lot of my my position out. Eventually just stopped out when it broke above 16. I think I just had enough of that one. But man, look at this. Now it's a clean double top, basically at the 1650 area, and it seems to be rejecting nicely. So I missed the trade on that one. That's okay. I had it earlier. Still winning name for me, the ALT, that is.
So the catalyst for Citigroup is apparently regulators want Citigroup to move faster to fix problems with its risk systems. Oh, that's not a good catalyst at all. Being a bank, being a financial sector. I used to actually work as a QA analyst for a fintech company, and I remember having conversations with our CEO of risk. And they were in-depth conversations about, oh, we need to make sure this is tested. We need to make sure that is tested because there's a risk loophole through here, a risk loophole through there, through this, through that. And it gets intense when you're trying to evaluate where risk comes from, and especially in fintech stocks and fintech companies and so on, right? So they have to fix that, or regulators will without a doubt just hit the gavel and shut you down, right? So you can't have that happening to you. But for a company as big as Citi, you're not getting shut down. Most likely just getting fined and whatnot. At the end of the day, all of those catalysts are negative for them. Hence, we're watching the selling come in. We got a nice little pullback towards the previous low a day on Citigroup. So that's gonna give me enough of a move to punch into my shorts over here. We'll give it that risk of 48.35 or so, about 10 10 cents of risk on this position. Let's see if we can get a nosedive right back towards the new low a day under $48, which is at $47.70. Let's see if we can get a move to $47.70 on said position. The S&P 500 market right now, though, is absolutely skyrocketing to the north side off of VWAP. Nice little bounce off of VWAP on the S&P 500. Gonna look at Apple to see what Apple's doing. Apple's actually near 155, so that would also make sense. You know, Apple was under VWAP. That was the part of the reason why I kept scaling into my meta short. But now that Apple is done being under VWAP and most likely looking to push back above VWAP over here, bouncing off of 155, you might want to be careful with your meta shorts or any shorts right now, because the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ's actually pushing towards high a day. S&P 500 still only up 0.5%, but could very well launch itself to the north side.
Yeah, it seems like the whole market is kind of making a push to that high a day area. So I'm big chilling with my Tesla position right now. That's okay. I was looking at NVIDIA actually, because I thought this 132 area was quite interesting, right? So I know some of the boys had the 130 breakdown initially on NVIDIA. And the reason why we were looking at that was just because, you know, simple 52-week low. NVIDIA was pretty weak yesterday as well. So, you know, taking the breakdown of that was good, and it worked out initially. I missed that trade, so I wanted to make sure I had the meta trade, which I did. But now I'm looking at this 132 area just because it bounced off of here. And if the market somehow breaks out of this like 39.75, 39.80 range, maybe NVIDIA, you know, can get a push above this 132 area. So I do have an order in to get long in case 132 breaks. So that's the trade that I'm kind of eyeing here if we are going to, you know, continue this momentum to the long side, but we will see for sure. Yeah, I'm still watching Apple on my side screen as well, just to see what it does around that 155 area, like Prav was just saying. A couple of people mentioned SPRC, and that's something I was looking at as well, just as another volume leader, a small cap leader for the day, right? But the momentum kind of died out to the upside here, and now it's just kind of basically dying out below VWAP. So that's going to leave me, I'm not going to take any interest in that. You're watching the tape, it's like barely moving, right? If this somehow catches some momentum to the upside and gets above VWAP here, maybe to 130, 135 range, we could make a run to high a day, and I'll probably be interested in it then. But until now, I'm probably just going to stay away. I don't want to get chopped up in something that's doing very, very little volume right now. Google approaching high a day as well. Let's check that out. Again, you know, a couple of these big cap names, if they can really approach high a day and then, you know, kind of push out and break out, it could send the market in the same direction, right? So Google, similar price action here. It is testing towards that high day. The high day is 105.18. So I'm not sure if, I think that was back here actually at the open. So we haven't actually broken a new high a day yet, but very interesting around this 105 area. But keep in mind, like if the market is going to pull back here and, you know, reject this and we're going to end up range trading the whole day, expect this 105 area to kind of act as a resistance for Google. And, you know, I'm looking at Tesla too and trying to see where the resistance area would be for my Tesla trade here. And it would probably be around this 306 area, right? So, you know, matching up with the market now, if we are going to range trade, you know, don't get chopped up in the middle. If you're holding a long from down here, it's kind of like I am with Tesla, then, you know, you kind of just ride that one and see if it breaks out. If it breaks out, then, you know, then you kind of decide if you want to manage that position a little bit further. But for now, I'm probably going to stay hands off, waiting for that NVIDIA 132 to come through. If it does, if not, then we'll keep looking for some new trades, and we'll take it from there.
Right on, just looking at a couple of my positions right now. Meta platforms allow me to load up more size on that pop over there. Meta has been my best trade for shorts today, so I'm not going to stop shorting it until it really shows me that it doesn't work anymore. So right now, getting back in, having more size again on that pops. Let's see if we can dive right back under VWAP, or at least even to VWAP, which would give me instantly 40 cents per or 30 cents per share on that move. So come on, let's have a nice little pullback on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ. Which both of them are positive today. SPY tweezer top gonna roll over. Not sure what a tweezer top is, but I love the words you said right after that, which is gonna roll over, which is exactly what I need to do. You see my position board, no longs up there, only shorts. So obviously I need that rollover that you're talking about. Verizon apparently still getting pushed to the downside according to the scanners. So yeah, here's Verizon, which had a nice little pop back up to 41.40, but not going any much much further than 41.40, and now looks like it might just have a chance to go test 41 again to the downside, and most likely break 41 if it gets down there with the help of the market pushing back down. Here's Meta Platforms, now 15 cents in the money, so let's take out some size on that trade, take some profits, and we'll keep on, kind of trading it I know you guys don't know what this means, but in a buyout way. Every time it pops up, we get in. Every time it goes back down, we get out. We're going to keep on providing liquidity on either sides of the book and just keep on recycling our position, get a better average, and then maybe when the final drop happens, we end up having the big size for that drop. Look at that volume spike actually on Meta Platforms. That volume candle is larger than the last previous 4 or 5 candles. So it looks like volume returning back into the market. It is 12:48 right now. So about 12 minutes left until the official lunchtime coming to an end. With the official lunchtime coming to an end very soon, you could expect the market to bring back some volume in it. But the question is, what direction does the volume market go to? Buy that PayPal top again. Yeah, PayPal I think got an upgrade today or yesterday. I forget. I think it's today that they got an upgrade today. Yeah, they got an upgrade today to what, $129. So pretty big upgrade over there on PayPal. I use PayPal. I mean, I get notifications from them all the time saying, oh, your Spotify just got charged. I actually just got charged for TradingView today using PayPal. So, I get charged all the time on that service over there. I love PayPal, man. I actually have them in my long-term account, actually near $120. So the fact that the upgrades are coming well above my average price makes me happy. Today, 2% up on the day when the markets are green. That's also a good thing to notice. And the stock has been trading in an absolute range today, right? Look at that range, allowing you to constantly buy dips and sell the rips, or short the rips and buy the dips.
Either or works, so do as you wish. I'm currently watching Rivian 40. Actually, Neil called it out in the chat here. There's not like that much size here. Like I can see it on my other level too. There's maybe like 600 lots, and hopefully it will pop up here. And 600 lots, on $40 stock, that's like pretty much nothing. But I want to test the breakout to see if it will actually kind of go again. So I'm eyeing a couple breakouts. Oh, I actually just got long a NVIDIA as well. So let me manage that trade quickly. Let me get some out on this pop here. Yeah, so cool. Yeah, so I got long there. 132.05, get some out, 20 cents in the money, right? So you see this like little candle here, the market is testing these highs, right? So I'm really thinking like if we are gonna continue to push up, maybe NVIDIA is a decent spot here. 200 lots there popping up on the bid on NVIDIA as well now. So people are definitely trying to get long this name. So keep an eye on this one, managing this one. I think I'm just gonna put my stop in. In case it does kind of break down, I wanna make sure that I get stopped out. But yeah, Rivian, I'm watching that one as well. Keep an eye on the NVIDIA chart, or the NVIDIA stock as well. But yeah, Rivian really kind of struggling with this 40 area. I missed the initial front run. This is what I kind of wanted to say. So Neil mentioned it, and then it tested the 40 area. You see it high here, 39.99. And it rejected it, gave about like 12, 13 cents, right? So that's a great scalp play if you really like front running key levels, right? So I usually try to, maybe get the first front run, but when it comes to the second time, you see how it's coming here. It's testing 39.98, 39.99, and it's not really bouncing off of that. Like there's not as much sellers here as there was the first time it came here, right? So, maybe the front run is over. So that's why I'm leaning more towards just taking the break if it comes. And then if it doesn't, maybe I'll just leave the trade alone for now. But yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking here on Rivian for now. And the NVIDIA trade still continues to work for me. Let me get a little bit more out, I think. While it's ripping up to the 30s here. Yeah, that trade seems to be working as well very nicely.
Yeah, so did you see this?
427.
Who's your partner?
Oh, yeah, it's me, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Did you get
partners.
to pick one?
No. So I guess there's like team leaders, if you will. And so it's myself, Greg, and Mateo and Max.
Okay.
Yeah. But we're playing against Mateo.
We're playing against Mateo. Who's Mateo's team?
Obi.
We're gonna dust them. These guys are done.
It's funny because
These guys are done.
Do you remember
They're
the last
dusted.
time? Do you remember the last time we played skins, right?
They're getting dusted.
We played teams.
Best ball, whatever.
Yeah, best ball, and then you were somehow like super clutch that day. Like you just like picked it up big time. So, I'm looking for that same sort of
Don't
performance.
expect it today.
I'm-
My body is dead today. Don't expect nothing. Don't expect
Well,
nothing.
hopefully something comes through because I haven't played golf in like 2 weeks here, so I might be like a little rusty, but we'll see.
So why do I get a handicap teammate then? What is this?
Do you remember last time we played doubles too? I kind of sucked that.
You
game, too.
did. You failed your teammate big time. You were
But
the
we'll see,
pro
it'll
on
be
your
fun.
team and you failed your teammate.
Yeah. So
No,
I'm
I'm joking. You did pretty good.
we'll
You did
see
pretty
this
good.
week.
You did pretty good.
Maybe I was saving my best performances for when I'm teamed up with you.
Ah, that's what I
Yeah,
like
there
to
you go, there you
hear.
go.
Yeah, don't be pulling no Ferrari strategies, eh? No Ferrari
What does that
team
mean?
strats.
no.
Don't
We're
be
not going to
putting,
implode.
don't be putting
We're not gonna
interns when there's
implode.
sun outside.
It looks like Rivian did reject this 40 area, so maybe the breakout's not going to come. So I think I'll just cancel that order for now and kind of reassess this trade. But yeah, it tested that. Wait a second. It broke 40.09. It says here. Maybe that was a dark pool, but I didn't get filled. I didn't get filled on Rivian here, so I don't know if that actually broke. I missed that. So nonetheless, if it didn't fill me, whatever, I'm glad I didn't get that fill because it racely broke and then just rejected the 40 area, and now it's trending back down towards this 80 area as well. So I think that 40, like I said, guys, it wasn't that much size. There was maybe only 600 lots here, so that's not that much money, like notional value-wise. So that doesn't really, create a lot of interest around the trade, but I just wanted to see it around this 40 area because it's a key level, and Rivian is clearly trending up 3% on the day.
Just throwing out some orders here to take more size on Meta every time it pops up. People are talking about AMD, which is at the high of day. Yeah, $78. What is that noise? $78 high a day right now on AMD. So let's see if we can get a break of 78 to the north side. I mean, NASDAQ is at the high a day. QQQ pretty much at the high a day. We're off by like 7 points off the high day over here for the S&P 500. So very easily could AMD over here break 78 again and go for another run north. Up 1.14% on the AMD. So let's go. Semiconductors, chip makers, back into play a little bit. What was the catalyst about Apple using TSM chips or something in their phones? Did you read about that? I think it was on our watch list today actually. That it said AMD using TSMC chips in their iPhone and their MacBooks or something along that side. I can't forget exactly what the words were. But if that's the case, then yeah, chip sector is coming back into play a little bit. If Apple is looking to use other chips. Yeah, TSMC. Yeah.
I'm just kind of managing this NVIDIA position. It came down and tested 132. I think it ticked like 132.01 and then just kind of bounced right off of it. But this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to make sure I take profits into these pops into like the 20 cent area. Nothing wrong with taking 20 cent wins on NVIDIA here. My best out was 38, right? So 38 cents, that's not bad. But the reason why I'm kind of taking them out is because the market is still testing its resistance and it's not really doing anything up here, right? So it's still kind of figuring out what it wants to do at these prices. So that being said, if I'm in the money on NVIDIA, taking a breakout at the top of the range, basically, I want to make sure that I'm taking some of those profits, right? So I don't want to be caught left like holding most of my position and I end up getting stopped out. Meanwhile, I was in the money, right? There's nothing. That's a pretty bad feeling, I think, when you're in the money, you don't take profits, and you end up getting stopped out and maybe losing on the name. So I want to make sure that I don't do that on NVIDIA. So that trade continues to work for me. My Tesla trade, Tesla's kind of fading off of this 305 area now. I was really like hoping for it to kind of test this 306 area again, really maybe get a continued breakout to that. But maybe if the market's not going to break out, obviously Tesla's not going to continue to break out as well. So now Tesla's fading below 305. But I got some out here around 305, so that's basically like a fifth of my position. I don't really care if this comes all the way back to my price and stops me out. But now I moved my stop up to my break even. So I'm basically not managing this trade at all. Roblox moving. Let's take a quick look at Roblox. It's up 4% today. Man, look at this. Are you slamming your desk because you were looking at this? Oh, you had the long. So what'd you take? Like you had the 44 break? Is that what it looked like? No, 44.50 area.
I'm the worst trader on this floor, hands down.
No, don't say that.
Hands down.
Don't say
look
that.
at this, bro. How do I
nodding his head up and down. He's like, yeah, you are.
I'm the worst trader on this floor, man.
So why'd you cover them? Why'd you cover?
the market looked weak. Market was coming off, so I was like, okay, what are the chances that Roblox is gonna actually hold the strength? So I punched out of my trade, but look at that, it holds exactly where my entry was, and it rips back towards a new high a day, and the stock is now up 4% on the day. Like, that's ridiculous, man. Like, how do I have these positions sometimes, and I ruin it for myself? I even had the Starbucks long today, Ian. Let's go regret a little bit about Starbucks now, okay? Let's go see where does Starbucks go to. Oh, I actually did pretty good on this trade today. Not bad, okay? Not bad. I don't have to complain about it. Maybe I'm not the worst, but I'm pretty close there. Pretty close to the downside. But I know we're enjoying it. Money's being poured into the accounts today, no matter what. No matter how far on the scale on the good or bad we are. We're enjoying the day every single day. We're making money. We're having some fun with the viewers. Third worst.
Third worst. Okay, that's not too bad then.
We'll better than being the most bottom, right? But that's never mind.
That kind of threw you off,
Never
right?
mind.
Guys, this is exactly what I was talking about and why you take profits when you're in the money, right? So I was talking about taking profits on this NVIDIA breakout 132, right? And look exactly what happened. Eventually, the 132 gave out, and now we're plunging into the 60s, right? So good stop out there. NVIDIA, positive name for me, quick trade. I was in that trade for less than 10 minutes and got some, good outs on that one. So not mad about that at all. As the market now pulling back a bit, I'm probably gonna get stopped out of the Tesla trade as well. But again, I've been taking wins on that one all afternoon. What else do you guys want to talk about? BIAF. I heard about that one this morning as well, but I didn't really get around to trading it this morning. Another small cap that's doing a little bit more volume on the day. Let's zoom out and see what we can find here. So after the open, okay, so it's been basically range trading. Got a little bit of a bump in the morning, caught a bid. But I don't really know how you get long here. Like, I guess maybe off of this pre-market area here, this consolidation, that's basically where it kind of bounced, like this 550 area. Let me zoom out and actually see on the daily what this kind of looks like. And yeah, it's tough to kind of pick levels off of the daily on these names sometimes. But yeah, maybe this 550 area, but nonetheless, no trades for me on that one, obviously. It's up 50% on the day, but I don't really know how you're going to get involved now until we maybe, test the 680 area. Maybe it gravitates towards that 7. I want to see okay, so 7 could be a level here just because that's where there's this gap area. So maybe a gap fill to 7, that could be interesting. I'm going to have that up on my side screen for now.
Yeah, I'm just taking profits on Meta and FCX, which have been my best few trades on the day today without fail. Oh, there's FCX. There we go. Non-stop getting short at VWAP and just taking some profits every time we push down and holding some core position, some size for a core move. Core size for the big move in case that big move does happen to show up at some point. But something that stands out is this higher high and a continuous higher high. This market doesn't want to push down too much further to the downside either. So you want to be careful. Meta Platforms gave me a exit for about 20 cents per share profit. So we took that, but we're still holding more size to see if we can get that big move on the market back to VWAP. S&P 500 well above VWAP now. It's up 0.56% actually on the day and trying to form a range over here, which is not something that we want to be seeing when we have shorts on the board. So let's get that breakdown back to VWAP. Let's actually go look at what Apple is doing. Apple still near 155 and not moving back to VWAP yet. So looks like that's going to be something that I'm going to keep on watching, right? Your Apples, your Microsofts, and so on. If Apples and Microsofts are all under VWAP, then I'm not too worried about my Meta short. But if once these stocks are getting back above VWAP, pushing to the north side, for example, if Microsoft, which is number 2 in the S&P 500 basket, if it breaks the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, then I don't want to be involved in any shorts on Meta Platforms right now. I want to be out of that because this is going to move the rest of the market to the north side along with it.
Yeah, I think my chart just froze. Do you want to just give me a
Yeah, for sure. Meta Platforms now absolutely flat on my position, so we'll see where that one's going to. People are talking about Plug earlier, and just now Plug's popping up on the scanner, so let's go see. Yeah, new high a day for PLUG, Plug Power, continue to show the power, the Old Spice meme over there. Power continued to go north side with 9 million shares traded today. What is that on the relative volume scale? Relative volume of only 0.64, so not that much relative volume. And surprisingly enough, you know what? I'll keep my mouth shut because this video is going to be something that I want to watch. So if you want to understand, or if you want to listen to what Neil is talking about in the background over there, then tune into the weekend, the video that will be posted on this weekend. It's about a topic that we're talking about right now too. So, you know, a little bit of a secret, but a little bit of a giveaway too. So stay tuned for a new educational video content being dropped on the weekend.
Yeah, guys, make sure you check out those videos. Those videos are actually awesome, and they're getting better and better and better. There's something that I always watch at the very least, like even if you're already an experienced trader, and you know some of the topics are, you know, maybe you already kind of know about. Watch the video. If you take away one thing from it, it was worth it, right? It was worth it. As my chart, you know, I brought my chart back up here. I punched in short to Rivian here, just risking off of this 40. So I was talking about that price action off 40, right? So nevertheless, like if 40.09 is the high, whatever, it is what it is. But I'm basically risking off of a new high a day here. I put out a feeler position to get short. I think my price is 74. So I've been kind of working on not really caring too much about price, because if you're running the trade, your price, like whether it be different by like a few cents, it's not really gonna matter in the long run, right? So, but unless you're doing like a front run trade or something like that, obviously you want like those 99s, like I was talking about here on the 40 trade for Rivian. But yeah, basically risking off of this 40. Let's see, I wanted to punch into a short because if the market is going to continue to reject the top end of this range, and I'm watching Tesla on my side screen kind of pull back quite a bit, then, you know, let me punch in short something that's near a key level to the top side and see, you know, if it got kind of, you know, has a more emphasized move to the downside if the market does reject and, you know, we push towards VWAP. Maybe a VWAP reversion here on Rivian, that would be nice.
Yes, sir. Rivian, beautiful stock to short all the time, no matter what. Well, maybe not, but maybe not today.
Not all the time, but you know, I guess it's a fan favorite to the short side.
It's a fan favorite to the short side, indeed. Pinterest apparently being talked about by I want to say this in a comedic way, but obviously this word is a bad word, so I'll call it poopron. Citron, poopron. Right, Poopron, Pinterest, apparently they're talking about Pinterest at the moment. Poopron always likes to disturb the market with their poop reports about short squeezes. Not short squeezes, but short reports. There you go, that's the word I'm looking for. The last time they announced a short report, we all know what happened to the markets, right?
Yeah.
Those are beautiful, beautiful market environments to be in. So Poopron currently trying to disturb Pinterest. Let's see where Pinterest will head to from here on out. Already down 0.75 on the day. The markets are pulling back yet again. Meta platforms once again 30 cents in the money. You know what? Since we're 30 cents in the money, let's take some size out on Meta and hold the rest of the size on board. Here we go. Meta taking some size out, holding the rest on there. And FCX.NY also paying us money again, so let's take some more size out on FCX. If it pops back up, we'll load back more size. Constantly get in, get out, get in, get out, recycle, recycle, recycle. And then when the final move, which I believe will be to the downside, comes in, I get to be on that move, participating on that move. People in the chat talking about HKD back to business. Is that the crazy stock that went to 1.2K or something, 2.7K?
Yeah, that was the one that just ran that time, and then
yeah, 2.7K, right? 2.5K, 2.7K. So this was the Chinese stocks, right? Be very careful with these one. Yeah, it's back in play, but it's not back in play for me. I'm not going long. Congratulations for anyone who had the balls to do so. You need some real big cojones, right? You can't be trading these with that kind of balls, man. Honestly. Congratulations for anyone who did it. Not for me, not my trade. And I can't even talk about it because there's no real levels that come into play on this position. There's no levels that matter for a stock like this. They just do nonsensical moves. They just do whatever they want. Currently, if you want to look for a level, look for those half a dollar, not half a dollar, sorry. Look for their even dollar prices for every $10 out. So maybe 100, 110, 120, 130. I would even go as far as look for every even dollar breakout, $50 out, right? 100, 150, 200, 250, because it could easily jump up that way. This stock is currently halted at $113.25. Indicated opening price, $113.25. Usually when that happens, the stock usually plummets to the downside and halts to the downside.
I got something going on here. You guys just quickly mentioned it, ATXG, and this was a small cap that I was running, that I was watching earlier today as well. I took this high at daybreak here at 525. My fill wasn't the best. I got 529 fill. Basically risking a breakdown of 520 here. So again, guys, like I'm taking profits when I'm in the money. Like, yeah, I'm only in the money like 6-7 cents, but on a small cap, that's pretty big, and I'll take those wins every time I get into a trade. So I'm making sure that I'm, taking that win in front of this 540 area. It got up to 537, 538. And it just seemed, okay, so now this time it gets there, you're watching there's more buyers here. The first time there wasn't any buying there, and it kind of rejected that area. So I took a piece out there. I have about 40% of my position left in this trade. Let's see where this one can go. I think I'm still going to risk to 520 on it. And then, maybe it'll just end up being like a flat trade for me. So I want to see, if it can continue this momentum to the upside and we can get a little bit of a runner here on this small cap. Already up 31%, 11 mil volume on the day. But you see these volume spikes, guys? On this push up to the high of day. I want to see if that continues some momentum to the upside. It is kind of stalling out here, but maybe it's just catching a breather for the next little bump and run up. Fubo, please. Yeah, let's take a quick look at Fubo as ATXG kind of goes against me. But I got my stop in. That trade's going to basically manage itself right now. And like I said, I don't have my full position in that one anymore. Fubo, yeah, up 10% today. I can't remember if there's a catalyst on Fubo today, but testing this 5 area. On the daily, this 5 area has been kind of reused and abused. So, I was talking about taking breakouts and taking good levels, right? So I wasn't really interested. I was aware of Fubo kind of testing this 5 area, but I wasn't interested in taking it just because, it's been reused and been rejecting a handful of times, right? So, here it is breaking out 5, right? And I'll reduce this to 1 minute so we could actually get a little bit more detail and see what actually played out here. So you get the 5 breakout, it chops around there for a bit, eventually runs up to like, 508. So again, decent trade there, but if you're gonna take this trade, you're probably taking it with size and you don't wanna hold it against you, right? So for example, that's why I'm only risking 10 cents on ATXG, basically less. I'm actually gonna move up my stop now. Because there's a lot less buying than I anticipate. So let me just move that stop up, and I'll get stopped out if it ticks to 524. That's okay. But yeah, same sort of thing here on Fubo, right? So only risk maybe like 5-10 cents, but that seems like it'd probably be a little bit too much as well, just considering this price action. So you can get a 2-to-1 trade maybe, but then if you're trying it on the way back down, look how choppy it's going to be. You're going to get chopped around. You're probably going to take an L on that one. So just kind of be careful with those ones. The meta trade was big because that was a new 52-week low. Why didn't I get stopped out there? Let me just make sure I'm stopping out. Okay, there you go. The meta trade was it was a new 52-week low on the daily, right? And it was kind of testing those lows. Meta was super weak yesterday. It was almost down 10%. The whole communications sector, right? So that's why we were most interested in that meta trade. And I'm happy that I got that fill. I was talking to Neil about it as well. He didn't get the fill. A handful of people didn't get that fill as well. So I'm counting. That's okay. That's okay. It happens, right? It happens. There'll be other ones, but yeah, that was a pretty good breakout and a good one that we've seen in a while. A couple people talking about AMC. I haven't looked at AMC at all in basically the past. I had it on my radar, I think it was last week when I was like kind of testing this 10 area. But then, it's not doing any volume, right? And if things aren't doing any volume, then you can't really be too involved in it, at least pushing size in it, because you're probably just going to get chopped up or maybe, get eaten by some algos here. But yeah, AMC, if you bought this dip, then obviously it's a great move up. But is this even a level on the daily? Like, it doesn't look like it, just like looking at this. You get this little, I don't even want to call this consolidation here, but this dip below 950 area and then obviously getting reclaimed. So maybe playing off of that, guys. But again, only 11 mil volume on the day. I'm only wanting to trade AMC if there's a couple things happening. There's a huge catalyst, and maybe it's doing like 50 mil at least volume on the day and really kind of pushing that momentum, right? Those are the days I want to be involved in AMC. On a day like today, I'm not looking at AMC at all.
Yeah, I'm looking at Coinbase right now, which is pushing towards $79. So today we tapped 79 and then we rejected it. Markets have been on a rip. So yeah, obviously we expect the Bitcoin market to also be on somewhat of a rip over here. Bitcoin actually flat, but the rest of the cryptocurrencies have been green today. Bitcoin dropped down yesterday too with the overall market environment and so on. So let's actually quickly go to Coinbase over here, see if Coinbase has some sort of a technical level around 79. Usually technicals don't matter too much to Coinbase. Coinbase moves around by itself and does what it wants. But I like the short around the high day, not giving it too much of a risk to the high side. We have about 10 cents of risk to the north side over here. Let's see if we could punch into a position and then ride Coinbase to the downside if it's a possibility. Make a nice little winner. Thank you, Wayne, for the water. I needed that, man. Whew. Quick little hydration break there. Hydration Nation. Take a sip of your water, ladies and gentlemen. Sip some water. Water is very important. Helps you process information. Helps you make better trades. Trust me. Scientifically proven. Agua H2O.
I punched into more Rivian short, and I tried to make my level 2 a bit longer so you guys can see the size. I'm not convinced that Rivian broke earlier, and maybe if you guys are watching it earlier, you guys can correct me. I'm not convinced that it ticked this 40.09 just because when it came up to the $39.99 area, $40 area, there was more size on the offer there. So that's what kind of forced me to initiate a little bit of more of a short position here. I'm going to take some profits there, 10 cents in the money from my ads at $39.95. So this time, guys, I am getting the front run. I am catching it in time, so I'm basically risking 5 cents plus slippage in front of that 40 area. And the reason why is because, like I said, guys, there was a little bit more size. There was about 1,200, 1,300 lots, which isn't a lot notional value-wise again, guys, but it may be a lot to kind of deter some of the algos pushing the price up to this 40 area, right? So I'm kind of playing those bets. And then if I am going to get in the money, 20 cents, 15 cents here into the 80s, I'm going to make sure I take profits on Rivian. I had to better my average. So these two ads here, close to 40, 39.95. They're my bigger ads here in a bigger piece of my position. This was basically only about 25% of that position, right? So now, as I take some out in front of a 39.80 and whatnot, it's going to better my average a bit. So you're going to slowly see my average creep up closer to that 40 area, which is going to be better for me. And then hopefully that size doesn't get taken out. I'm still watching the market. I'll bring that up there. I'm still watching the market. It still hasn't broken out this 39.75. So I'm still watching Tesla as well. That's kind of testing the same sort of range. I'll bring that up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. It's not TSKA, it's TSLA. But yeah, still kind of testing that similar range here, pushing up towards this 304.50. But I'm really liking, to the short side, if you were kind of building a short position on Tesla, obviously I couldn't really do that because I was nursing this long. But this short off 305, the top end of its range, is looking pretty good now, as the market still hasn't broken out that top end of the range. Maybe the short is the play on some of these names, but you can't chase it, right? Don't chase it. Don't get short here, 304. 20 area, because you're gonna have to average into that position quite a bit and wait for more to take more size of that 305. Maybe I did that a little bit too preemptively on Rivian. Maybe I was a little too anxious to jump into that short, and I had to better my average that way by taking these fills up at 39.95. But that trade still continues to work. Netflix ripping as well. Let's take a quick look at Netflix. Netflix was super weak yesterday, if I recall.
Holy, big volume candle on Netflix.
Yeah, big volume candles coming in on Netflix, pushing up to this 228. So a high day is 228, so maybe it just kind of ticked that. I'll keep an eye on that one. If there is size there, maybe, potential breakout high day. But again, guys, without the market breaking out, you guys saw me take that NVIDIA breakout trade, right? And it was a good trade until it wasn't, right? And then, obviously it broke down quite a bit. So I just want to be careful taking breakouts of high days right now, just because the market isn't, really showing that same sort of price action.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn my head back to see if there's anything on CNBS about Netflix. Not seeing anything on there, but that volume spike means there's got to be some sort of a news catalyst on it. Without that, you wouldn't see that on Netflix. So Netflix over here, as you see, launching to the upside. Brandon's not at his desk, so I will not be able to get any information for you, sadly. But if anyone in the chat knows what it is about Netflix, maybe you guys can help us out over there. Fubo preparing to moon launch. Yeah, isn't somebody on Twitter or somewhere pumping the crap out of that stock? Pat McCafe, I believe was his name, pumping or promoting Fubo at least. So let's see. Fubo trying to continuously go to the upside every single day. Now the question is, how far does it go? Coinbase, we punched into a short. It didn't work. We punched out, and then I had to stop to get back in on the break of 79. So it looks like it broke 79, but then it got right back above 79 over here. It's a little bit of a worrisome on this trade. We'll give it some wiggle room, obviously. There we go. Back under 79. Perfect. That's what I wanted to do. But market is what I want to talk about. The S&P 500 trying to go back towards the high day, which is only 5 points away. NASDAQ is already at the high day and trying to continue in that direction. So be very careful with the shorts right now. NASDAQ up 1.06, S&P 500 up 0.63. UVXY might just take out the lower day and extend to the downside even more. So the market's still screaming to the long side. So if you're short, just make sure you have your stops out there and you're playing the game with proper risk management. Don't get blown out. Let's go check out VALE. Vail popping up on the scanners for weakness right now, breaking $13 to the downside and expecting a bigger move to the downside on Vail is me. So let's see if it actually play out. 22 million shares traded today. Let's see what the relative volume is. 1.37 relative volume. So anytime relative volume is 1 or more, it's good. But I like to see 2 or more on the relative volume scale. But Vail is pretty far high up there on the relative volume scale. Coinbase now finally working for us. Let's get that big dump on Coinbase to add to our P&L today. Let's get that nice dollar per share move. Come on, Coinbase, dump off.
As Prad was talking there, I did get a little bit more short on Rivian. Same entry, guys, at that 95, 96 area, risking off of the 40 area. I waited to make sure that the size was still there when I saw it, and it was, right? So, getting these flushes into the 80s, I want to make sure that I am taking some of my profits and, bettering my my average price, right? So that's exactly what I'm doing. Now almost 10 cents on the money on Rivian, but we've seen, these kind of names kind of fall off, right? And if the market is going to reject hard and maybe test back towards VWAP, maybe we can get a run back to like 39.50 area, 39.40 area. So I'm going to try and hold a piece for those bigger moves. I think I'm done taking out in front of 39.80 just because, why keep taking, my shares out at the same price? I'm not really doing too much with that. So that being said, now, I got the bulk of my position up here at 39.95, and I think I'm just going to try and ride that wave to the downside if it comes. Someone said ATXG kind of taking its time, and I wanted to bring this one up again because you guys saw me take that break of the high a day, and I'm flat on this name, right? I'm flat on this name, and the reason why is because I started taking these profits out when I was like 6-7 cents in the money, right? So obviously not that much in hindsight, but I'll take a flat trade any day. Especially if something I'm just kind of getting in on the whim kind of thing. So that's exactly what I did here on ATXG, but now it's testing back lower to the 520 area. And yeah, you are right, guys. So that big burst of momentum came into the high a day. And, I thought we were going to get a big push up to the upside. So that's why I jumped in the long, right? But then right after that, momentum really just died, right? And volume kind of just died off. So yeah, it is going to take its sweet time. If it's going to continue the upside, who knows? But for now, I'm going to be hands off on ATXG. Rivian creeping back up towards the 40 area. Let me just, yeah, so you see, I dragged it up there, and you guys can see the lots there. It is about 1,200 lots sitting at 40. Let's send it to Brendan for Sector Watch at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, an update on the NASDAQ here, still leading the way this afternoon as we head back toward 1% to the upside on the day for the NASDAQ, which is great to see after yesterday. Front and center, jumping off the page here, is Starbucks. 6% still for Starbucks. Airbnb right underneath that, 3%. Marriott's here. Booking.com. So some of the travel names coming back into play a little bit. Lucid here as well. Another big day, 4% for Lucid. Yeah, Tesla bouncing back 3.7 to the upside. There was a note on Lululemon that just came out talking about Q2 being better than expected, fiscal Q2 being better than expected for Lululemon just popping up. JD.com still downside. Baidu here as well, still downside. So some of the Chinese names under pressure, along with Meta still under pressure, 1.4 in the communication services group. Communication services weakest all day long, including Match.com, CHTR, NTES. Comcast on an upgrade today, higher than expected. 3.3. So that group leading the way as far as decliners are concerned. This is the software group on this side. I'll flip over so I'm not falling off the screen. MCHP, 4.2% in the semiconductor group. NXPI is here. Skyworks is here. QCOM, Texas Instruments, TXN, AMD, just to name a few. They're all here. Very nice positive day after the destruction we saw in this group yesterday. So I scared it away from 1%, but hey, it's still 0.93, guys. Back to you.
Greg's messaging me right now. You going to the gym today? I was like, nah. Wednesdays are my off days, man. My body's in too much pain right now. I can barely even pick up my arms. Like, it's in way too much pain.
We're gonna do a lot of walking later on.
And imagine having to golf on this stupid golf course now. Like, I'm gonna be in. The ball's not even going to go 2 feet forward today. I'll promise you this.
Oh,
So
don't say that. Don't say that when we're on teams, man.
I'm going to promise you this. If we're playing best ball, I'm going to need you to pick up the weight.
We are playing best ball.
Let me do putting and you do the off the start one, because off the start I am not hitting any good balls, mate. TMO popping up on the scanners. Not sure what TMO is. Where's TMO? Actually, let me just type it in over here into this box. It will tell me what this Thermo Fisher Scientific Inc. So large cap stock TMO pushing the downside, big volume candle over there, which turned the day for the stock yet again, and now about to most likely go into the red zones. But we want to talk about Meta platforms where we're taking profits on. So Meta pushing to 30 cents in the money for us. Let's throw out an order over here to the downside. Come on, go a little bit more to the downside. Let's give me 21s. I don't want 26. Give me 21s. 30 cents in the money on Meta. Meta has been a constant recycle. We had to never for a zone out of the stock onto the negative side. Just constantly shorts, get back in, make profit. Short, get back in, make profit. Was too easy off a trade over here. So thank you, Meta. Obviously, no such thing as free money, no such thing as easy money. But it's hard not to call something this easy.
I want to thank a super chat here, the Eight Fathers Man-Child. Thank you so much for the super chat. Fubo, 30% short, huge price targets, huge gaps to fill on the upside. Yeah, that's what we were kind of talking about earlier as well. Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's quickly look at that, and I want to show those gaps that Eight Fathers Man-Child is kind of speaking about here. And I always say
Such a weird name.
Yeah, that's a funky name, but yeah, no. This is what we were kind of looking at before, right? And I'm going to zoom out here because I want to see there's basically no man's land from 5 to about 7, right? So obviously you got to had a bunch of sellers here, maybe 6, just looking at this here in this little consolidation. But there's not much recent price action there since August. So maybe this does kind of squeeze a little bit. I want to confirm here on Flow Checker the short flow here, and confirm this for everyone. So if you guys don't already use this website, flowchecker.com, it's a pretty useful website. Type in any name, so Fubo TV brought it up here, and it kind of just brings you a collection of data, different short floats that different sources have. So yeah, Ape Man's Child is kind of correct here. 28%, let's call it 27% average short float for Fubo here. But again, guys, today only 10 million volume. I don't know if the squeeze is going to be in it for today, but we'll see. Time will tell. I was watching this Rivian trade, and I was trying to manage this one just because I'm carrying like my full size position on it now. And it was testing this 97, 98 area, and I was like thinking, okay, if it stays up here longer, I don't know if I like this trade because it's like consolidating higher and higher and higher. But now, you did have a little bit of a selling pop up there, some decent volume to the sell side, right? So maybe that 40 doesn't break now. and I can get the trade that I'm kind of looking for. I am going to take a little bit more out here in the 80s. Again, just trying to manage this position and make sure that I am taking some profits out if they are offered to me. I don't want to be caught holding this position against me with like my full size, right? So again, still being patient. I'm not taking out chunks of my position. I'm taking out like 10% at a time. So if I do get a little bit of a flush below 39.80, then I'm gonna, you're gonna see me start to really start scaling out to this position. But for now, it still seems to be working for me. You guys, the like button is pumping. Smash it. Yeah, thank you so much, Faded Polo, for kind of doing our little job for us there. But guys, if you haven't already,
about this all day.
yeah, if you guys haven't already, smash that like button. We're only at 2.1K likes right now, 4,200 people watching the show, right? So we've been streaming all day. We stream every day, guys, from 8:30 to 4 o'clock, right, live for you guys. And it's not easy what we do. It's not easy trading live. If you guys think trading is hard in general, try doing it live in front of a YouTube show, right? So smash that like button. We always really appreciate your support. Subscribe if you haven't already. I'm subscribed. I smashed that like button. Check out the channel as well. No, I did, man. I did. Check out the channel as well.
No proof.
Brad and I were talking about these educational videos that we always post. They're in here in the video section, guys, and we post them mainly on the weekend, but there's a whole bunch of cool content to check out there. We also have a store, and I know Brad's kind of working on trying to get more merch in that store. What's this here? Have you seen this? GOAT, greatest.
I don't know who designed that, but whoever designed that needs to have a conversation with me, honestly.
I mean, it looks kind of cool. I kind
know,
of get
bro.
the vibe.
I don't know about the cool part.
But
would you wear that?
I don't. What does it mean?
You being the hype beast you are,
Greatest
would you wear
of all
that?
traders. Okay, greatest of all traders. I'm not really a hype beast, but that's something.
Okay.
I mean, GOAT is a little. It's a little maybe egotistical, maybe.
I mean, that's the point, though.
That's the point. That is the point.
Dude, nah.
Regardless, guys, check out the merch store. There's a bunch of cool stuff on there. We have these mugs all the time. You see us with them all the time on the show. But again, guys, thank you for that continued support. Smash the like if you haven't.
Yeah, Ben Shaporto, thank you for the support over there. I'm Coinbase, man. Coinbase was 70 cents in the money on that short. Whatever we lost on the first short attempt, we made that and some extra money on that bad boy. Now we have 50% off our size left. Scratch that. 40% off our size left on Coinbase. Let's see if we can get a bigger move to the downside. Would appreciate it. But yeah, whoever designed that shirt, man, I need to have a conversation with that person. If it's Maggie or Lizzie, then sadly I will not win that conversation. They overpower me on that side, but I would for sure would love to revamp that with the help of Ian a little bit. Ian's a little. He says he's not a hype beast, but let me say that he is a little bit of a hype beast. Not too big of a hype beast, but he's a little bit of a hype beast. Who's actually a big hype beast? Is that man to the right side, who's like always buying SneakerCon based shoes. On that note.
SneakerCon is coming Friday.
To the office?
They're bringing Louis Vuitton Air Force
Yo!
Ooh, yeah, I saw those. Those are pretty dope.
For you, or for us to see?
No, the actual.
For us to see? Yo, that's crazy, and that's actually sick. Let me say it. Can I say it out loud, or you want to say it on your show? Yeah, so Sean just said that the SneakerCon person is coming into the office. They're going to be ringing the bell, and they're also bringing a showcase $50,000 Louis Vuitton Air Force One.
You made that.
Oh, I thought you said ringing the bell.
To work on your listening skills, maybe.
I literally heard ringing the bell. What? Am I listening to random stuff? It's because Lucas is telling me weird stuff in my ear. Lucas, stop lying to me, bro. It's all Lucas's fault that we don't have emojis and I'm saying random stuff that's not true. But no, he's going to be here with a nice fancy Louis Vuitton Air Force One apparently. For any hype beasts in the show that in the chat, like Mike Crahan, I'm sure you're going to enjoy looking at that shoe.
Yeah, that's cool. I used to be more so into sneakers and whatnot when I was a bit younger. But I kind of fell off that scene. I have a few cool sneakers. I'm proud of seeing those. But yeah, Sean, I always see him kind of wearing new sneakers all the time, so that's kind of cool. Panda Dunk prices fell off. Actually, a cool thing about the Panda Dunk is my girlfriend has it, and we searched for a long time for those shoes. Eventually, we found them at retail price, right? So I'm one of those people, and my girlfriend is too, that we don't like to pay, we don't like to overpay for these shoes. Like if you don't get the initial drop, it is what it is. Don't pay an arm and a leg for these shoes. At the end of the day, they're just shoes, right? But yeah, we ended up getting those Panda Dunks at retail price, so we were super pumped about that. I love those shoes actually. They're super clean. But yeah, maybe.
Bro, you wear different Yeezys to work every day.
I have one pair of Yeezys. I just have one pair of Yeezys, and they're like the V2s. They're not even that cool anymore, right? But yeah, it is what it is. Maybe you're just jealous.
I am. I mean, without a doubt. You don't gotta. I know I am.
Speaking of Kanye, apparently he's like done with Gap and
Adidas
done with Adidas and stuff.
I gotta go my own route. I mean, more power to you, bro. Do whatever you want. You're a little, you got a couple screws loose in your head, and I'm his biggest fan still. There's not gonna be anyone who's a bigger fan of Kanye than me.
Have you been to a Kanye concert?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it?
I love Kanye.
Okay, yeah,
Kanye.
that's one thing that's like kind of on my bucket list that I haven't done.
I was at the Yeezus concert. It was wild.
Really? Okay, cool.
Like
yeah,
the lights flashing all in my face, and I had a pretty good seat too. My buddies got me that for my birthday, and oh boy, was it fun! Was it fun? I've only been to 3 concerts my whole life. It was Lil Wayne, The Weeknd, and Kanye.
The Weeknd is sick.
You go to the Weeknd concerts when you're single and you're having a great time.
Man, The Weeknd, that's one guy. That's as Rivian kind of flushes for me here, so let me make sure I take some out there. But yeah, The Weeknd is one guy that sounds better live, I think, than he does on the record.
Without fail.
He sounded amazing, but yeah, maybe.
But how much of that is like lip synced?
None, man. You don't think he's singing live? Come on.
I love Weeknd. I obviously I'm gonna pick his side always. I do think he's doing it all live. But sometimes, bro, you sound like a little too good. Too good.
Some people are here talking about AMTD. Let me bring that up, and I brought it up on my side screen to kind of see what was going on here. It is getting a little bit of a volume spike, kind of pushing towards this 2 area. It's been grinding up all day, right? Up 44%. Again, guys, I'm not really too sure about the catalyst on this one, but it wasn't really on our radar this morning. Let's see if this 2 test is going to come into play here. I'm probably not going to take it just because, these small caps, they tend to kind of break out and just flush right off of it. So, I'm going to probably stay hands off of this one. But if it kind of runs up, we'll see and we'll have it covered for now. The only trade for me right now is that Rivian trade, and it's really kind of not doing anything. Like I'm watching it tick up to 95, 96. And it's not really ticking any further. So when I zoom in here, you guys can kind of see it on the chart. The highest it got to 98, and that was it, right? So there are sellers popping up in the mid-90s, but I'm not really getting that flush move that I really want to see into the lower 80s, right? So because of that, every time that dips into the 80s, I'm taking little pieces out just to make sure that I am getting something out in case this trade just ends up being a dud for me. And just kind of flops around and does nothing, right? So I want to make sure that I do take profits if they're offered to me, as little as they are, maybe 6-7 cents. That's okay. The range on Rivian right now is very, very tight. So basically just buying the bottom of the range. And I'm not adding to the position anymore because I don't want to be too over leveraged if the 40 does break and it's, it does run up. But yeah, that's basically the only thing I'm kind of managing right now.
The Rivian short at $40 there. Yeah, I think might have to just jump in on that trade with you, my friend. It looks too good of a trade not to be in. For everyone who's trying to follow the trade, listen. Understand the setup. Don't just blindly copy the trade because we will be off the show in the next 30 minutes. Then you're stuck. Oh, is he still holding? Is he still in it? Is he still out? Right? So understand the setup. Understand the process. Don't just blindly copy trades. I have 185 trades on the board today. Holy moly, I've been busy. But 65 of those trades solely come from one stock. It's Meta Platforms. I have 65 trades on Meta Platforms today. Absolutely loving the short side. Constantly getting in and getting out. 50 cents in the money currently while talking about it, and the market is pulling back too. So NASDAQ cannot manage to break out the highs. S&P 500 cannot manage to do the same either, and they keep giving us opportunities to constantly load on MSFT. Talk about the ultimate athletic apparel comeback of the century. It has to be Champion. You're still talking about like clothing and so on. Yeah, Champion did do pretty good. I think honestly, Champion. The reason why Champion blew up is because of Virgil Abloh. If you know, you know. If you don't know, then you don't know. If it wasn't for Virgil, I hate Virgil. Don't get me wrong. Rest in peace to my boy Virgil. He passed away from cancer, I believe, right?
I'm not.
I
too
think he
sure.
passed away from cancer. The reason why I don't like Virgil is because, like, you know, he wasn't original. Like, he took champion hoodies and champion shorts and then just rebranded them and made it, expensive streetwear stuff. So I don't appreciate that. But still a visionary nevertheless. That's why champion blew up. If it wasn't for him, I don't think it would have done that.
If you want to jump in short now on Rivian, Pred, maybe it's your opportunity here. And
I think we have to pay for shorts, no?
Yeah, we do. But yeah, as it takes up to those 95s, and you saw that live there, guys. It was like 95 and 96 was on the offer, and then all of a sudden, you know, a big sea of red kind of came in. So that seller at 95 is still there. Again, guys, the way I'm structuring this trade, and if you missed it earlier, I'm structuring it as a front run, right? So I'm seeing that size at 40. And I'm basically front running that size because it's yet to kind of show me evidence that there's going to be real buying leading up to that size, right? So I'm convinced that for now that 40 is going to hold as a resistance. And if the market really starts to break down VWAP, maybe Rivian's going to be a laggard here, and it's going to continue to push down below the 85, 80 range consolidation. But you see this consolidation between 80 and basically the 98 area, right? So if you look at my chart here, I'm literally just selling the pops and, you know, buying the dips here and covering my position into the dip. So I'm just basically rinsing and repeating this trade for Rivian, and if it continues to work for me, then so be it. Short ALT. So I had those trades on ALT earlier. Oh man, I should have jumped back into that short again. It rejected that 16 area very, very nicely, right? So if you look here, it actually ripped up to, oh no, that's why. Let me zoom out to the 3-minute chart here so you guys can see a bit better. The 1650 was a clean double top. I don't know if you get a cleaner double top than this, but I ended up stopping on my position, but maybe I should have risked it all the way up to that 1660 area, but that's fine. The rejection off of that area and a lot of selling coming in. Now breaking down below 15, it seems like the gas is really running out for ALT on this huge up move from the morning, but yeah, now really starting to show some weakness, maybe a little bit of a VWAP reversion for ALT. If you had that short, then good for you.
I'm clapping for myself because nobody will. 70 cents in the money on Meta.
There you go.
Right? 50 cents in the money on Coinbase. Right? 20 cents in the money on FCX. What more do you want, man? What more do you want? We've been showing you how easy it is to capture profits on Meta today to the downside. Every time Meta pops to the 50-period EMA on the 5-minute chart, enter short. Every time it goes down with the help of the market, take profit. It's not that hard, right? I mean, come on, we've been showing you exactly how we're doing it all day. Coinbase, we took some damage on Coinbase first, but then our next setup right after. Honestly, I should have just waited for the backside on 79. But because I'm hosting the show, I won't be able to constantly flip back and forth on Coinbase. So I just punched in, gave it that wiggle room. It stopped me out. Then I made a new order to get back in when it pulls back in through 79. It's pulling back to 79 right now. 60 cents in the money on Coinbase, 80 cents in the money on Meta, and another 20 cents of the money on what is it, FCX, which I don't even know what it is, but it's in the money for us, and we're capturing on it. It cannot break VWAP. This stock cannot break VWAP. Every time it pops up to $30, I punch in short. Every time it goes to the downside, I take my profits. So constantly doing that on these positions is your boy Prad. Loving this day today so far. And just adding to my P&L constantly. Add. Make money. Yeah, we give back some money, but the next few trades right after that is make money. So I'm having a great day. Looks like your boy Ian is looking at the chat's favorite stock, so let's send it to Ian for update on that.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to quickly touch on this because I see the chat just kind of going off on this all the time. It's HKD, right? And one thing that Neil kind of said here in the chat as well, HKD opens right into a downhaul, almost impossible to trade that. I haven't been watching it, but I know from just like a couple weeks ago when it had that huge run up, the spread was ridiculous. Like, yeah, guys, it's up 167%. It's only done 700K volume, so the liquidity is going to be bad. The spread is going to be bad. If you're trying to day trade this, you're likely going to get rinsed. So this is something that we kind of stayed away from. Maybe there's an opportunity here, but it's basically, like kind of Prad was saying, it's a punch and price scenario, and I don't like those the R&R on those types of trades. Rivian continues to work here. Man, I punched that in completely wrong. I'm fat fingering this here. Luckily, I'm not fat fingering the trades. But yeah, Rivian continues to work here, and let me bring a little bit more of a detailed chart so you guys can see what I'm doing. There was a little bit more of a flush move down to like 83, so I quickly punched some out there. I'm gonna bid into the 70s now to see if we get a flush move. Make sure I'm getting those fills in case it whips back up. But this trade continues to work. I really like this trade for now. I want to welcome a new member here, Bank Size Miami. Welcome to the Trader TV Live family. You guys can become members, and you can get cool emojis and whatnot to post into the chat. And guys, it's just another way to kind of support what we do again. But thank you for joining the team, Bank Size Miami, and hopefully we can have some more continued support throughout. What are you kind of looking at right now?
I just closed all my trades. I'm exhausted mentally and emotionally done with this with the setups for now. I'm just gonna let the market decide what it wants to do and come back in after my lunch. So just let's have patience. Unless I see some setups, then obviously we'll punch a setup that we see. Currently, we're gonna send it over to Brendo at the big screen for Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, choppy kind of day on equity markets. A bit more of the same on currency markets as well. We are seeing a bit of a flat session so far for the DXY. 109.4 right now. It's down about 0.3. We did get back above 109.5 early on this morning, but have dipped back to the downside. Yesterday we get CPI. Today we get PPI. Not as bad as expected versus what happened yesterday. So we got the big move up yesterday on the dollar index. This is an hourly chart. So this was CPI. Obviously yesterday we're back to 109.5 or 109.4, as I mentioned. Positive for the most part as a result right across this board. The euro still kind of hovering around parity, 99.95 right now versus the US dollar. Canadian dollar is positive on the day. British pound still winning as far as big gains so far. 1.15. It's off the highs as well. It was up a full percent earlier, but 0.65 after their CPI dipped unexpectedly. That was out this morning. Japanese yen also higher on the day, along with the Russian ruble here, about 1.25. Bitcoin and Ethereum have both been kind of chopping around break even or thereabouts all day. Now negative on the 24-hour period. Guys, back over to you.
Thank you, Brendan. I want to address a couple questions here in the chat. Which application are you guys using? We are using P Pro 8. So the show Trader TV Live is sponsored by Day Trade the World, and this is our platform here, and this is the trading platform that all the traders use for our firm. It's P Pro 8, and the best benefits, obviously, of it are we get direct market access and super quick executions. One person asked here, which platform can you trade? And so there's so many different platforms, and I don't know, like maybe if you guys are kind of new to trading, there's a bunch of different platforms that you can kind of paper trade in as well when you start. I know that, what are some of them? Like Questrade offers paper trading as well. Webull offers paper trading. Interactive Brokers is another one that retail traders really like to use as well. There's plenty to use, guys. So you kind of do your own research in that. But if you are new, start with paper trading first and see where that kind of goes and really find out if you like trading, right? But yeah, I just wanted to address a couple questions there in the chat.
Yeah, Thinkorswim. Yeah, there's a lot of platforms out there. You gotta do your own due diligence, do your own research, figure out which platform is best suitable for your needs, and then go from there. I closed all my positions. I already told you that. I think this market is just gonna keep on bouncing from VWAP, and obviously I'm anticipating. I'm not participating. I'm mentally drained from participating anymore. So now it's just gonna be anticipation action coming in. Not that I'm gonna make any executions off of these anticipations. Unless I really see a big trade coming onto the board for me to be a part of. ICLR apparently pushing to the downside. Let's go see what this stock is. ICLR is Icon PLC. What is that? Is it Ireland stock? Yeah, it's an Irish company, but it's getting absolutely beat down. Look at that big volume spike over here. Pushing down ever since for ICLR, down 3.9% on the day. So big move for a $200 stock. A little light on the volume if you ask me, but obviously since it's a $200 stock and an Irish stock, I expect there to be no real volume traded on this position throughout the day. Traded about 300,000 shares at 150. Well, it's 145, sorry. The clock on my PC says 150, but it's actually 145 Eastern Standard Time. Still got 15 minutes with Ian and myself over here. So let's see what trades can we put on the board? BIAF, any good position to in? Not sure what to get in, I think is what you mean. I mean, if you like the longs, the 100-period EMA is coming in. Also, this bottom of this area, pretty much close to the 100-period EMA. Also, we have this bottom over here near $5, which is probably better than getting in at 5.4 if you ask me. Market actually continued to the downside, exactly what I was complaining to Ian about. I was like, Ian, I should not have closed my shares because now that I closed my position, the market's actually going to dump to the downside. So what can you do? Sometimes you knew what was going to happen, but you still make the wrong decision. But hey, at least we banked it on the wrong decision. It sucks that we won't be able to bank it more. S&P 500 finally breaking VWAP. NASDAQ at VWAP. Let's see if NASDAQ can help S&P 500 bounce and go back to the north side. Or is this the move that everyone's been waiting for by constantly shorting the market, such as Meta platforms? Let me go regret how much more in the money I could have been on Meta. Meta could have been $1.50 in the money now because we were short 152, or no, we were could have been $1 in the money now actually. Coinbase could have been more in the money too. And then Rivian, yeah, Rivian's dropping right now from that $40 area. Your boy Ian actually has that trade. I didn't pay for the short, so no point in me talking about it.
Yes, sir. And I know Sean is clapping as well because he had that Rivian trade as well off of this 40 area. And again, guys, now look how many opportunities this gave you to get short. Testing this 95 area, right? And every time, like I said it multiple times, there's a seller up at 95 that every time it touches there, it just kind of rejects, right? So eventually, the sellers were going to win in this battle. And, when the market really failed VWAP here, then Rivian getting a little bit of a flush. So I'm making sure that now I am taking out a lot of the position here. I see Sean clacking his clipboard as well, so I know he's doing the same thing. I was also watching Apple. Because me and Brad were kind of talking about it, Apple really couldn't get above this 155 area. And I think that, if Apple would fail to do that, then maybe the market would fail the VWAP area as well, right? So Apple has now done that. It was unable to really kind of, defeat this consolidation. It was consolidating, trying to do it for the longest time here around 155. And eventually it's just going to give out. If you're looking at downside support now for Apple, let me consolidate my chart a little bit more so we can see it a bit better. But downside support probably looking now at 154 from market open. That's where it bounced at the open, right? So still 50, 40 cents away for that. So, there's still time for this market to kind of fall and now test these lows. Are we getting a little bit of a free fall here? It seems like it, right? But looking at this 39.40 now for the low, as Rivian starts to work a lot better now into the 60 area. So let me take some more out there. I got some out at 50. Let me take some out at 60. Now that was the bulk of my position out now. So just going to see where this one kind of goes and see if this one can ride a little bit lower. But yeah, great trade there on the short side for Rivian. Great front run, pretty textbook in front of that 40 level.
Yeah, I took the lower day break on Microsoft around 251. If the market's coming off the way it is, S&P 500 now in the negative for the day. NASDAQ soon to be negative if this move continues. Looks like that free fall is indeed coming into play. So Microsoft, which was very sideways all day, it literally did nothing all day when the market was moving. So now that the market's coming off, I'm expecting it to break that 251 area and push towards 250, almost giving us $1 per share winner. So obviously I'm going to take that breakout, instantly putting us 22 cents in the money on this position. Let's see how low can we go. How low can we go? With this market pulling back, I would love to see Microsoft with $1 per share winner by going all the way down to 250. And then do we actually break 250 on Microsoft, which is a nice, significant even dollar level on said position. With the rest of the markets pulling back too, like Apple. I was talking about Apple to Ian too. If Apple can't manage to get back above 155, then this market's going to have some pain in it. And that's exactly what ended up happening. Apple could not hold 155. It just constantly kept trading under 155 for the last 10, 15 minutes. So finally, the breakdown on the rest of the market with the number 1 and the number 2 weighted stocks in the market showing weakness. The rest of the market obviously is going to show weakness along with it. Out of everything, I'm guessing that's because you were long. Biden is live, so that could possibly be a reason why the market's also pulling back a little bit. We've seen that catalyst play out. Every time the president goes on, the markets usually tend to go to the downside a little bit. So that could be something that's playing out.
That was that looked a little scary there for a quick second, right? I was looking at Tesla. I still have Tesla up on my side screen because I'm kind of using that as reference for my Rivian trade. But Tesla was kind of holding up above 302. And then you got a big flush, and I saw on the corner of my eye a bunch of red come in on time of sales on Tesla. So I quickly brought it up, and it flushed like almost $2 here. It flushed like $1.50, $1.60, all the way to VWAP, right? So clearly something coming into the market now. Sellers are really starting to step up. Maybe it had something to do with the Apple 155. It had something to do with the market around this VWAP area. But clearly, if you aren't a short at this point, hold on to your shorts because this can get a lot worse. We are getting a little bit of a bounce here, but you know what? Let's see. Maybe the sellers are really going to step up now around this 39.60 area, around this 302 area on Tesla, and around that 155 area on Apple. Time will tell. Rivian, I took some more out now at 39.60. I'm bidding 39.50. I still have a little bit of that position left, maybe just about a less than a quarter of that position. So again, guys, I'm just going to hold on to the short now. 23 cents in the money. My first short on this, guys, was at 1 o'clock. I've been nursing this short for almost an hour now. It gave you guys multiple entries to get short in front of that 40 area, and now it works. Sometimes the patience pays. You spell it, how do you spell it, Brad? You spell it P-A-Y, T-I-E-N-C-E. Patience pays, guys.
Sorry, I was too focused on what Microsoft was doing. What did you ask me?
No, that's okay. I was just talking about patience pays and how you spell it, P-A-Y.
Oh, yeah. That's the Luca route. I think Luca was the one who started that patience with the P-A-Ys. But I'm just focusing on Microsoft here. Not trying to hold it if it gets back above 251, but also trying to get back into the trade every time it pushes back under 251. Because I do think we're gonna get a move to 250 if this market is showing weakness, but you gotta manage your risk, manage your position. Here's Apple that I'm showing you guys on the main screen. Apple now only up 0.4% on the day instead of being, I believe, which was 1%. Look at that short that I had. I had the top wick short on Apple, my dude. Right? This is why I say I'm the worst trader on the floor, because I couldn't even hold 10 shares for this move.
Hey, winning is winning. That's okay, but sometimes you're just gonna have to, hold your short, right? Like if you're in a
what
position.
A nice guy, Chad. What a nice guy. This guy's way too nice. If it's kind of the top end of the range, then try to hold that piece, like Brad said, like at least trail your stop or whatever. And sometimes it doesn't work that way, and sometimes you get anxious and want to take your profits, but. Man, maybe we need to take lessons from the Demon yesterday. He had probably the best hold I've seen since my time here. That was a great trade. But yeah, now I'm just kind of holding this Rivian trade again, guys. Like same sort of thing that I'm preaching here. Trailer your stops. I want to. You know when the Demon graduates, whatever day that party is for your graduation and his graduation. We are getting sloshed.
That is gonna be.
You know that's happening.
Quite the party.
We got two of the most ragers on the floor who's gonna be having a party. That's a wrap. I'm gonna book the rest of the week off. You're gonna have to book your Airbnb and give it to me that day for free, obviously. Right? So we're gonna have a lot of fun when that happens. Demon, my friend, amazing job on futures yesterday on that 830 number.
Yeah, for sure. I want to welcome a new member here. We're just about wrapping up the midday show, but Sam Raven Retsnam, and sorry if I mispronounce your name. Welcome to the Trader TV Live family. We've seen a handful of new members kind of join our channel here recently, and guys, thank you for your support. If you guys like, you become a member and you get access to some cool things. If you guys haven't already, let's do it one more time. I'm bringing up the video here. Let's smash the like button. Oh, it's asking me to do a survey. I hate those YouTube surveys, man. But yeah, let's smash the like button here. We're at 2.3K likes. Last time I talked to you guys about this, it was only at 2.1. We only mustered up another 200 likes, guys. Let's keep it going. I know you guys are capable of a lot more. Smash the like button, hit subscribe if you haven't already. 4,100 people watching. It's been a good day so far. It's been an exciting day. A quick reminder, guys, we are going to pass it on to the closing show, and that's going to be a new video. So make sure you, tune in for that one and smash that like button as well. But guys, thank you for your continued support, and welcome to Sam Raven to the Trader TV Live family.
Yeah, I gotta love it. Thank you for everyone who's already done all the hard work, such as helping us grow our community, sharing it with your friends and family members, and teaching the art of trading to everybody. You know, showing people how to work for themselves and think for themselves and so on. That's where the you're done with that?
I think it's dead. Yeah.
It's dead. Yeah, that's where I believe where a lot of people will find, you know, mental happiness and in general good things come from for those people who are willing to put in the hard work and you know, not make money for somebody else, but make money for themselves, basically. That being said, here I am doing both. I'm making money for myself and for Sean over there.
One thing I wanted to quickly address, and sorry to cut you off, Pride, is
No, you're good, bro.
some of these people, some of the guys in the chat were saying, you know, that was a quick dip buy. You know, you could have had a very clean dip buy off this big plunge, right? But here's the thing, guys, and I'm going to bring up Tesla as an example. Tesla flushed off this 302 area, right? And the market was looking real red at that time. Where do you get long, right? You're going to get long maybe 301, let's say. How far do you hold this against you? And, you know, depending on your price is really going to determine whether or not it's a good dip buy, right? So a lot of those times, yes, it could be a good dip buy, but at the same time, you are accepting some risk and you don't know where particularly to risk off of. You just saw Tesla take that 300. I didn't bring it up because there wasn't that much size there. There was maybe like 150 lots. So that's not that much money notionally. So, you know, you saw it take that size super quickly and kind of do nothing with it right now. So it's still kind of bouncing around this 300 area, figuring out what it wants to do. But that's what I wanted to quickly bring up. You know, sometimes, you know, it's just about being with trend, right? And trend is your friend always. So just kind of be careful, guys, if you are buying those dips, and make sure you have a clean out and you respect that out. Don't hold it too far against you.
Yeah, I'm actually punching short Tesla here around that 300 area. My average price 300.03. Let's see if we can get that move to the downside. The market's clearly flushing over here. My Microsoft shorts now 50 cents in the money, so already taking profits on that side a little bit. Let's take some more size out because I have a pretty good size on this board for Microsoft at least. So let's take some profits on that because we did give back some money on Microsoft trying to build into said short. So we don't want to be hurt too much off of that. Thankfully, Tesla also in the money off that short. Let's see if we can get at least $1 per share. Would be amazing to get out of the 300 break to the downside, which happens to be VWAP, 100 period EMA, and the 50 period EMA on the 5-minute chart here for TSLA. S&P 500, like I mentioned earlier, in the red zone now, down 0.05% on the day, and the NASDAQ still up by only up 0.2% on the day. So we're expecting for a healthy pullback coming back down over here, test the lower days, or at least test 12,100, where NASDAQ is up above 12,100 by around 50 points or so. So a good 50-point pullback is what we're expecting, and I'm giving Tesla around 20 cents of leeway room past 300. I'm not giving it too much room, so 20 cents could flip like that right now, bang. So it could flip like that in a second and not work out for you. So that's I'm okay with it not working. I didn't want to give it too much of a wiggle room on Tesla because Tesla moves way too violently.
That's a pretty good example there of risk management. You know, Prad punching into that Tesla short at 300, and I like that trade as well, right? You know, you guys see me take breakouts on the show today, right? So I don't mind that trade at all. But this is something that I just mentioned. Like, you gotta know where your out is, and you gotta be true to that. You gotta stick to that because, you know, Tesla now, if Prad didn't get out, he's sitting 50 cents out of the money, 40 cents out of the money,
chasing
and all of a sudden
the exit.
yeah, exactly, chasing the exit. You know, sometimes you can't get out. I can't get out, right? And you know, it just kind of runs away from you. I don't know who said that.
Who said that, buddy?
I don't know who said that.
I can't get out!
But yeah, guys, you know, stick to your outs, have a clean stop, and you know, you can always get back into the trade if you like it again, right? But if you're stuck in the trade and you get shut down or something like that, or you hit your daily stop limit, then you're done for the day, right? So, you know, respect your stop loss.
What trade was that? Do you remember?
That was that futures trade that we all got smoked on that one time. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, that was a good one. This futures trade that we all had on the floor one day. It just kept running away from you. You could not punch out. The market was moving so violently against you that you had to literally cross up like 10, 15 points. Even then you couldn't get it.
But you can't cross that much though
yeah,
on
it cancels
futures.
your
You actually
order.
can't cross that
Yeah.
much. It'll reject your order, right? So you can only cross like, I think like you can cross like maybe 4 handles, 5 handles at most. And that was when I was like a bit newer too. So
trainee
I
too,
didn't
yeah.
know I didn't know about a flatten button or
Yeah,
a flatten key or whatever. So I was like trying to cross and trying to chase it, and I was like, I can't get out, I can't get out.
Oh, that was a day to remember.
That was like my first big loss, actually. That was funny. But you know, you bounce back. It's about how you bounce back and how you get back on the horse.
How you get back up, indeed. And you got back up real good, my friend. Graduating in what, 3 months, record time, my time basically. So you got back up real nice. Congratulations on that. You know, now it's just a good, fun story to talk about. I can't get out.
Yeah.
Man, it's almost as good as the we've got momentum. Were you there for that one?
I was there. I was there.
It's almost as good as we've got.
We better
momentum.
wrap up the midday show. I think we're going a little bit over time.
Crap, I didn't even see the clock.
Let's send it to, you know, it's been great, guys. You know, thanks always for being on. Let's send it to Sean, Neil, and Brendo for the closing show.
I didn't even see the
Hey guys,
time.
yeah, 2 o'clock. Welcome back. We have a couple hours left in a pretty exciting afternoon shaping up here. It's been kind of back and forth all day right now. Another move back to the downside. We'll show you the board here and see where we're at exactly. Flat, in fact, right now for the S&P 500, giving back that gain we were enjoying. I mean, I feel like I was just at the TV talking about this being up about